Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I don't know what happened, but 10 minutes ago I was winking with my eyes and I was like, where is everyone? And now I'm looking around and you guys all made it before 9 o'clock in this room. Big congratulations to yourself, but I know that we are dealing here in this room with people that are working usually within the construction sector. I know this was actually, how do you call this? Like uitslapen. For you know? Yeah, it was a little present. No, great that you guys are all here. I know that some of you might have given up on their morning routine of a little bit of sports, a little bit of stretch. So we're going to start today. I see some people already looking at me really. We're going to start today with a tiny bit of an exercise because I want to know who we have in the room. The exercise is named Stand Up If. Yeah, so I say stand up if. Okay, let me have a look. Stand up if you identify yourself as an entrepreneur. Okay, thank you, thank you. Stand up if you identify yourself as a policymaker. Nice. Stand up if you are an investor or work in finance. Stand up if you are a business leader. Stand up if you are representing a sector or an industry. You guys are good at this. Okay, I'm going to continue. Stand up if you work for an NGO. Thank you. Stand up if you work in media. Yes, great, great, thank you. Or stand up if you identify yourself as a student or a lifelong learner. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm just wondering because I'm curious from what kind of areas you're coming from in the Netherlands. So stand up if it took you less than 30 minutes to get here. Okay, okay, chapeau, chapeau. Stand up if it took you less than an hour to be here. Yeah. Stand up if it took you more than an hour. Yeah, big applause for all of you guys. Thanks for making it here in time. I'm just looking around in the room. And I always love to start the day with just a little bit of grounding. Um, it's very special, isn't it, to be here all together in one room because it's not a given to be all together in a safe and fun space. And while I'm looking at each and every one of you in your eyes, I would love to invite you to have a look around yourself. Maybe say hi to your left or right neighbor. Okay, I guess it's about time that I will introduce myself. My name is Josina. You can also call me Josie or Josine, and I will be your host for today. So I will be here just to be here with you, just to be. I'm going to be listening to you, observing you, tickling you, trying to get some questions out of you, or I will be the one who is raising some questions. Because also sometimes asking those silly questions is very much needed and not taking things for granted. So that's my purpose for being here. And I'm wondering what your purpose is for being here because you guys all have some sort of internal, intrinsic drive and motivation that got you here. Think for one moment again, what was that? Did I have that? Maybe turn around and exchange for 2 minutes, 1 minute per person. What was that drive that brought you here? What do you want to get out of the day? Yeah? I will wake you up again in 2 minutes.
Hey, I think I need to make funny co-hosts on Zoom. Yeah. No, come on. All right. I don't want to be shown on the screen, but I don't know how to do it. Do you know how to go on Zoom? Like, I don't want to mess it up. Oh, okay. So now we need bigger. He made a. Here. Perfect. Okay.
It's gonna be final because then he can share his screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I now just turn it, multiple participants can share simultaneously.
Or, and then we'll go host.
Or it's here.
Okay.
Usually you do it
made it?
by clicking on
Oh, yeah.
participants.
It's do it, honey. Yeah.
Hold on, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. This one.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah. Co-host. It should be. Thank you so much. Okay. Can you also see if you can open Tableau Slide? This should be in the download. Yeah, that.
Hey, yeah,
Yeah, pitch climate cleaner. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. When Pablo is speaking, you can switch to this. Okay. Cool. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. If there is one thing for sure, one thing that you have already proven to me is that there is some fire burning. Today, today is going to be a day that is going to be filled with these kinds of encounters. But I hope personally that also today is going to be a day filled with a new encounter with yourself. It might be that you will hear about a topic from a person and that something will spark within you. And truly, that is my hope for you. And this leads me to introducing the next person that will come together with me here on stage. Because if there's one person that I know personally that has this kind of spark, it's Sven. Does any one of you know Sven Jensen? You know, fun fact, Sven and I used to be on the same high school together. Well, not at the same time, but anyhow. And Sven, he told me a beautiful story because he told me how he saw the movie of Al Gore when he was young. He went on a 10-day silent retreat quite shortly after. And this made him out of the sudden realize that, gosh, I'm going to dedicate my life in order to make systems change truly work. Well, ever since then, he has not been sitting still, as long as I know you at least. Sven, are you with us? Thanks. Sven, you know, there's one new term. While preparing for a conversation and for this conference together, you told me about green carbon removal. And I was like, green carbon removal, what is this? And you told me how it can potentially, not potentially contribute, how it will be the new foundation for a regenerative economy. Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
Yes, thank you very much.
Of course.
Well, great to see you all. And first, a big thank you. I will get to the question. A big thank you for our conference team, mainly there in the back. Keisha, Francesca, Honey, Thijs, where are you, Thijs? Where's Thijs? Not even here. Because we, yeah, there you are. Big thank you. Look at all the people you brought together. Huh? Welcome also to the removers, entrepreneurs who remove carbon with nature. People working at companies, you already made everyone stand up and stand out, so I won't do that again. Welcome to international participants who came from far, from Brussels, also people in the Zoom, welcome. And this is also the reason the preferred language this morning also for the Dutch policymakers is in English. So I want to thank you very much to bearing with us because it's an effort to speak in foreign languages for all of us. But that's what we'll do. We'll try to speak each other's tongues today. And thank you also, welcome to the policymakers, the provinces and the ambassadors, climate cleanup ambassadors, because the provinces Gelderland, Utrecht, South Holland and North Holland and climate cleanup ambassadors made this day possible. Thank you very much. And that's a good thing because the world is on fire. Huh? And so are we. Welcome to the 7th Climate Cleanup Conference. That is, if you count the first strategy meeting 7 years ago, where already Reinhard Augustijn there in the audience was present. And now Climate Accelerator at the province of Gelderland. Reinhard and you will later today close today's conference. But back then you were the only government representative. And today we're here with people representing 4 policy levels: the municipal, the provincial, the national, and the European policy level. And that's a big, big change. 7 years ago, we started out to reverse climate change by creating a new economic sector. A sector that removes carbon from the atmosphere. And the idea was that to reverse climate change, we need two things to happen: reduce emissions and draw down carbon from the atmosphere that's already there. And the idea was that it can be done with nature. And the reality was that some visionary entrepreneurs, Eddie, where's Eddie? There's Eddie Wijnker. Yes. Some of them were already working on that. And today this idea is becoming a reality. Because with these entrepreneurs, and some of you are with us, we will start this conference in a little bit. Because you show us what is possible, because you are already doing it. You are removing carbon on land, in rocks, in oceans, and in constructions. And your vision and your courage and your decisiveness are crucial. You don't wait for others. But you also need support. And luckily, we now see policy stepping in to support and to scale. On the European level, there's a separate target for, like you asked for, Reindert, for carbon removal. It's 310 megatons per year in 2030. And there is carbon removal certification with the CRCF. On the national level, there's now a roadmap for carbon removal. In the National Climate Plan for carbon removal, this is now national climate policy. Carbon removal is national climate policy. And the provinces carried out a broad market exploration because there's where it's really going to happen on the ground, while municipalities are starting pilots. And we will learn more on all of these today. And this year, the big news is from the construction sector. Well, actually, the construction and agriculture sector. As bio-based building creates real opportunities for both farmers and builders. And in the Netherlands, both groups already are seriously stuck within the nitrogen rules, like everything is locked. And very soon, also those sectors get stuck on water quality issues. And the bio-based building transformation solves, to some extent, both of those issues, the nitrogen and the water issue. And in that sense, truly is a revolution. And that's much needed, because perhaps the biggest news of last year is that climate models are broken. And one single central parameter, you probably saw it, for all climate models, that's called climate sensitivity. Very apt. And this is the indicator of how much the Earth warms when CO2 levels increase. And this parameter, it was just wrong. It's off, and not by a bit. It turns out that our planet is much more sensitive even to carbon than predicted. And we are seeing climate disaster now that was only predicted for 2100 maybe. So the models are broken and the planet literally really is on fire. So we need miracles. And today we have them. With life, of course, being the biggest miracle. And we humans, I'm happy to remind you, we are life. In the Anthropocene, humanity is the strongest influence on global ecosystems. Humans have the biggest influence by far on the evolution of life itself on Earth. Mostly a negative influence, maybe, but today, here, we are in the company of people who actually have a positive influence. Who don't destroy, but create life. And to begin with, create life in the soil. And from the soil, we grow food and materials. So the construction sector is leading by connecting those dots. The dots between agriculture and construction. Farmers like Erik Langekamp or Erwin Westers start farming for materials. Policymakers like Reindert and others who do connect these dots, and there's builders like Onno Dwars and investors like Jaap van der Bijl who choose to make buildings that bring life. Connecting the dots, we are here today to create this new sector that removes carbon. And the sector needs new metrics. At Climate Cleanup, we've been working with many of you to create ONCRA, the Open Natural Carbon Removal Accounting Framework. Launched over 2 years ago in Egypt, I'm now happy to share some key results. Are you ready? Good. Here's ONCRA. So, with the help of many of you, we have now certified 95 projects in 13 countries. And all those projects are taking up carbon. And almost €500,000 with 60 under review. Almost €500,000 for which went directly to farmers and construction innovators. And there's 181,000 tons of CO2 now certified. That's great, no?
Yeah.
And that's not all, because we are not alone in this. We've got isometric. Where's isometric? Someone would come probably later, but that's all the way from London, so he might be later. Who in the US certified 90,000 ton, almost 20,000. There's Proba. Give him a big hand up. Yeah, vielen. We certified, according to your registry, over 20,000 tons now, mostly in Paulownia trees, with your Paulownia specific method for storage in Paulownia. Stichting Nationale Koolstofmarkt certified mostly reduction in the past, really set the scene, but now also carbon removal with some reforestation. And there's Nasdaq-owned Puro, who from Finland certified large-scale biochar and biomass burial. Yes, and so together it's almost now at 2 million tons of carbon removal certified. So that's a good start, and there is much more, of course. This is the like high-quality certification in this new sector. And so ONCRA succeeds for many smaller scale regenerative farmers, construction crops, rocks, oceans, and also buildings. And I want to ask again for a big applause for both the removers who started these businesses and also the certification team. Heina, Jelle, also Lucian, Tana, with Honey, Sasha, and Gijs. Please give them a hand up and make this possible. So what is next? A new economic sector needs financial structures. And now we have carbon accounting coming in place. We need money. And this afternoon, we will work with you on that question. How to invest in this new carbon economy. And recently, $100 million a so-called X prize was awarded for companies removing carbon. And several of our friends were runners-up for that. And the enhanced weathering pioneers at Undo, they even were a winner. Out of 5 winners, Matti and Undo, they work on enhanced rock weathering, net zero on biochar, vaulted deep on biomass burial, and planetary on ocean alkalinity management. So that's spread between the sectors. That's nice. So that's $100 million for carbon removal. But few realize that our Dutch national government, the Ministry for Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Securities and Nature, has its own 50 million carbon removal program. And the first 1.2 million has already been spent. And Peter Oei, are you here already? Yeah, Peter Oei there in the back. He will tell us all about that in a while. Thank you for coming and for doing that. So here you see all, or most of ONCRA's over 90 removal projects. Here you see the new sector emerging. And here's the miracle, because what emerges are synergies between these removal methods. This is what the agriculture ministry sees so clearly, that there is a synergy between farmers and builders. When farmers grow materials for construction, the sum is greater than the parts. And this also goes for enhanced rock weathering and farming, because rock dust works as a natural fertilizer. And rock weathering helps oceans, where sand from olivine and basalt decreases ocean acidification. And the same goes for oceans and land, where seaweed produces fertilizer that vastly improves the carbon storage of the soils. And even the seaweed can produce building materials. And the list goes on and on. There is a great synergy, and this is why this green carbon economy that is circular and bio-based, of course, truly is something new. So let's create the financial structures to make this new economy truly come alive. Because that is what's needed now, to create holistic removal programs on all government and business levels, to support the innovative entrepreneurs who together create a sector that will remove enough carbon to reverse climate change while regenerating life. And much, much more. Thank you very much. And have a great day, Osina. Yeah. Josine Bakkes.
Well, you're not gonna leave yet. This song is named I Believe in Miracles because I think it's a very beautiful message that you shared, that you believe that those miracles are still possible. I was wondering, do you maybe just want to share in one phrase, what do you hope to get out of today?
Connection.
Connection. Okay, connection is going to happen. Beautiful. Thanks so much for grounding us, Sven. Okay. So Sven already shared with you what is ahead of the program. We're going to start this morning by inviting the movers, shakers, pioneers, disruptors, those people that managed to make a connection between carbon removal and a profitable business model. I'm really curious. I recommend you to take your phones out to take some notes because these are some geniuses who are going to share some blueprints with you. I'm very happy to announce the first person to come with me on stage, which is Pablo Buscon. There you are. Wait, how do I pronounce your surname?
Peskin,
Peskin. Are you Finnish? No, you're born Mexican.
that's correct.
That's what I know. Okay, Pablo has an amazing track record when it comes to
Thanks.
the marine sector. I know you've been working on a coral reef solution as well, but that's not why you're here today,
That's correct.
because you have an amazing story to share when it comes to seaweed. And I have one question for you, which is, what is sargassum seaweed? I'm almost pronouncing it as sarcasm, but it's sargassum. And how can that store carbon? I believe you're going to share it with the audience, so I'm just giving it to you.
Thank you, Josine.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Good morning. I'm going to answer the question through the presentation. My name is Pablo Beskin. I am here representing Oceanus International and the Golden Tides Consortium to present Sinking Sargassum, a scalable ocean-based climate solution, and how to turn harmful seaweed blooms into deep blue carbon sinks. Sargassum is a floating algae. It doubles its size every 15 days. So it means it doesn't grow from the bottom. It's floating all the time, and it doubles its size every 15 days. And as it grows, it sequesters CO2 through photosynthesis. In normal conditions and amounts, this algae has positive environmental value, but poor agricultural practices and river runoff have caused the seaweed to grow exponentially, blanketing the Mesoamerican reef, beaching, affecting tourism. You can imagine going to your beach or holiday and finding these in your hotel, right? So the costs of cleaning this for the tourist sector is about €1 million per kilometer per year. And this is affecting the entire Caribbean and the Gulf. Now, we are experts in coastal engineering and adaptation through science and technology, and our clients were suddenly heavily affected by sargassum. We understood that once sargassum gets to the beach, the battle is lost. It picks up sand, it rots, it releases methane, concentrates arsenic and heavy metals, and most of the hotels and resorts in the Caribbean are dumping it on the mangroves and the cenotes, leaching into the aquifers. So we decided to study the phenomenon in more detail. We've invested in the development of pilot projects for calibration in the Caribbean and have participated in developing this international multidisciplinary monitoring platform to track sargassum using satellites. We've been awarded the Decade of the Oceans as well for this project from the United Nations. And we've also worked very closely with, from the Spanish Polytechnic University, a company called Digital Earth Solutions, that they specialize in real-time monitoring of man overboard and oil spills. And they've developed a specific algorithm called Spot Algae. I can show you the predictive model, but I can send it to you afterwards, of course, if you're interested. But this can give us real-time locations and coordinates for where the sargassum is, considering real live weather as well. And we have this extended watch over Zeppelin system that is also deployed, and the fishing Sarga drone that we're calling it now as well, so that when there's issues with cloud cover from the satellite, we can always go out and detect and locate the sargassum and give us the correct coordinates where the sargassum is. Now, we've also done a lot of these buoy floating experiments. So we let the buoy float with the sargassum and we follow it. And we've established different profiles. So it's a little small. But if you see the profiles here, we can determine if the sargassum is too close to shore or further to shore, the percentage that we have that it will beach into the northern part of the areas that we're studying. And we have, of course, determined AI optimized trajectory prediction. So we can determine the coordinates with up to 5 to 8 days in advance where the sargassum is. So ideally, our logic is if 95% of the sargassum ends its natural life in the bottom of the ocean, if we could detect the other 5% before it beaches and intercept it offshore and sink it, then we could avoid the sargassum reaching the shore. So we've developed this integrated management strategy that basically determines high-risk coordinates. Then we coordinate maritime operations. We have a proactive offshore approach to sink the sargassum, sequestering CO2 in the bottom of the ocean. We've been working with Elastic, which is a company that is specialized in developing booms for oil spills. But in this case, we're using it for temporary retention of the sargassum. And then we're using Damen multicats with very strong pumping systems to pump the sargassum below the photic layer. Photic layer, that means where the sunlight doesn't hit it anymore. When you're diving, sometimes you can see sargassum at 30 meters depth. And even after 25 meters, the vesicles of the sargassum pop because of the pressure. But then if it's floating there and it's still receiving sunlight, it starts to grow new branches, new vesicles, and it floats again. So ideally is that you pump it below the photic layer where photosynthesis cannot make it grow anymore. And then you officially are sequestering sargassum there. There already are studies and some evaluations also done by Climate Cleanup on the sargassum and the possibilities of sinking it. So at this moment, there's already a gold standard to determine carbon credits based on the emissions of the sargassum, so avoiding the emissions of sargassum rotting and putting methane on the atmosphere. But Climate Cleanup and Oceanus are also seeking now 1.5 million in funding to develop a pilot project that can demonstrate no negative environmental impacts of pumping the sargassum at 150-meter depths and to formalize CO2 per cubic meter, that's not correct, measurement, and establish a value for sinking sargassum under the gold standard. And that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Josephine.
Let me take this one. Because, thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you for taking.
Wow. I have been seeing some people making notes. And I'm just really curious. Let's see how far I can come. Because what is the key takeaway that you took from what Pablo shared with you?
Well, oddly enough, it started thinking about how this city is actually built on submerged trees, and sort of thinking of other things that we can submerge that also would capture carbon and sort of.
That's the next presentation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we're building bridges already. But
Yeah.
this is an example of something that you sparked by just sharing your story, Pablo. I have a question for the audience. Is there a question for Pablo? One person. Yeah?
First of all, thank you for your insight in this matter. I wonder, you said there will be no consequences for marine life. How has this been studied? Because sinking all this material to the ocean floor, which has its own biotope, can be quite of an influence on ocean life there.
Yeah, absolutely. Initially, our idea was to sink it, to have biodegradable, let's say, bags, geocylinders, to sink the sargassum. In this area, it's a very deep ocean. You have 400 meters between the Cozumel Canal and shore, and then about 4,000 meters deep. So these abyssal plains are very unknown. And we had a lot of pushback from the environmental sector. How are you going to study these? How are you going to be able to monitor the effects? So you need ROVs and submarines basically to develop this. So we understood that pumping it not to the bottom of the ocean, just pumping it below the photic layer at 150 meters in a dilution system, you can avoid all of these environmental impacts. And the Caribbean itself is lacking of carbon, right? It's a desert. It only has the reefs, the Mesoamerican reef, barrier reef, where life is concentrated. That's why the water is so crystalline and so clear. So more carbon is not a problem. And now we've also discussed this with the environmentalists, because we come to a conclusion that 95% of the sargassum ends its natural life in the bottom of the ocean. So what can you do if you only locate the other 5% or 3% that's actually beaching and catalyzing that, right? Acceleration.
Last question is, has there been any research on how you can use this material in a different way, in a positive way?
Oh,
Instead of hiding it somewhere.
You know, there's many research on it, of course. You can make biogas with it. You can do protein with it, different uses for agriculture. But initially, the masses of sargassum, the volumes that are coming are so large that sometimes you do need to have alternative options. So the reduction is, there's 30 million tons of sargassum floating in the Caribbean today. So in normal conditions, it wouldn't be a problem, but now it's just so massive that it's killing, affecting, polluting, and poisoning the environment. Yeah.
Beautiful. Talking about market potential. I see that you guys have lots to exchange upon. Continue the conversation. Big hands up for Pablo.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you. So the next person that I will ask to come forward is a person that also literally, but figuratively, loves digging into things. And as that you just provided a little bridge with your question, hey, is there not more that we can just pull out of the ground? The next person has an answer to this case. There you are. Big applause for Case. So Case, you have been really working on a solution that is low tech, but so scalable. I'm just gonna give you the microphone. and let you share a word with the audience.
Thank you. It's not just low tech, but ancient. And so it's also a proven technology. Trees are the champions of taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. A hectare of forest can hold up to 500 tons of CO2, but then it stops because trees keep growing, but the forest doesn't, because the leaves need the sunlight, and the trees are fighting each other for that sunlight. So I thought we should preserve the trees in an environment where they never give back their captured CO2 again. And in fact, we've been doing that for 2,000 years. There was just a discovery earlier this year near Utrecht that the Romans built a wooden bridge on the Limes, just near what's now the Merwede Canal. And there was a flood and that bridge collapsed, and that's in the peat soil, and that stays pristine. We have found wooden roads 4,500 years old in Drenthe, in the Hoogveen. They could date exactly the year that this road was built by the first settlers there, because all the earrings were intact, the logs were intact. And in fact, it was just pointed, the city, we can't see it through through the trees, was built on wooden piles. In Holland alone, there are 25 million wooden piles in the ground, and the expert on this, René Klaassen, has studied these piles and to know what really happened to them. And well, as long as you keep the tops under the groundwater level, they will stay good. But not all trees are the same. In the city of Amsterdam, a lot of pine was used, and that can have some anaerobic bacteria that go through it if it is stored in a certain way. But the spruce tree, the Picea abies, is immune to that. And so that is today, if we use wood for foundation, that is the tree that we use. So I came up with this idea years ago, in 1992, when Kyoto came around. I thought, I know human nature. We are not going to stop using fossil fuels until an alternative is cheaper. So the only effective way that we can fight climate change is taking CO2 out of the atmosphere. And in '98, I had my first presentation on a big European Congress called Stop Burning Biomass, because I was convinced that the CO2 that's captured in wood is just as valuable as that in coal. So why not burn coal and burn wood? That's stupid. Then in the beginning of this decade, the idea came around that there would actually be a market, that more people got convinced that the only way to correct the addition of CO2 is take it out again, and then permanently. Well, also, this technology of using wood for pile driving has proven to take it out forever. 10,000 years, no problem, without any re-emission. And this can be done. We're doing it now. We are now funded by Carbon Fix and no, it slips me. I'll get back to that. Because we just got this new investor on board. And so we have started doing projects with the building industry, small project at first, but we're talking to home builders. We are developing together with ABT in Delft, the building technology advisors, to develop together a universal wooden foundation, like they did in Venice. In Venice, 1600 years ago, they put 10 million pounds in the ground to build a city in the sea to be safe from the Huns. And that wood is still there, but it's been used over and over again for new buildings without ever refunding the city. So this is what we're doing, and we're doing 3,000 tons this year. We expect 18,000 tons next year, and 1 million tons in 2030. Thank you.
So, okay, thanks a lot for sharing your story. I am wondering, who has made a note of something that sparked you? What is something that you took away? Yeah, I see there a hand.
Hey, I wrote down that the past informs the present here, when you thought about the Roman bridges being still intact.
Yeah, definitely. And trees are good at it. You know, they're the best at taking carbon dioxide, and it's proven technology. So yeah, if we use the past to inspire us, we get very simple, straightforward answers.
Is there a question from anyone? Yeah, over there.
So just to be clear on the, I don't know if you call it a product, but it's like you replace the concrete foundational piles with like the trees basically that we saw over there. That's the whole.
That's the whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Until the 1940s, that's all we did.
Yeah.
Built on wood. The palace on the royal palace on the dam is built on wooden piles, 2.5 per square meter. So it can be done. So then in the 40s, we thought it would be cheaper to use concrete, and so now I'm replacing the concrete, and by that also preventing the emissions from making concrete.
Yeah. So we are making we are in construction. We make houses from wood. We love the concept of this, but you know what I see. It's already can be quite hard to convince a customer to shift, you know, from the conventional materials to wood. And I can already see their faces once I start proposing the wooden foundation. So why would we not focus on, you know, the 98% or something of the, you know, the built environment that is still conventional, and take this extra hurdle for, you know, I think there will be a lot of hesitation.
Yeah, the hesitation. So the hesitation is the main thing that we're working on right now. But we are talking to big home builders, and of course I have to prove that it can be done. And the constructors are very conservative, and they want to keep to their own methods. And but we are living proof in this country that it can be done. I myself live in a house that was built in 1888 on wooden piles, and it's still there.
Amazing. Well, we need to move forward, but please save your question for in the break that is upcoming. Big applause for Kees. Thank you. So the next person who's going to be with us is Erwin.
Yeah.
And Erwin is going to be with us online. And Erwin is an example of an entrepreneur. He is managing 50 hectares of ground in Groningen, which is the north of the Netherlands. And he is able to sequester an amount of carbon that everyone told him, that's not possible. You know, there's always those people that say, but that's not possible. It's not going to happen. Wait. But he made it happen. He made it happen. And he has a magic method, which is called photosynthesis. Erwin, you are with us. I'm gonna get you on the screen here. Let me see. Erwin, can we see your face? Yeah, here you
I
are.
think I have my camera on. Can you hear me also?
Yes, I do hear you. I'm gonna make the screen very big. Okay, thanks.
Hey,
for
good. Hi, good morning to y'all. So I'm in the field. You show around. Lots potatoes over here, and I'm selecting the first potatoes now. So glad I can do this online to you all.
Now, we're very glad to have you with us. Hey, Erwin, I heard that you produced a video. That's also
Yeah.
a video we're going to watch in a little bit. And only through this video, you were able to sell 2,000 carbon credits.
Well, no, that's not quite correct, but a significant amount anyways. Yeah, a significant amount. And as I said in this video, as I will say, in last year, we did not have that great crop harvest because of all the rain. But this carbon extra valuizing of my farm made it possible for me to still have a normal financial year, so to say. And I think that is something that is very special because the building up of carbon in soil, as I will explain in the video, is only possible not through a calculation on a paper, but actually by doing it on the field. And I think that link is so crucial, and that keeps so much of the whole fog around carbon markets, which is nowadays in deep discussion everywhere, away if we really look at how is it built up in soil.
Okay, so I am going to move the screen towards the video. If this is going to work. Ah, there we go. Let me see. Oh, I need to click on this. Ah, there we go. Okay, Erwin, I'm gonna play it.
Go ahead.
We zijn hier op een veld waar ik gisteren gecombined heb. En op het veld stonden 30 verschillende plantensoorten. Nou, waarom zou je dat doen? Want het is veel makkelijker om gewoon één plantsoort te zaaien, niet te verzorgen en niet te oogsten. Daar zijn de machines bovendien ook voor gemaakt. Nou, dit doe ik samen met iemand die heeft me dit aangeboden om dat te mogen doen. Die zei, zaai zoveel mogelijk diversiteit. En met jouw kennis van, wat kan er dan als onderzaai en wat kan je dan oogsten tegelijkertijd. En dan probeer ik daar een product van te maken. Die man die heet Bart van Beuzenkom. Ik ben er heel blij mee dat hij dat mee aan heeft geboden. Dus ik zeg, dan ga ik 5 eetbare producten proberen tegelijkertijd te oogsten. We hebben de huttetut, oliegewas, dus heel veel omega-3'en. We hebben de plas, lijnzaad. We hebben gele ert. We hebben de zomergerst. En we hadden boekweit. Alleen de boekweit, die heeft het niet heel goed gedaan. Maar goed, we hebben toch nog 4 van de 5. En we hebben nog 25 plantensoorten die eronder staan. Kijk maar. En die zijn nog groen. En dat is nou de truc wat we met ons relatieve landbouwsysteem doen als een van de allerbelangrijkste pijlers. En dat is de onderzaad. En doordat we, als we in het voorjaar een zaadgewas zaaien, we zaaien niet altijd 5 dingen die we willen oogsten door elkaar, 1, 2 vaak, bijvoorbeeld bonen en haver, of bijvoorbeeld rijstjeszaad of tuinkerstzaad. En we zorgen altijd dat we daaronder direct een onderzaai zaaien, zodat als dit gewas gaat afrijpen, dan snap je wel dat er niet heel veel fotosynthese meer plaatsvindt, wat foto-energie, dus in vorm van suikers aan het bodemleven kan geven. Maar als je dan daaronder groene planten hebt, in een fase dat ze geen zaad maken, maar bladmassa maken, vegetatief heet dat, dan zijn ze in staat om in die fase heel veel van die foto-energie, eigenlijk dus die zonnepanelen, aan de bodem te geven. Nou, en hoe werkt dat dan? Die fotosynthese is natuurlijk allemaal van de biologieles op school. Dat is zonlicht, wat met behulp van water en CO2 en een aantal mineralen omgezet wordt in suikers in de plant. En wat doen we dan? Want we hebben niet alleen suikers als we planten oogsten. Nee, heel veel die suikers die gaan ook door het wortelsysteem de bodem in. Maar wie houden nog meer van suikers? En de microben. Kijk maar als jij een dag je tanden niet poetst. Nou, microben, die houden met suiker. En die microben, die gaan daar zo goed op, dat ze zich vermenigvuldigen. En dat betekent dus dat dat suiker, wat dus door die fotosynthese gemaakt wordt, eigenlijk microbenlichamen worden.
En ook die microben die gaan weer een keer dood. En die microbiële massa, die dus via zonlicht en CO2 uit de lucht komt, blijft dus in jouw akkerbodem. En dat is dus meetbare koolstof in de vorm van ons organische stof of humusgehalte, zoals je dat noemt. En wij hebben dus vanaf 2016 intensief met de diepmanezer en wenstechniek bezig zijn gegaan. Met veel composten, met veel onderzuim. Daarvoor waren we al heel veel met groenmesten bezig, maar niet op de juiste manier. Zien we dus dat we een enorme toename in ons humusgehalte hebben gekregen. Dus vanaf 2006 zijn we daar niet meer gaan ploegen, gingen we groenmesten aan de gang. We zijn van 1,8 naar 2% humus gegaan. Dus dat was in wat is het, 10 jaar tijd, zeg maar. Dat vonden we eigenlijk niet snel genoeg, want we deden er alles aan om de bodem te verbeteren. Alleen we snapten die biologische processen nog niet. We keken alleen naar de techniek, hoe kun je zo'n groenmesten wegkrijgen. En nu, met zo'n onderzaai eronder, en de groenmesten zo goed gekozen dat ze wel goed met de juiste techniek weg te krijgen zijn. En de biologische processen in acht nemen. Dus ook van, goh, is er misschien een beetje zwavel nodig om de aminozuren van die lichamen te bouwen van de microben? Dan moet je heel een beetje zwavel geven. Geen grote hoeveelheid, maar net dat beetje om het te ondersteunen. Nu zien we dus dat we vanaf 2016 tot aan dit jaar van 2 naar 3,7% organische stof gegaan zijn. En dat is niet te verklaren uit de organische stof die er in de vorm van mest of compost of stro is gekomen. En dan blijkt ook dat de vorm van die organische stof die je daar opbrengt heel snel vervluchtigt. En het is juist de organische stof die in de vorm van fotosynthese, de liquid carbon noemen ze dat, in de bodem brengt, die daar heel bestendig blijft. En die veel efficiënter is. Onderzoekers zeggen tot 5 keer efficiënter. En zo kunnen we dus koolstof aan onze bodem toevoegen zonder dat we heel veel koolstof in vrachtwagens die laten komen. Door heel slim planten te laten groeien. Nou, die koolstof, die hebben we laten certificeren via ONCA. En die doen alleen nature-based koolstofcertificeringen. Dus niet dat je uitstoot vermindert en daar credits voor krijgt, maar daadwerkelijk het opslaat in hout, landbouwbodems, in de oceaan of in gesteente. Nou, hier is het in de landbouwbodem gebeurd en dat heeft een aantal voordelen. Maar dat is voor de CO2 in de lucht, kan je van zeggen, nou, dat is misschien wel niet eens de hoofdoorzaak dat de aarde opwarmt. Het is een gevolg. Waarschijnlijk is de hoofdoorzaak de stoorde watercyclus die veroorzaakt wordt omdat ons land zo lang kaal ligt, eigenlijk. En geen groene planten heeft. Dus als ik normaal in het voorjaar bijvoorbeeld deze erwtenplant of deze tersaai, dan gaat die zo'n 8 weken tot 10 weken misschien vegetatief blad vormen. Geeft hij zijn fotosynthese aan de bodem ook gedeeltelijk. En daarna gaat hij schieten. Dan gaat hij zaad vormen. Bloemen en zaad. En dan gaat hij al zijn energie die hij met de zon nog steeds maakt, daarin stoppen. En vanaf dat moment krijgt de bodem niet zoveel meer. En ik denk dat dat een van de belangrijkste oorzaken is dat er zo'n klimaat eigenlijk ontregeling is. Door al die kale oppervlaktes, of in ieder geval niet groene oppervlaktes. Dus regreening de land. Nou, dat doe je met dit systeem. En daar kan je dus enorm veel koolstof mee krijgen.
Wir haben in Mitteleuropa eine Landwirtschaft, die im Unterschied zu allen anderen Teilen in der Welt im Sommer weitgehend abgeerntete, unbewachsene Felder hinterlässt. Überall woanders sind die Felder grün. Das ist ein sehr großer Unterschied und bremst die Kohlenstoffbindung im Boden stark aus, weil im Sommer ja die Tage lang sind, die Sonne scheint und da ist keine Pflanze auf den meisten Feldern. Deswegen ist die Untersaat so wichtig, weil sie die Lücke zwischen der Abreife unserer Kulturen und dem Herbst, wenn wieder neue Kulturen draufstehen, schließt. Bodenleben, Ernähren über Sommer und über Winter, das sind essentielle Tools, um Humus aufzubauen und letztendlich dann Carbon Credits zu kreieren.
Het gaat me erom dat we hiermee een transitiemiddel hebben voor de landbouw. Want moet je nagaan dat je met deze credits, dus dit bereik je dus alleen door plantendiversiteit. Dus we hebben biodiversiteit. Dus je bereikt dit alleen door minimale inzet of geen inzet van chemie. Nou, dat is ook iets wat we als maatschappij wensen. Je bereikt dit alleen doordat je niet overmatig mest. Dus dan heb je ook geen meststoffen in het grondwater of in de lucht. Dat is voor mij ook iets wat we met z'n allen doen. En daarnaast, als je dus planten in zo'n diversiteit laat groeien, met altijd levende wortels eromheen, dan kunnen ze met al die microben die jij hebt laten ontwikkelen, dan kunnen ze hun voedingsstoffen heel goed en heel natuurlijk en gebalanceerd opnemen, waardoor ze meer aroma krijgen en meer nutriënteninhoud. Dat meten we ook. Dus als kerstje op de taart heb je nutriënteninhoudrijke voedsel. En dat doen we dan allemaal onder het voertuig van CO2-credit. En waarom? Omdat dat iets is wat in andere sectoren nu gevraagd wordt. We willen gewoon in 2030 moeten de middelaar van de grote en de kleine bedrijven, die moeten ook gaan compenseren. De grote moeten nu en de kleine mogen nog wachten, zeg maar. Die moeten hun uitstoot compenseren. En wat is het nou mooier om dat dan op deze manier te doen en daarmee de boer een extra product eigenlijk te laten maken. Dus in zo'n jaar dit, met heel veel regen en eigenlijk hele slechte groeiomstandigheden, hebben we maar een matige oogst. Maar omdat ik overal goed onderzoek heb toegepast, dus ook al is misschien de gerst en de ert en de vlas en de boekveld niet zoveel opbrengend als ik gehoopt had, het veld is wel het hele jaar groen gebleven. Want er stond vorig jaar ook al een onderzoek tot in april, dat heb ik opnieuw ingezaaid. Dus het is eigenlijk 50 weken per jaar groen. Dus ik sla koolstof op. En als ik die nou wel kan verkopen, dan kunnen we als boer een oplossing worden. In plaats van weggezet worden als probleem.
Wauw. Als er één ding is wat ik van jou heb geleerd, dat is waar het nummer over gaat, is het belang van suiker. Erwin, ik ga je terugbrengen op het scherm. Waar ben je? Awesome. Jeetje, wat heb ik ongelooflijk veel van je geleerd. Wat ben je goed in dingen uitleggen, zeg? Toch?
Dankjewel.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just thinking. Okay. Haha. I said if there's one thing that I learned from Erwin is the importance of sugar. Sugar. I can imagine you also learned a lot from Erwin because if there's one thing for sure, he's a very good explainer. Very nice listening to you.
Thank you.
Let's have a look and see if we can listen to someone in the audience. Reflection, question. I see there in the corner.
Thanks, Aaron, for a really cool explanation. Is there any impact on the yields for your main crops?
Yeah, my yields are just fine. No, seriously, because we are developing a system where you are bringing more to the soil instead of extracting. Our yields are, of course, a little lower for now. But we see that in developing this system, we can probably achieve something that has a net yield that is much higher when in comparison to what is now in normal agriculture, normal with all the inputs you put into it.
Thank you. Any other question for Aaron? Yeah, over here, I will head to you.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron, for a very good presentation indeed. I was wondering, what is the biggest hurdle for you? Because this sounds again so logical, like most of the things we see today. But what is the biggest hurdle? Why is it not growing faster than it does?
Biggest hurdle is making this into practice. So the theory is very logical to understand. And you might very easily think like, okay, so why is not every farmer doing this? But if I say to a farmer that you must keep it all winter green, okay, that's easy to do. And then in spring, you have a green growing crop that wants to grow further because it's multi-annual, because it's growing in the winter also. And you must switch that to planting something like wheat or potatoes or carrots or whatever. How do you make this transformation? And how do you make this transformation as soil friendly and as soil food web friendly as possible? And that is one of the most hardest things to do. And there are certain techniques for this, which all rely on the understanding of biological processes. So as you can imagine that when a green crop has to be terminated in spring, that has to be taken down by microbes and then has to become food for the next crop. Again, these microbes are the storage vessel, as it is with this carbon. It is also with the nutrients that are in the cover crop. And if you don't manage this environment for the microbes well, then they can also develop an environment where these plant residues are in a rotting stage. And in that possibility, if you put in your seeds in the ground, they might also rot away, or they might be very vulnerable to pest and disease. And if you lose a crop by that, because that is the most important stage of a plant's life, is in spring. Because if you don't make spring, if it doesn't survive, you cannot do anything in summer. If you have too little plants on the field in summer, you can fertilize, you can treat them what you want, but they won't come anymore. So it is with this risk, and also with there is too little practical guidance available now in how to do that, it is very hard to farmers to adopt this new way. Also, they don't have like a extra budget for taking experience. They have no budget for things like being able to fail. Most farmers must have like a minimum 90% of their yield to make the next year.
Thank you so much, Erwin. Big applause for Erwin.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Erwin, for sharing this all with us. We're gonna go to the next guest who is also with us online. And our next guest is Erik Matsner. I'm gonna find you, remove this pin, and then I'm gonna see where is Erik. I'm gonna pin you. Ah, wow. You also got a very beautiful background, Erik.
Hello.
Hey.
Thanks, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. Unfortunately, by video this year, as I enjoyed this conference. Was it 2 years ago? It's another climate cleanup one. And as always, it's a great group of people doing great things. And I'll tell you a little bit in a second about my history in enhanced rock weathering and how it goes through the Netherlands. Let me just get my...
Yeah, because thanks so much for confirming this again. I agree with you. Great bunch of people, great atmosphere. Thanks for that. Erik is this kind of person that managed to completely change the game in terms of mining. He makes mining something positive. You managed to combine carbon capturing with mining lithium. Well, I'm not going to share anything more than what he's doing.
Mining nickel. And actually, I think you said something else there. Do you see my screen?
So that's okay that you keep me sharp. Thanks. I'm gonna give you the ground. Thanks so much for being with us, Erik. Big applause for him.
Great. Can you see my screen? I just see me up there, so.
Let me see. I don't see.
Here in the middle.
Where do you see that? Oh, here.
Yeah.
I have some olivine in my hand here to tell you about. I can start now, but olivine is a magnesium silicate mineral. And when magnesium or calcium minerals, silicate minerals dissolve, they create alkalinity. So when you drink mineral water and you pay extra, the minerals that make it high alkaline are the magnesium and calcium dissolved. And essentially enhanced rock weathering is a process to make fancy mineral water for the ocean. And whether by land or by sea, the water and the alkalinity end up there. So I combined the design of the deck was the climate cleanup one, and then I just kind of gave up. So forgive me if it jumps around, but essentially the long-term carbonate silicate cycle is basically, for anyone who doesn't know, when CO2 enters the atmosphere of a volcano, now with fossil fuels ourselves, but that goes in the air, forms carbonic acid, that rains down on alkaline volcanic rocks. Those get dissolved and they run off from the land into the ocean. So we know this works as a global thermostat for the Earth. In many ways, when it's too hot, it precipitates more, there's rain, that drives weathering. And when it's too cold, there's less rain and CO2 builds up. And we know in great evidence that like the exposure of the Himalaya mountains and the Tibet Plateau where they collided caused the Cenozoic ice age that we're still coming out of now. So fundamentally, this is Earth's master regulatory method and thermostat. And so this is kind of an image on the left side of sort of the natural way versus sort of the engineered way. Is basically, we don't have millions of years to wait for rocks to dissolve naturally. So we can kind of find the best rocks, get them crushed cheaply and with a low carbon footprint, and get them dissolved by interacting with CO2 either on the beaches or on land. I have to give a shout out to the Dutch, and as I was mentioning, is that you all really pioneered enhanced rock weathering. A professor name I'm going to butcher off, Scheiling, who passed away, unfortunately, recently. Someone can say it properly over there. But he essentially put together a paper that I read many years later, and it was like an earworm when you hear a song like that sticks in your head. It was 2% of the world's shelf seas with a volume of 7 kilometers cubed of rock could offset total anthropogenic emissions each year and counteract ocean acidification. And I could not believe this was real and that no one was doing it, and that enhanced rock weathering got like a passing mention in the Paris Agreement and in the subsequent reports. So down here is Olaf, and then that's Paul Knops and Jos Vink, who I know Paul's in the audience there, but he's really carried the torch, and we'd be delayed many years on enhanced weathering without him. And he has a company making construction materials and other things from olivine and minerals. So we really fought to like try to bring enhanced weathering to the fore. This is a talk about business models, as Sven asked me to do. So essentially we had started as a nonprofit. We need capital and everything, so people wanted to turn into a for-profit. We promoted it with a safety in mind for ecotoxicity of nickel and MRV, which in 2019, MRV for CDR was pretty much non-existent, except for maybe direct air capture stuff. But that ultimately led to olivine going down on a beach in the Hamptons in the United States. So coastal weathering has occurred as a direct lineage from the work in the Netherlands. Now, enhanced rock weathering, I've heard it mentioned in the intro that not only did it win the Carbon Removal X Prize, the $50 million prize to Maddie, congratulations, which is great because their work goes to farmers, they pay them, or they help their crops grow a lot better. Enhanced weathering has a lot of co-benefits to the soil and is used as a drop-in replacement for lime. So when you have fertilizers, they naturally acidify the soils, and strong acid weathering is a technical term. Essentially all soils, when you take nutrients out and have fertilizers, are losing minerals. Basalt and other minerals like olivine have nutrients they resupply to the soil and along with the alkalinity. So it's basically a free fertilizer that removes carbon. And this is scaling. There's millions of dollars going into this, definitely over $100 million now. It's one of the top technologies there. The market, though, is complicated. Focus on the image on the left here, though, is because you end up, when you're an enhanced rock weathering company, everybody else is essentially making money while you're doing a lot of work. It's a very difficult business model in some ways, but otherwise it's pretty simple. You get rocks in a truck, but the suppliers, the verifiers, like your farmers, everybody, is kind of, so we looked at making other business models. And I wanted to note there's a great report out from the Remove group and the SUS Lab out of Europe that basically looking at the adopting business models to go away from pure play CDR because of market uncertainties. So this is kind of a new thinking for CDR, and there's difficulties with something called financial additionality, which I won't get into so deeply, but it basically limits the profit on carbon removal in some ways because you can't return more capital. You can't make more money than the average rate of return on the capital, yet everybody else can kind of make money off of you. So it's a very frustrating business in some ways that needs to be fixed. But essentially insetting is a way around that, where you take a product and you create value in the supply chain for somebody else. And so that is a real thing to look at. And CDR companies, they really are forced to invent their technology, invent the measurement, have it independent, like find all these buyers, get financing, like raise venture capital. It's a very difficult squeeze on in businesses, but it's very important to the planet that we figure out models that can scale. Because there's a great report out of RMI and Bezos, and the image on the left is from CDR.fy showing enhanced weathering at a price of $360 a ton. But this quote is the S curve to get carbon removal to the 10 gigatons per year that's needed by 2050. We have to have 285 million tons a year by 2030, which we are on not on track for. We are probably removing in permanent removals well under 1 million tons a year. Thankfully, we have nature-based solutions that cover us in the meantime, but getting engineered CDR up to scale requires creativity and new business models. So I wish I could deliver the happiest news, but I want to inspire you to think beyond the existing models. But for 2040, we need to be at 4.5 gigatons, and from 2040 to 2050, we have to add 500 to 800 megatons per year. So that's kind of where our thinking originated from, was what is done in big scale. And if I show you coal and oil, they'll make these metals tiny. Iron ore, though, has a stripping ratio of like 15 to 20 tons. So they remove 20 tons of rock that's not used for iron. So mining and natural resources drive huge investments, and $500 billion will be invested in producing the metals for the clean energy transition. And if the carbon removal market were to grow to the levels needed, the 10 gigatons per year, it would actually be a $16 trillion business. And that's from a McKinsey report. So how do we get carbon removal investments to scale to the level of what a real $6 trillion market would look like? If you look at AI and other things, lots of capital flows there. So idea of Metal Plant was to take, well, it really originated with the nickel problem of CDR. I think I'm running out on time, so I'll try to be quicker on here. But essentially, there's nickel stuck in olivine it's in the crystal, and you can't get it out economically. So no one had been able to figure out how to get nickel out of olivine and make money, even though olivine is 3 times more efficient per ton, meaning 1 ton of the rock is transport, grinding, and spreading. You would need 3 trucks, 3 drivers, the round trip back 3 times more. So it really adds up. And the only way to get enhanced rock weathering under $100 a ton is to use higher efficiency minerals. And what unlocks that is figuring out a way to get the nickel out economically while removing carbon. And that's essentially what Metal Plant did, is combine special plants called hyperaccumulators that evolved on nickel-bearing soils. So we go and bring our farms to where the rock is and where it's left nickel-bearing soil. So I usually say, like, we bring the farm to the rocks instead of the rocks to the farm. So these are plants that thrive in nickel, take it up in their body as a protection mechanism, and essentially turns also a terrible process of deforestation in Indonesia, which you see on the left, where they mine already weathered tropical clays. We take minerals still with the potential to weather in a non-tropical location in the Balkans today and other places coming soon, including the United States, and we use plants to mine them. So it's basically CO2 is drawn down through the mineral cation release, while nickel is drawn up. It's basically, we put enhanced rock weathering soil down. The soil already has nickel, we harvest it, pyrolyze the biomass, and then pull out battery grade nickel sulfate. We have a direct process, patent pending. And essentially, it's a combination of enhanced rock weathering and phytomining. So ground rocks into the field. This is the crazy process all in one. And this is the difficulty of developing 3 different technologies at once. But essentially, we have a rock source in Albania through that we grind high purity olivine, which is the one I showed you. It's about 80% pure. Crush that up, put that into the field, plant the hyperaccumulators, and then produce nickel out. And so you can, on a gross level, 300 tons of olivine will produce 1 ton of nickel, and that's around 300 gross tons of carbon removal. But because we're pulling nickel out of the soil at a rate while we're removing carbon, the idea is that it's around 100 tons in that immediate year. But if you do a 20-year projection, you are getting 300 gross tons, and at 80% efficiency, it'd be 200 tons of net CDR per 300 tons of olivine, all in with all process, including the life cycle assessment on the solar panels to power your own energy if needed. Land use wise, it would be an entire new cash crop, but no one talks about the wheat has 220 million hectares, corn 200 million hectares, and we would need around 10 million to 20 million to do that. So that's essentially a model. We produce nickel and carbon removal, and we're able to then sell both and try to make money while removing carbon to fund the scaling of carbon removal ahead of demand.
Wow. Okay. Big applause. I'm playing Phil Collins, You Can't Hurry Love, because if there's one thing that I hear, Eric, is that there is a lot of love and passion. You also show you cannot hurry the process, but you are definitely a person able to guide us over a lot of insanely inspiring content in a short amount of time. I'm wondering if there's a person in the room that has this burning question. Bart.
So what I'm understanding is you're not using a place that has a lot of nickel in it. You're also, or you are, there's quite a little of some nickel in the soil, and you're adding more nickel by adding the olivine.
Correct.
Then my question was, could you do this with lithium as well? Or would you have to add it?
There are other plants that do potentially absorb small amounts of lithium. The issue in phytomining is like the amount of the metal times the price of the metal, like the yield you get on a hectare. Like say we get 10 tons of biomass or 20 tons of biomass at 2% nickel, that's 400 kilos of nickel. Nickel sells for 15,000 to 20,000, like $15,000 a ton now. So that gives you a lot of margin on the volume. Like if we could get a tiny amount of gold's $60 million a ton. So that would work, but lithium's price is low. It's I think $400 to $800 a ton. It's not that for volume that economically viable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Definitely. A big applause again.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the conference. I hope to be there next year. And
you know what is the cool thing? Thanks, Bart, for asking your question. Bart is going to come to the front in a little bit because I don't know how your heads are doing, but mine is spinning a bit. I definitely have received a lot of information, and what I feel that I need, I also need a cup of coffee. You're going to get that in a little bit. But what I feel that I need is a tiny bit of grounding, a tiny bit of down-to-earthness. I heard something. And Bart van Beuzenkom is going to come in a little bit. And you know, Bart, it's always interesting to understand someone's way of thinking because of the background. He is an economist by training, a regenerative farmer. He is managing 200 hectares of ground in Portugal, 2 in Waddinxveen, 4 in Waddinxveen. And Bart, you know what? He's really good.
We first have one more remover. Yeah. I'm saving a surprise before we're gonna go into our coffee break. Bart is gonna come and he's just gonna make sure that you have a little bit of space to digest what you've just all heard. Bart, you're gonna make it easy, stupid, simple, fun. Come to the front. Okay. Give Bart an applause. Because Bart, how can we truly work towards building this nature-based sector? I think you're gonna.
So, in the normal economy, in the normal way we do things, I will now give you a talk on how this is supposed to go. But we are changing to a new way of doing things. So I can't tell you. You have to tell me. So the person with the microphone is going to walk a lot. I think one of the things that we're coming from a way of thinking in a capitalist system, which we're still in, which we have to use, where there's a lot of top-down thinking. There's a lot of, we have a CEO, he knows where we're going, we're going to follow him, and then we'll get there. And we're going to more networked. We're seeing a lot of entrepreneurs in the room that are like, that's not my CEO. I'm doing my thing. I'm creating my network to make my thing work. That's where we're going, which means I can't be sending anything. So my question to you, the first one is, we're seeing all these removers, we're seeing all these people creating new systems and trying to work through the old system to get to the new one. And we have now some removers, and we keep talking about these 4 pillars, which are the nature-based ones. I'm wondering, do you guys have other examples in society that are also moving towards a degenerative economy? So that's my first question. Does anyone know, besides these, other examples in education, in healthcare, in government, in something? Yeah, Paul.
The guys from Landdelen, Anna Leven and people.
Landing?
Landdelen. Regenerative, they are setting up a Lenteland.
Lenteland. Okay, so we have Lenteland. For those of you who don't know this, they're setting up the regenerative farms around the Netherlands and Belgium, I think. They have very specific cases and they're making it locally community owned. So that's a good example. Anything else?
Robin Food Coalition.
Robin Food Coalition. Yes. Robin Food Coalition brings together a lot of people who are changing the food system, right?
That's correct. And their IO and use regenerative system to create natural capital as an asset.
That we need to figure out, there's a lot of people trying to make money off of your process.
Yes. 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 What else?
What was that?
Bioboeren. Groen boerenplan. That one or?
Land to make
Field of work.
field work for isolation, to isolate the houses.
Insulate houses. Okay. Cool.
Isolate houses.
So we're seeing a lot of examples here in food and land. Does anyone know any examples in healthcare? No? Nothing? Oh? Buurtzorg. Thank you. Does anyone know harvest care? No? Okay.
And is there also not this one organization that is reorganizing the way that people can get an insurance?
Yes, probably. Roodvogels. Thank you.
Thanks.
Common easy. Like that.
Hmm?
Common easy is like that.
Common easy. Okay. It'd be good to have someone who knows how to write and draw quickly and then put nice little sectors around it.
Caring farmers.
Caring farmers, thank you.
Positieve gezondheidswet.
Positieve gezondheids?
Wet, dat is een wet.
Wet.
Six
Ja.
dimensions.
Ja. Ja, 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 dat is goed. Okay. Anyone in education or sorry, go.
Why not all the consumers who make the right decision?
Consumers who make the right choice or the right choice who choose for themselves to be healthy. Yes, nice.
Or are able to voice their choice?
Yes. Does anyone have anything in education? Because I'm very curious.
Technotrend
Technotrend.
en ontdekhal.
Ontdekhal. Okay.
You have the Now School.
Now school. I know Weiland has a program in Herenboeren as well.
Energy races.
Energy races.
And race races. It is a small organization in Brabant.
Okay.
They organize race races for primary education.
Energy race. Waste. Okay. Normally my handwriting's bad. This is even worse. I just wanted to do this. because I feel the transition we're going through is already happening all over the place. And most of us are in our own bubble, and we only see that it's happening in our own bubble, and everything else is still staying the same. And I find it really refreshing and nice to see, like, it's not. It's changing everywhere. And it's coming from local initiatives, it's coming from all parts of society, it's coming from every place and in every industry. So what I find really nice coming to these conferences is finding there's other people working on this stuff in this area that I'm interested in. But it's also nice that other people have that in other parts of our lives. And I think that's where we're going. So my big question is, we come from a world that is very focused on top-down, capital, scalable, these kind of things. What are the words that you associate with the next part, regenerative economy? Where are we going?
Abundance.
Abundance. Thank you. Respect. Commons. Yes. Okay, keep shouting. Trust, balance, connection,
Synergies.
synergy.
Reuse.
Trust. Balance.
Snow in winter time.
Snow winter time. Do we want to go there? Or stay there, or make it happen, or keep making it happen?
Gross national happiness.
Gross national happiness. Joy? Anyone? Fun? Yes, thank you.
Green growth.
Green growth. Green growth. Community, thank you.
Responsibility.
Responsibility. I heard something, but equity. Okay, I think I'll stop it there. And equity. Okay, thank you for co-creating this with me.
Thank you, Brian. How you was a little bit more down to earth, but also on the surface, and allowed us to look a little bit beyond what is currently being discussed in the room. We're now gonna our final taster, food for thought on stage. And so beautiful. We just heard of all these entrepreneurs that found ways and means within the ground, within the ocean, to foster carbon or capture. Now we hear from someone, and it's an industry that is quite widely presented here in the room. Construction. Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Okay, good. Because Pablo is going to share with us how everything is eventually working out in buildings. Pablo, with no further ado.
Thank you, Josine. I thought I was going to get a coffee break actually after this. You have to bear with me. I'm the one sitting in between the coffee break and you guys, or other way around. You can maybe bring up the. Good to see there are many people from the building industry. Well, I represent I think the bio-based industry, also through Built by Nature, NGO, who is accelerating timber construction all over Europe and has partly funded the development of construction stored carbon. And I think maybe as a quick recap.
I just got, I just got a briefing. Let me do it.
And I believe most of you will know, but yeah, this looks better.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah. Because of course the built environment is coupled to almost 40% of all CO2 emissions. Of this, 2/3 is the energy used to heat our buildings, and 1/3 is the embodied carbon, so the CO2 emissions during the production of our building materials. So I'm really looking forward to the Minecraft idea to look carbon in the materials, the rocks. But for now, most of the CO2 emissions are connected to the production of concrete, to steel and plastics, altogether about 13-14% of our CO2 emissions. So then, of course, also the cement and concrete industry is looking at solutions, but they're not very nature-based. Most of them are looking at, okay, some more recycling, but for Europe to look at the carbon roadmap for the concrete industry, more than half is focused on storing carbon under the sea ocean. So these are some pictures made at the Heidelberg facility in Norway, one of the biggest cement producers. Well, this is not a nature-based solution, right? Think about embodied carbon only of this facility in itself. It captures carbon from the air, then puts it in huge tanks, makes it liquid, puts it in big trucks, then into a container ship, and then in the North Sea, putting it deep down in an empty gas field. So, and that of course costs a lot of money. So if you look at the carbon cost, or just the cost to get carbon neutral concrete, it's 160 euro per ton. So why not look not at the cost, but at the value of this carbon? Because of course we can do it a lot easier. And Erwin already explained how it works, so I don't have to recap it. But of course, if you look at a piece of timber, half of it is carbon, which originally was CO2. So during growth, the CO2 is absorbed and it's stuck in the timber as long as it will last. Maybe hundreds of years or thousands of years in the pile foundations. So what we see here is monumental houses or 100 years of carbon storage. More than 1,000 years of carbon storage. And the new buildings that we're making, I know we're in Amsterdam, but I actually was born in Rotterdam. So I'm very happy that Amsterdam is doing with all the timber construction. But that's why I like to show a Rotterdam example. And of course, it looks like a nice render, but this building is already being built. I'm going to show you the construction process very briefly. Because yeah, it still has a concrete core, but all the rest is a CLT and glulam made from locally sourced spruce grown in Germany. And I'm going to take you to a factory of the closest CLT factory here. I just checked on Google Maps, it's 233 kilometers away. It's a factory of Dirix. Oh, I hope that's always what goes wrong in these kind of presentations. Can you click it? Then it will play. I don't know if everyone knows how this is being produced. Thank you.
Can I click?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay,
please.
okay.
Thank you. So this is all just typical spruce. So Vuren, we have a lot of this and this is important. The checking with the laser eye of all the defects. So then the defects are taken out. The poor quality goes in the middle. The best quality at the outside. You have this layer that are glued. Always an odd number of layers. There's only 1% of glue. This factory uses bio-based glue. In both directions as strong because of this odd number of layers, using it for walls or for floors. And it is important that you do all the fittings and electricity, sockets, everything is already done in the factory. So then you move it to the building site and people asking about the carbon emissions for the glue or these machines. Well, that is in total, the carbon storage is dark green. It's almost 800 kilograms of CO2 and the emissions are about 1/6 of this. So you're really looking at a carbon negative material as long as it is in use. So you come to, go ahead. I thought that many people knew this, but okay. So then comes the construction stored carbon. How are we going to calculate it with this? Because these kinds of buildings, such as Saba and Rotterdam are effectively a carbon store. So this one works, that's good. So this is the building site. So these elements that are prefabricated, also the 2D elements for the facade, also timber. They arrive at the building site, and what you just need is this accu board, this drill, and you can lock it into through dry connections. So, well, people love working in it. This is evidence. And what is also really nice, it goes a lot quicker. So the concrete takes 1 or 2 years, and this is just 25 weeks to put up 15 stories of prefabricated timber. So this is what it looked like 1 month ago. There will be a lot of plants in there as well. And what is nice, of course, in the more than 3,000 cubic meters of spruce that is being used, calculated through the construction stored carbon methodology, it stores more than 2,500 tons of CO2. So about as much as 1,000 Amsterdam yups will emit in a year. In Rotterdam, of course, is less. And now this is one of the first buildings that is certified following construction stored carbon. So it has a specific code, and it now can actually be traded on the open market. But this is interesting because companies that have a net zero ambition, also in scope 1, 2, including 3, such as Redefco or Duravermeer and other contractors and investors, they can now, with this voluntary carbon credit system, make sure that they compensate for, they have to reduce their emissions, but part of it can also be compensated through these construction stored carbon credits. Well, Redefco works with €120 per ton CO2. So if you make this quick calculation, then you see for a building such as Sawa, more than €300,000 of value is stored in this construction. Well, the supplier of the timber is actually here at the back. Johan Paul, you don't like attention, but here you go. There at the back. Yes. So this is very interesting because this €300,000 you can take into account with your next negotiation. And that, of course, will help for companies that have this net zero goal. So you quickly calculated the timber part is €7 million, right? So if you take this into account, this will be a 5%, and compared to concrete, this is maybe 5% extra. So this is the extra, exactly the leverage that you need to get to a cost neutral, nature-based solution, right? Thank you. Okay, so, but can we reduce it? Because Saba is designed for disassembly. So this is a central business district, and here is Circle. Who of you have ever been or having coffee at Circle? Yeah, so it's a pity you can't do it anymore because it is gone. But so I don't really mind about it. Derix was also the supplier of this and was mounted in a demountable way. And this building is designed for disassembly, but it was supposed to last for 50 years, 100 years, but it doesn't matter. We get a new timber building there. And this is the perfect case study to show the timber can actually be reused. And this was on the building site 4 months ago, and it was a little bit rainy. And this is very interesting because it's just reverse engineering. So the accu the other way around, and you get all the screws out. So that was not that easy, young Paul, but it did work quite well. And then you have a big bucket of screws and all the huge elements that are put on the back of a truck, and they are now being stored in controlled circumstances at the Lagemaat, waiting for the next destination. And the quality of the CLT and the glue is really still super good. So yes, the carbon will be locked in a new building, and maybe in a new building, and at least for 100 years. So it makes sense to cover this carbon. So what is very cool that now we're not only talking about one project such as Houtlab or Saba that has the construction stored carbon credits, but since yesterday, Derix is the first mass timber company, together with Climate Cleanup, has announced that the full production will be certified and will be able to provide with construction stored carbon. So this really is a game changer. So if you now look at the construction stored carbon category, so you click construction, you see these very cool projects, also Cube House and Saba is here, Houtlab, but now also the full production of a company such as Dirix, more than 50,000 cubic meters of timber is being produced, can be provided with construction stored carbon credits to the final commissioner. But first you have to go through Johan Paul and drink coffee with him. Which is really nice. So this factory, 233 kilometers away, so it's really close by, has now the full production capacity certified together with climate cleanup. And what it is nice is that, of course, you have to design for this assembly to be able to use the carbon also in new projects. But most of these projects are designed for this assembly with dry connections. So this, I think, will really be changing the game. And if you look at our, horizons in the central business district, we see all those sparrows, we see all those CO2 bumps, but the developer of Saba is also wanting to make the highest timber building of 130 meters tall in Paris, or maybe Amsterdam, or maybe Rotterdam. And what is nice, and this is the final perspective, and then we can go to the coffee break, is what would be total CO2 benefit if we really make a drastic change to construction with timber. And I like always to quote this meta study, which is published in Nature, and even already this graph shows it all. This was what we have been done in the past, storing carbon. And now with this new concrete CO2 bonds, we are emitting a lot of CO2. And with the new era, we are going to store carbon in our buildings. And also, of course, in the land, the forest that we really need in the bio-based crops. So business as usual, worldwide, 10% in timber. So timber stores a little bit of CO2, but still in concrete emit a lot of CO2. We know this. But if we start building 90% in timber for new timber buildings, then the built environment becomes a huge carbon store. And the emissions, I already explained, are a lot less for the production of CLT and gluten compared to the carbon stored. But this is important. We don't have the CO2 emissions anymore. So this is the avoided CO2 emissions. So you have the carbon storage, but also the carbon you're not emitting anymore. So the difference between scenario 1 and 2 is 100 gigatons. Well, okay, all those numbers juggling. Now this is 25% of our carbon budget to stay within 1.5 degrees temperature rise. So it's not the complete solution, but it's part of the problem, a part of the solution. And we need, of course, all of these to get to a real carbon neutral economy. Thanks for your attention.
Okay. Well, if there's one thing that I can conclude is that your enthusiasm is contagious. And also of all the other speakers that we just heard before, if there's one thing that I can conclude is that it's truly food for thought that is so nourishing. But what we are now going to do, I see your hands. I would love to give you some space, but I know that people also need some nourishment right now. I'm not going to take anything from your break because we, took some more time this morning, perfectly fine. We're going to now move into a half an hour break with one another to exchange, to conclude, and maybe to get into some action together. So we will be here together with each other in half an hour, which means 11:30 back in the room. Big applause again for Pablo. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wat zei je?
Ben je niet een beetje? Oh ja, ja. Heel leuk. Was het ook een beetje? Ja, heel leuk om te hebben. Oh ja, fijn. Ja, dat maakt het wel leuk. Fijn dat je dat nog hebt. Nee, op de weg. Ik ben blij. Ja. Ja.
Bij de nieuwshoudersbouw. Maar wij hebben een zoek naar de Europese Commissie om boven te bouwen aan. En de grootste beperking die we vonden, stel CO2-cijfers, de kwam ik met een punt uit bij jou, misschien maar oké, dat is niet echt. Hoeveel hout er nu onder staan. Als je dan vertel je wil verdubbelen, heb je daar nog the read one he said, first, you want to plan, but we've calculated reforestation way above what the countries are really doing. So we've been optimistic. And in our forests, to even come from the 4.5 to the 8 or 9, that is longer time. Europe, very collaboration everything that Scandinavia and Germany for example have better able to provide not even them, I think when it's they build a lot in massive things. Yes. That is also carbon wise much better. PLC is that. CLT is that. Yeah, but the agreement is yeah. And you don't want monotone, yeah. But he was in our project with Martin, so we published this 2 years ago. Yeah. Well, one of the reviews from others. One of the things about timber availability, looking at the numbers, we are on a project with the information. When they started the whole problem of construction in Europe, they had one of their highlights was carbon in the built environment. They're still pursuing it, although we were saying don't get over it. So it's actually sent to the report. You can check it because how it's and the maximum capacity of the force between 40 and 90 I don't know the cubic meter. What I know is that we have like roughly 95 is still the grade, and just 95 is still the grade. That's the big number. And if you want to bring 5 and put up to 10, there wasn't enough for us. Another issue is we completely counteract this. Okay, let's see. Let's have a look at it. Yeah. Another thing is that all the southern countries said fire safety is a position. But I've heard that the wood building is not so much anymore. It's just very safe. It's still. Can do more stuff. You really have to extra installation pretty hard. So overall, yes, it's great. Something to be optimistic. Careful, it's not positive. Like steel cement is coming down. More 90%. So that's the dream. Yeah, that's good. So that's good. That's the story. So the carbon emissions steel and cement coming down. And helping them. And carbon the life cycle analysis together with what it wasn't better because but looking down at the other here, at the moment it's better, but that's not across in the next 10 years. The steel and see down. And also the recycling and the principle in the end of the carbon of the steel and anyway, because I don't want to build optimism. I love optimism. And you have to do with that. But it was building in wood is beautiful. Paul knows me already a bit longer. I do like optimism. I'm like but I'm realistic as possible. Between 2 points equals 3.
That's a little bit.
My advice is.
He's the realistic.
My advice is don't listen to existing companies. They always have good fixes why you can't scale. Just kick them out. Just say, okay, you're blocked for developments. Just kick them out.
But companies like Bear are going to build business. That if you look at the big screws. I think growth. A lot of one of the things that's also here, and this is very easy.
It's a very nice booklet.
Yeah, it is for free. You can if you download discuss the information. You can download. Take a picture.
Because there's so much. I wasn't building balance. I think also a year ago with Serjan. I think was there. And it was also a lot about fire safety. It's exactly one of the myths. And if you have polyurethane foam in the walls, burns great. The plastic burns super great, but that line doesn't burn. Yeah, so it's a nice thing to have.
Yeah. So there's a solution for everything. But this is also one of the things. There's quite some more timber we can use. We shouldn't use it for biomass, or you shouldn't use it for energy. That's the whole thing. So additional.
If the last remaining product that you use a lot of timber for buying an HC. That's all timber of cups. With steel. Steel case you have. That's what is for biomass. Not for the biomass is. Maak je hout van. Het is ook gewoon met tussen. Nee, dus heel goed. Dat is maar één reden voor. Dat is gewoon de houtwaarde blijkbaar veel lager is. Kijk op hier in Nederland, maar dat is het volume. Ja, gewoon een houtbedrijf bent hier. De houtstand waar je schotjes net nog nooit in de hoofdhuis. CDR niet is gewoon een paar oude. Dat is geen boven. Dat zijn de takken, dat zijn de pophout, takhout, bovendien wat de biomassa. Ja, dat is zeker. Ik ging wel een CO2 doen. Jij zat met hout zoeken, dat is hout. Oké, maar de hout, ik ging gewoon bij hout. En vlakbij ons is het helemaal gesloten. Het is gewoon heel goed gezien. Ja, dat is zo veel beelden gegaan. Ja, een beetje achter.
Maar misschien hier even een proef van. Ja. Ja, het is een hele bus.
Okay, guys, let's find yourself a seat again. Maybe a different seat than before. Let's get yourself surprised. Find yourself a seat. Thank the person for the conversation.
Hoi. Ik ga jullie zo meteen allebei introduceren naar voren te komen. En dan heb ik nog vragen. Jullie komen allebei tegelijk, komen gewoon lekker naast me zitten en dan hebben we een gesprek.
Okay. Okay, everyone. We truly have something to celebrate because you know what is so freaking awesome is that not only on the ground there are those movers, shakers, creators inventing new ways and means to work with one another, but there are people I love to call them pioneers. Some people call them social entrepreneurs, but there are people that are working super hard within existing organizations, high-level organizations that have so much influence on how we practice business with one another. And these people are trying to make a difference within those realms. The next part of this program, we're not going to be working and focusing on the ground itself. We're going to be focusing on what is happening on a policy level and who are creating the change over there. We're going to start with Europe. I'm going to ask Chris Sherwood to come to the front. Chris is the Secretary General of the Negative Emissions Platform. Chris, come forward. Big applause for Chris. And Chris is truly someone to follow in a very emerging sector. And then the next one that I'm going to ask to come to the front and come and sit next to me is Wietse Hermans. Wietse Hermans, there you are. You will tell me. Wietse Hermans has been working together with lots of different pioneers, lots of different sectors in order to launch the ABC Interact program. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I am going to give you both a microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
No, Thomas is not here.
I'm going to take this one on the fly. Okay. Well, there we are sitting all together. How's everyone feeling? Good. Is everyone excited to dive into the depths of European levels? Yes, me too. Okay, great. Let's dive into it, and I'm going to start with Chris. What is currently happening on the European level? Can you just give us a little bit of a hindsight? What is happening around policy for carbon removal?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's really cool to be in this space and in this room with all of you. So what's happening in general is that the European Union is slowly moving forward, as it does slowly, moving forward with its policy making on climate. Of course, the key piece of law is the European Climate Law, which sets targets for emissions reductions over time from now until 2050, and the kind of big milestone that we are expecting in the next few weeks is for the European Commission to propose an interim target for 2040. And what's happening with regards to CDR is that we are very much hoping that the European Commission will propose a specific carbon removals target. So that would be a big signal for the market. It would also provide the basis for further policymaking around CDR. But that's not the only thing that's happening. There are other pieces of European policy which I know that you want us to talk about, so including the carbon removal and carbon farming certification framework, and also other things like the Green Claims Directive, which regulates what big corporates can say about their purchases of carbon removals, for example. So various things.
I love how this little bit of insight that Chris already shared, at least with me, facilitates a little bit of tickling because it's extremely exciting what's coming up because it's influencing our work drastically. One thing that is coming up is the CRCF. You just touched base upon it, Carbon Removal Certification Framework. What is it? What does it mean for farmers, builders in practice?
Yes, so zooming out, we are in a world today where carbon credits are something that no one is obliged to buy. We live in a voluntary carbon market, a VCM, as I'm sure all of you know. And the idea that everyone has is that in the long term we move towards compliance markets where governments oblige the economy to start to buy carbon removals. And we are in this, the European Union is trying to move us from the VCM into these compliance markets. And one of the essential tools is to have some kind of government certification of what is a proper carbon credit, and the CRCF is that tool. So it's the system by which the European Union says this carbon credit is valid and high quality, and I, the European Union, am happy to support it. And currently that's a tool under this CRCF, which is available for the voluntary market, but everyone expects the European Union to then use that tool in the future to feed compliance markets, so that CRCF credits will be what you must buy in the future if you want to be compliant.
Somehow the CRCF sounds almost too good to be true. Like imagine that is eventually going to be rolled out on such a large scale. I'm wondering, what are the challenges to get this implemented?
Well, there are many different challenges. One is which technologies, which activities are covered by the CRCF. There have been long debates about what's a permanent carbon removal, what's the definition of permanence. The European Commission has come up with a definition of 200 plus years. What's the difference between, how do you separate between carbon farming and carbon use in long-lasting products and permanent removals? Where are the dividing lines? All kinds of questions around liability for reversals. What happens if your project burns? Do you have to buy insurance for that? What all those sorts of rules are. So there are all kinds of complicated questions which are challenging there. But there's still a lot of questions around the climate integrity of a lot of these carbon removal approaches.
The beauty in the answer that you just provided is that all these challenges are again opportunities for us to dive into and to clarify and to prove no, it's not a challenge at all. We can conquer it. Thanks so much for this first little insight into the work that you're doing. I'm gonna go to Wietse.
Yeah.
Hello. Wietse, you just started the European ADC project.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I hear a woo. And I get a woo.
Yeah.
Can you tell us more about it?
Yeah, maybe next slide, there should be a map. Yeah, that shows us.
This shows us last week, we had a kickoff of this project, which, as you see on the map, it's not a project which we do in Netherlands alone, but it's a project which we do in 8 countries all over Europe, including non-EU or not yet EU member states like Albania and Ukraine. And what we do is basically, it's a policy instrument-based project. So all of the partners many of the partners are regions across Europe who have their policy, their climate plan, their regional development plan, for example, where it said, well, we want to do something, we want to improve quality of life in general also, besides economy. We also want to work with nature-based solutions. How can we improve in our case, to increase the use of nature-based building materials on one hand? Also, how can we increase the use of regenerative farming so that you can not only store carbon in the plant or in the building material, but also in the soil alongside? And if you build that into policy instruments, you can help 2 sectors, basically, the agriculture and the building industry, to give them more security for the future, to start using these materials also in practice on a larger scale. And that's what we all want. We all want this to happen on a larger scale. So it's working with policy instruments, of course, very abstract for some of you. On the other hand, one of the outputs of the project should be, and already as soon as possible, as far as I'm concerned, that we have follow-up projects which go on the ground, where we can really upscale the use of these building materials and the use of regenerative agriculture. I'm not going ahead of what Reiners will say later on from the Professor Gelderland, who is one of the partners in the project. But what he may mention is that we should, if we want to follow what is needed, we saw already pictures earlier, how much carbon should be stored in the next over the next years in soil or in general. I think more than 60% of the agriculture in Gelderland would have to change from regular to regenerative. Those are huge figures. And I think these figures should be all over Europe. And that's what we want to facilitate with this project. So we are very happy that I'm the one writing the proposal mainly, and I'm now the one managing it. But we are very happy that we managed to get this project in, get this funded, and now very happy to help pushing forwards to follow-up projects.
I see the happiness in his face, don't you?
Yeah. But therefore, we need your help with the follow-up projects. I mean, there are possibilities for other EU funds, such as LIFE, that you may know, or such as Horizon, or such as other programs on the ground in each of the countries, where you can apply for follow-up funding. And one of the chances within the LIFE program is to set up a so-called strategic project. And those are mostly in one country. And they involve the whole community, I would say, from government to industry to NGOs joining in a project to really try and scale up a certain aspect. That's what we definitely want to do. So I'm calling on everyone who wants to join, who has ideas, come to us.
I love already how there's a little bit of an interplay coming to existence while you guys are talking. I was wondering, Chris, do you maybe have a reflection to share?
Well, reflection, I'm not sure it's sharing to Vitsa, but certainly all of these, the EU funds that you referred to, the LIFE project, the Horizon Europe, the Innovation Fund, these are kind of public funds which are useful in stimulating the first of a kind, the early deployments, the development of the technologies, the research, etc. And that's absolutely essential. But what we also are looking for now is for the European Union to provide some kind of vision for where this goes 10 years from now, and 15 years from now, and 20 years from now. How do we get from the kind of 100,000 ton stage to the 10 million ton stage? And how do we create something which is so big in scale that it actually is going to have a climate impact? Because frankly, everything that we do today is wonderful, but it's not making any impact on the climate today. It's just too small. So we need to have that vision, and that's not going to be the kind of the research funds. That's going to be creating those compliance markets. It's going to be obliging the whole economy to invest in carbon removals.
But that's also one of the things I meant with that. If you have a project, for example, in LIFE, you can get up to 60% from the EU, but the rest has to be co-financed. And the co-finance can also come from the private parties who are interested. And I also know from inside from working in this field for 30, 40 years now, that if you have a lot of co-financing, you can do more with your EU money. So that's also why I call on all parties to join us in such a larger project. Because if we have a project where we ask 10 million from the EU and we have 10 million in co-finance, that's fine. But if we have a project from 10 million from the EU and 50 million of co-financing also from the private parties, we are much better off.
Well, it's not without any reason that I call these people the movers and shakers on policy level. You can hear why. I'm going to ask if there's someone in the audience who would love, to raise a question. I have the microphone, so I'm going to be the one who's walking. We have 2 minutes left, yeah? Yeah, just setting the tone.
Thank you. Chris, this is a question for you. This is about one of the largest part of this planet that's often overlooked, and it's the oceans. So I was wondering if you could say anything about the certification of blue carbon in Europe.
Yes, one of the things that we're doing is asking the European Commission to either provide a roadmap for or a timetable for when marine CDR methods methodologies will be created, and therefore certification can begin under the CRCF for marine CDR, or if they can't provide a timeline, could they at least provide a set of criteria which that sector has to meet in order to be ready for the Commission to start looking at those methodologies?
Thank you so much.
Yes, just a quick question. Is there any news on like adaptation from an existing methodology like ONCRA or VERA, and then for farmers that are already in that certification to then switch or swap to the European one? Because there's a lot of uncertainty currently with farmers that are waiting, like we want to regenerate our soils, but now, yeah, there's also a European certification coming. So yeah, what to do? What can we advise to those farmers?
No. So my association focuses on the long durability carbon removals, and we have not engaged in the discussion on the soil carbon and carbon farming certification. So I'm really not sure what the answer to that question is. I think in general, the Commission is still debating whether it should go for a model which replaces all of the kind of existing registries and certifications and systems, etc., or whether it kind of leverages those and becomes an umbrella for them all. And I believe that debate is still ongoing, hasn't been resolved.
Yeah, maybe to add, I think Sven can tell a little bit more about that from the climate cleanup perspective, because you have been also in these negotiations about CRCF. But
so I definitely
maybe
recommend,
we'll come back later in the.
I definitely recommend that you connect with Bart over here. Bart, I'm gonna park you here.
Commission had a talk about this webinar last week, and they were basically saying the second one where, yes, we have to take the carbon project that is existing in Spain into account in the CRPF. So there's going to be transition mechanisms, or you can just join now, and it will, if the place you're joining is saying we're following CRCF, then you're.
This person promised me a very short question.
For Chris again, how do you look at carbon removals in relation to ETS? Should it be part or not?
Well, that's an extremely topical question. The European Commission is consulting on that right now. The attractive thing about the ETS is that it's very large and it exists, and it could be a great source of demand for carbon removals. The other things to think about, of course, is that the ETS does not cover the whole economy. So you will never just be able to have the ETS is not the solution to bringing carbon removals into compliance markets. It's one of the solutions. And we really want to encourage the European Union to think about what those other solutions might be. Should there be, for example, mandates for air aviation to buy carbon removals if they can't move to SAF, for example, or should we be talking about construction specific incentives or all kinds of other compliance markets that could exist? But certainly, if ETS does link to carbon removals, then it should be done in a climate, in respect of climate integrity.
Lisa, do you have two final phrases to add to that?
Well, maybe not exactly following on to that, but maybe on what we earlier discussed and also what we heard this morning, that I think it's also important to not only focus on carbon only. We heard this morning about water cycles, which is also part of the problem. We hear about biodiversity crisis. We hear about FAS and other issues which are helping or not helping us to survive basically in the current situation. So we need also solutions which are more holistic on a more landscape approach. And that's also what we hope to involve to include in project ideas. And maybe if I give one of an example of a small project, a very small one. It's about if you grow certain reeds, the cattail, maybe the one of the big cigars. If you grow them, you can use higher water level, and you can still have a harvest from these soils. But you have to harvest the plant. But the material, the roots, are also, they have a nice possibility that they filter water, they purify water. So there's a system where there's a project we're working on right now where you can harvest the plant, use it as building material, but the roots will attract not only microplastics but also PFAS. They can bind it. So if you can you harvest the plant, you take out the roots, you bind it, the fuss and so these are the type of plants or projects where we need joint finance. It cannot only come from the EU. It will not have enough impact. We need a joint finance.
And about that element of finance, we're going to talk this afternoon. Big applause for these two. Thanks a lot. Well, if there's one thing clear, is that the work that is being done on an EU level, name it framework setting, name it launching intersectoral projects, that is extremely important and decisive for the practices on the ground. I want to ask two people to come to the front because we're going to move to the national level of the Netherlands. Marcel Berg, you work with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Big applause for Marcel. Thanks for joining me. And the second person is Peter Oei, who works for the Ministry of Agriculture, Nature and Food Quality. Big applause. Is there another person joining? No. We have a lot of other persons joining this conversation, I'm 100% sure. I'm going to start with Marcel. You helped shape the National Carbon Removal Roadmap. Am I saying this correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks. What does this roadmap mean? Can you tell us more about it?
Well, the roadmap is actually a visionary document that we wrote in response to request from Parliament, actually, which tries to put the whole issue of carbon removal on the political agenda as a second pillar next to emission reductions. So I think it's really a milestone in policy making that we have this document now. As I said, it tries to be a visionary document, so it's trying to indicate the challenge of carbon removal. So why do we need it? What is the extent of carbon removal that we would need? We need it to get first to climate neutrality that we aim for by 2050. But that's only an in-between milestone, because in the longer term, in order to bring temperature increase back to 1.5 degrees, we will have to remove more carbon from the atmosphere, actually have on the global level net removal. So that's really a big challenge that I think policymakers are not so much aware of. That's ahead of us to meet our climate targets.
Well, I heard from people that the production of this roadmap has also been quite a challenge. You know, it has been a very work-intensive process to get that roadmap published. Could you share a bit more on this? Because how did you manage to create this? I heard something about Wednesdays that are special days. No, that's an insight from Sven. No, but share a little bit more with us. But who did you work? How did this lift it off the ground?
Well, as I said, the starting point was simple because we had a request from Parliament. But then we set up an interdepartmental working group, so all ministries were represented, because this is not just an issue for my ministry of climate and green growth, but as Peter will point out, has much to do also with nature conservation, agriculture. Well, we have already seen building sector, but also with industry. So it was very logical to involve all these ministries. I think the more difficult part was actually the vision, which has to do, we put up screen now a number of starting points, and there we had some discussion. Like, well, the first one is maybe simple, keep focusing on emission reduction as the main priority, because it's not so easy to remove carbon and to also store it. at the scale that's needed. So the best thing to do is to avoid the need of carbon removal in the first place. So you should not make it too easy or too cheap to remove carbon instead of reducing emissions. And of course, that there's a debate, policy debate about what does that mean in practice. Then the other thing has to do with whether to focus on permanent removals or more temporary removals. We had advice from the National Science Advisory Group on Climate, and they gave, in their advice, focused very much on just permanent removals. And we felt that that was not a very balanced approach. We think we should give a balanced approach by also taking account the options for temporary removals. I think that is something you probably all agree with, because much of the nature-based approaches are in the category of not permanent, at least. But it also has to do with where to use the non-permanent removals for. Like, can you use them for compensating fossil fuel emissions, which will stay in the atmosphere for hundreds of thousands of years? So the idea is that in principle, you should try to use permanent storage for very long-lived greenhouse gases like CO2, but also N2O. Of course, that has also policy implications, but that was a very important starting point. Well, the next one was more about methodologies. We think these should be very robust. We should assure that there's credibility of the credits that we create. And also related to that is that we should try to use carbon in the most valuable way. We not just have to store carbon, but we also have to replace fossil fuel carbon, and that also requires carbon. So there is competition for sustainable carbon. That's another challenge.
Well, many thanks for the work that you have done, because it's very bold also to communicate these statements so en public. So big applause here. And I love how you were already building a bridge towards Peter. I know that Peter is also quite a bridge builder yourself. You're a connector of dots. And you have been connecting the farming and construction industry as well in your own way. How did that come to existence? How did you do that?
Well, I made a whole presentation about it. Shall I just start?
Oh, well, of course.
So the actual start was actually when I was still working at the Innovation Foundation for Horticulture, and we did a lot of research on how to use all kind of waste streams from horticulture. So the small building on the right you see here was actually was insulated with bell pepper stems, and which is not quite unusual. And I think that there were many people inspired by all the different products which were shown at the Floriade World Expo. It got a lot of attention on the financial system because it provided not to do very well, but from
everyone here pays her well.
Sorry, no, okay. I worked for the Ministry of Agriculture for 2 years now, and I did a lot of experimental work before that. So I'm not a very typical policy person. So I still have to learn sometimes to get around in the ministry. So I'm really much more about building things. So this is one of the projects we did at the Floriade, where we all tried different kinds of, this is, for example, from mycelium, where you can actually store hemp or wood-based stuff into different forms. And what we did afterwards, which was also shown in the previous, is like starting a sort of buyer group. So we said, don't subsidize, just try to get the markets ready for it. And one example, which was not so easy to do, but actually we managed to get the Rijksvastgoedbedrijf, what's the name of it, central government real estate agency. They are supposed to do all the buildings for the central government. And they had to renovate the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Agriculture. And we managed to get, in the end, biobase as a very important thing into it. And we got very interesting pilot rooms where they had all kind of experimental stuff in it. they actually managed to get the builder. They just said to him, "We have sprinklers here. We don't need all the fire certificates. Just put it in." But I think the most important was that within their second roadmap, they put a level of a fixed percentage of the applications should be bio-based. So if there's a door or insulation, there's a fixed level. And this would account for all the buildings they do. So actually we had quite a large impact by actually doing a small thing. And we had a lot of other projects like, and then actually we came up with a sort of smaller regional space where we wanted to scale up. And we came up in the end, thanks to the Climate Fund, we managed to get almost 200 million. And there's 3 big transitions which we have to make. From the agricultural side, it's about how do we make sure we have got enough sufficient building materials. The second is that you have to turn them into a building material. The third one is that the sector has to adopt it and really has to use them. And so we set targets for 2030, which are that at least 30% of new houses should have 30% bio-based material. And that sounds maybe little, but if you know the little weight, for example, for insulation compared to the weight of, for example, the foundation, this is a very high target actually. And also the existing buildings should be insulated with a lot of more bio-based stuff. And we not only have the Ministry of VRO, so the housing ministry, but we also have the Ministry of Infrastructure. So there's also 6 different product market combinations within the field of, for example, lignin for asphalt. And what does it mean for the agricultural sector? It means that we would need about 400,000 tons of dry matter in 2030. And the expected land use was about to be 50,000 hectares. I think we have like 4 ministries working together, and in this way, I really feel we are doing a good job by trying to create the market conditions. We have like 40 different interventions. So the carbon credit fund is just one of the interventions. It's one of the 40 interventions. And we have a small part, which is innovation and knowledge. Oh, what's happening? So how does it work? There's a foundation called Building Balance, which scales up. So there's on the left, you see 5 different crops. And what can you do with those crops? You can make, for example, in the top, it's a prefab straw-based systems. I think the one which is relatively easy is just blowing in straw into hollow building elements. But there's also things like having the elephant grass pulp it, get the lignin and the cellulose out. You use the lignin for roads, and then it gets a binder. So there's a whole, I think that we have like 60 different product markets combinations, and we're trying different regional chains to get it into the market. So actually the government is really taking a big step towards creating market conditions. I think this is, and also we're working together with 4 ministries in all these different fields. So these are some examples about which markets to target at new house renovation. So there's all different markets and different product market combinations. Okay, sorry. So now about where you came for the carbon credit. So it's just one measure out of the 40 different interventions. And we started with asking SNK, so the foundation, to get a new certification system. And then we tried to organize change to use this kind of building systems. And when we did the research and we also came back to the farmers, we thought eventually that it was about the profitability, but it also turned out that the liquidity, so having the money up front, was really important. So that's why we, in that sense, changed it, that we said we were going to pay upfront. It means there's an extra income, but he has to ensure that his material goes to the building sector, which is not easy because there's a limited number of companies producing actually building material from feedstocks. And for the time between 2030, we have got about 22 million. And what do we offer? It's being published on TenderNet. And TenderNet is, so we actually buy them, but we want to sell them in the end. And that's why it's important to know in the end from also EU, like, what are the terms and conditions, how you can actually sell them and how can you use them? Because we don't want to keep them. We want to create in the end a market for Dutch constructions toward carbon credits. And we also built in a system that if the farmer can sell it at a higher price than for what we paid him for, that he can sell it and he has to pay us back. So then he can make additional profit. Because the price we pay is not that high, like 75 to 90 euros, but it's upfront. And sometimes we will only get the carbon credits after 4 years. So it depends on the ability of the crop to how much carbon can be stored from the material which comes from the hectares. It's about 500 euro for hemp. But then you already see, because miscanthus, the elephant grass, has a very high productivity. So you can actually, in 1 or 2 years, you can easily get your carbon credits and you can actually pay back. And the amount we pay upfront is enough for the farmer to actually invest in planting the rhizomen, as they're called, in the soil. What we actually found, so we did 2 rounds for the applications at the end of last year and the beginning of this year. I'm quite happy we did manage to get the 1.2 million we all spent it. It's actually being done by the Nationaal Groenfonds, and we're quite happy that because we are policymakers, we are not doing things. Well, I think I didn't say but there's uitvoeringsorganisaties, executive organizations. And so they do all the handling, etc. We had about 30 applications, but Sonja, how many farmers do we have? I forgot. Do you know? 80. Okay, about 80. And so we had 2 ways to involve. Either you would go for the way that you would as a individual farmer, or you would go as a group with a company who would actually take care of bringing the material turning it into a building material. And what we see now is that actually the real problem is not so much that there's a lack of interest. The real problem is, can we get enough projects, because it takes so many years before you organize a building, and it takes like up to 7 years sometimes to really have houses being built from scratch. So if an architect draws it this year, it takes like 2-3 years because it's actually being built. So it takes quite a long lead time. So we see now the supply chain is actually more the limiting factor, and then we try to put more effort on trying to get the market developed for the building materials, and then it does help. So we are currently evaluating the system. We do see that we get new farmers in. We also know that when we pay for it, the material will go to building sector. But for now, yes, almost finished. One more?
Yeah, because I would love, like you were already almost facilitating it, because we're going to move more towards the people that are also doing a lot of things, more on the provincial level. Would you maybe have like a final phrase to share with the audience, because we do need to move on?
Okay, we are going to evaluate how to change the system, and we're probably going to add other crops like waste from horticulture, for example, or maybe like wood. And in the meantime, we're also spending some money on what we call an impact innovation challenge, which is not carbon credit, but it's a system more early in the process where you actually try to develop more building materials. So that's the last point. Well, and I'm really interested to see how so many people involved in the carbon credit sector, but it's also about what can you finally do if you have these carbon credits. So if somebody buys them, what can he actually do with them? And okay, thank you.
Amazing, wow, beautiful in-depth insight. You know, the fact that you managed to launch this 200 million program to connect farming and construction and include the 15 million that directly pays the farmers to store carbon, extremely cool. We're going to go into the depth in conversations after the next part. I'm going to invite 4 people on stage after saying thank you to Marcel and Peter. Oh, we don't have to. Because now we're going to move to a provincial level. We're going to move to the grounds where things are actually happening. I already see someone moving. Can I ask 4 musketeers in carbon removal to come to the front, which is Megan Maartens from North Holland. Marco van Stekelenburg van Zuid-Holland. Hallo Marco. Dan hebben we Alexander Huisens uit Utrecht. Zeg ik het juist? Huisens, oké. En we hebben Reinier Aukenstein uit Gelderland. Okay, it's gonna sit for it. Megan, Megan, you're representing the north of the Netherlands, North Holland. And I'm wondering, would you love to give us a little bit of a summary on this national roadmap that you've also been engaged in?
You mean the market exploration?
Yeah.
So we, well, actually, Gelderland, they were leading the market exploration. I think also a big part of it is that we're really starting in the provinces to get into this subject. In North Holland, we ratified a climate plan in 2024. And we're doing a monitoring each year to see if we're on track with reaching our climate goals. And it's no surprise that we're not there yet. We still have a gap of 4.9 megatons of CO2 to reduce to actually achieve our goals of 2030 and reach climate neutrality in 2050. And this subject is something that we really want to use to reach our targets. So that's why we started this market exploration to see what's out there and to see if it can help us reach our climate goals.
So I believe that in this market exploration, you talk about green and gray removal. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that mean?
From the province of North Holland, we see these two types of removal as the more technical side, which is usually based on fossil fuel production. And we have the more natural side, which is the green carbon removal, which is based on natural processes and usually aims to put the biosphere back into balance. And that's something that is very integral to our goals, especially because it also combines different issues that we face. So within the Netherlands, we have an issue with space. Space is scarce. There's a lot of pressure on space. In North Holland, we actually have 27% less space than we need for our policy agenda to actually work. And so we're looking for transdisciplinary solutions that combine different societal issues into one physical space. And in that sense, for instance, green carbon removal really contributes to our goals of, bringing solutions to different societal challenges.
So in terms of this market exploration, where are you currently standing? What's ahead?
Well, in the province of North Holland, we're really in the beginning stages. I think from the 4 provinces here, we're basically the baby of it. And we're really exploring what is out there and how we can move in this space, and still also seeing what is politically feasible. Because there's, again, a lot of pressure on our policy agenda and on our space, and we're trying to get it politically ratified. So that's kind of how we're at right now.
Beautiful. Well, when it comes to exploring what is out there, I know I have a person on my side, Marco, who is spending quite some hours in the province next to the Malieveld, you know, the house of the province. That's what people told me. Because you are truly a seeker and searcher of innovations. And I'm wondering why. For instance, you've been in close contact with the Underground Forest Project. Why and how?
Yes, as a province of South Holland, we like to do stuff, and so we see ourselves as a real life testing ground. So my job at the province is to facilitate the startups getting things tested, getting things done. So we've got quite some field labs, also for urban built-up environment in Delft, in Rotterdam. We've got for the industry, and actually in Scheveningen that's it's for sea innovations. And one of the interesting things is you talked about green and gray. We have a lot of green innovations. So underground forest is a green one, because they use the trees as the technique. But also CO2, that's one of the more technical ways. DOC, direct ocean capture, they are settled now or are going to settle in Scheveningen to harvest carbon out of seawater. And what do you do with the carbon? They bring it to Rotterdam, where there's another innovative startup, or perhaps scale-up, you would say, it's Pebble, who put the same CO2 into concrete for building. So these yeah, we facilitate all these innovative businesses, also like the underground forest, to just go ahead and see what we can do.
Well, as you and Eugene are truly an innovation scout, I always love those people that are trend watchers that can provide us with a little bit of insight what's actually currently happening. Can you share with us one trend? What have you been seeing popping out of the ground in terms of innovations recently, more and more?
Of course, we are talking here about with on carbon dioxide removal. So I mostly do energy. So of course, what Ilke also mentioned, 2/3 of the Earth is sea. So there's a lot also in harvesting energy from the sea, and that's what I found really interesting. For instance, CO2. It's the company who's now starting a pilot in Scheveningen, but their beachhead market is at the ocean, because there are lots of old oil and gas rigs getting out of business, and what would be so interesting that they put these installations over there harvesting carbon from the ocean, also perhaps with seaweed and other stuff, but then putting it back into the old gas fields. So yeah, these are things are on the horizon already.
After talking with Megan about market exploration and now with Marco about innovation scouting, I have this one question. I'm going to raise it to Alexander next to me, who's representing Utrecht, because no matter what happens, the underground forest is quite an exception when it comes to the utilization of space. But most of these innovations need quite a lot of space. How is that integrated into your vision, like the omgevingsvision, the vision on how you use space and can facilitate this space?
Oh, that's a nasty one. Utrecht is quite a small province. It's actually the smallest province in the Netherlands, land-wise. So what you see is that you get a stack of utilization functions in the same space, and that's quite a challenge. And that's what we work out in the omgevingsvisie. CDR is quite difficult to match into that, because everybody wants to live somewhere, needs to work somewhere. We have space needed for sports, for whatever. And on top of that, you have to have your CDR goal, which takes up a lot of space. And I do think, and that's why we're sitting together here as provinces, that we can't do this on our own in Utrecht. We're too small to do that. So we need a national level to communicate on and to discuss on, and even in a European level to do that. So all of our bio-based material, for example, is coming from outside of Utrecht, and we don't have the space to do that in Utrecht. So there's a need, a certain need, and a desperate need almost to work together with Poland, with France, Belgium on this subject.
The beauty of maybe also smaller provinces, but also just being an entity, is that there's lots of also innovations coming forward from your organization. So one thing that I have noted down here, when it comes to the value of carbon out of the atmosphere, how you quantify that, how you make a cost-benefit analysis, Utrecht made a bold statement, because Utrecht says it is €875 per ton. Could you tell us more on how that cost-benefit analysis happened?
Well, it was quite a process. It started 2.5 years ago. So it's €875 per ton CO2. We started counting with that internally. We use it as a consideration price before we start a project or a tender. So we decide on basis of that price if you go in the direction of A or B. So it's quite internally focused, but we're trying to transfer that now to other sectors, aspects of our work as well. For example, in building, in natural building, I should say. So we're trying to achieve a certain amount or a certain part of the price into building projects or mobility projects. I'm not going to say that's going to be €875 per ton, because every project in wood or regenerative material would be on top of the pile. And that's not what we're striving at for as province. Well, not politically, I should say. Maybe I would, but we're trying to get a fragment of that price into policy that's going outwards in tenders and in projects and stuff like that.
Thanks for sharing. Then last but not least, I'm gonna move to Gelderland, to Reindert. Let's just take a little step back because I believe you are already involved in the topic of carbon removal and carbon in general since 7 years. What is your personal drive?
My personal drive is a good question. Actually, I came out of development aid and out of accessibility. And my personal drive was actually that I was in China 9 years ago or a little bit longer. And then I saw this is not possible anymore. So people cannot live like that. So that my personal drive is really that I think that we are living on the earth in a way which is not possible. And especially if you see the examples in Southeast Asia. So that was my personal drive. But the other thing is then I'm also an engineer, so I start to see figures. And then I want to show a little bit my presentation. And I first want to thank my colleagues because you did it also on age. And I want to say, okay, for Megan, and actually North Holland is very much on, I have 3Ds actually, on data. So they are very good in it. And I really see also now again that you do that and put us on the data. For doing, he said it himself already, we do. And actually, really, it's something very good that the development of the true pricing through Europe as through Utrecht is very good. So I want to look at that. So I go to this. It's nice that it's always standing, and maybe you also can help me. So we are with 4 provinces. So they have the same weather, you can see, because the flags are in the same weather. But I was first doing it on Dutch, so I had it over the ondergeschoven kindje. And I looked for a picture of that, but so I pushed under kids. So you see the little child under the bed, what was before here. So I want to say that sequestration, if you call it that, is CO2, getting out the CO2 is a little bit pushed under kids still. But we are trying to get it on the stage. So next one, I will do it a little bit fast. So what we have learned from North Holland is actually putting it in figures, but we did it already a long time. And this is, you see the different build-up area, mobility, etc., and the reduction of emission of greenhouse gases. What is really terrible is actually look at this one. So actually we have gone up in the last 5 years, and especially this is for the province of Gelderland. Actually, we should get less cows, but we got more cows. And it has everything to do with stikstof, with the nitrogen, because people take the latent ruimte, they got a lot of licenses and they put more more cows on it. It's really terrible. Yeah, it's really bad. But what about sequestration? What about this? Was it not in our figures? Because we had, no. The next one. We had a little bit, so there was about wood and regeneration of forest and a little bit of soil. But when I made the calculations, I was astonished. To reach this, or only you have to do about what was said by before, about 60%, 70% of our whole agricultural land has to be turned over to maybe also what was said before, this low sowing. Was it the low? I forgot the name. Undersowing, yeah. Oh, sorry, undersowing. That is something what happened, and then I thought we have to work on that. So I met the people from Climate Cleanup. I was just shifted from accessibility, so it was really nice. So we stayed in a very nice house somewhere in Twente, and we were at that time already thinking about everything that's happening here. I'm so happy that to see now so many people who are involved, that at that time we were already thinking about that. So we were also a little bit with regeneration and the movie 2040, we do a lot with children to get it in. And the ONCRA was something what we set up at that time already, that we want to have something what is what is a very good accounting system. Actually, my neighbor
the little boy then, because I was the friends with their father, is Ties Gijzel. And maybe Ties Gijzel you know from Following the Money. And he is really talking about the green cowboys or the people greenwashing. And that's what I think we really, we have to be accountable as civil servants. So as civil servants, we really have to see that. So that's why I went on to ONCRA. Next slide. So ONCRA, maybe you know, it's again about data, and it needs many small entrepreneurs. That's actually farmers and all people here. You also need big ones, but especially young, a lot of them. So my former boss was also regional minister. He always said, I want a big bang, Reindert. I want a big bang, then we go down. The only big bang, what can happen is in North Holland, that's just closing Tata Steel, but that's not realistic. That's a real big bang, but we don't have that. So we have to do it with many small farmers. Next one. So then we also worked together with ONCRA on construction stored and land stored carbon. And that's also what you see now is this ABC project. We want first to be a little bit mature to go into Europe. We are now mature enough. And so now we are going to work with Wietse and Nina, who's also project leader, on the ABC project. Next one. What I think, and that was really a little bit, yeah, a little bit sad, was there were no people almost from finance in the room, except for two, I think. I think that's the thing what we as a government have to learn much more and work together with, is with the finance people. They are needed and we have to have innovative financing. But for us, it's always dangerous, the reputation. That's also what I said, we have to be accountable. So I have now two regional ministers who are from the BBB, that's the farmer, you say that, the farmer party. And you also have to get them on board, of course. So the thing I saw this man from Groningen, I said, we have to go with all the politicians to him, just to tell the story, because it's not that we want to kill the farmers or whatever as civil servants, but we want to help them and find new ways of making business. Okay, next one. Now we have ECOM make the bridge, because we have a lot of bridges also in Gelderland. So you had first the National Programma Landelijk Gebied. It was a program what is actually killed in the beginning. So, but it is still, in all the provinces, we are still working on it. It was to get down the nitrogen. It was very important also for actually the climate. So for reducing, especially NH4, so the methane, but also to store. And that was very good. And I hope it will go in Europe and in the Netherlands, that we say every province has to do this or that. If you set a target, it's very, very important. Then you start working. If you don't set a target for a policymaker, well, we are doing very nice things, but not so much working on it. So I think the targets in South Holland, they don't need it because they're always doing, but we need some targets. Then we have the urgency. That's it's good that you put it on the next one because that's very important. I think I also want to thank somebody, Joost. Joost, do you want to get up? He makes the initiative of the climate exam in the Netherlands. You really have to do that. And what is very good, because I saw this 2 weeks ago, and this was actually in the exam. You see here, this is actually really, it was, something was already said, and this about this thing, you can still remember the colors, but this is more sad. This is frightening. I don't know if you see this, it's gone up all the way, the CO2, and that has to do actually a lot with, does anyone knows?
Yes. It has to do with a lot of additional forest burning.
Yeah, it has to do that the system is now so far that it gets so warm and the heat is so that a lot of forest is actually destroyed. So we are in a visual circle because it goes up and down and down and down. And that's why it went up so much. And it doesn't look so, but if you look in the percentage, it's really terrible. So we really have to, that was before always the said, double nature. So we have to do a lot to do on all this nature and have it green all the time. and try to see that we get the temperature down so that this forest burning is not happening anymore, and also the forest is dying. I go to the next slide. I'm still in time.
1 minute.
So now this is what we did. So that's what we did, and we are doing like running. We are very good in it as Holland. This the 4 keer 400 meter. And you see, I do that also a lot, not that much, but sometimes sprinting. And so I give this stick further to Utrecht, but that will go later. He do it with CA Delft. Is the person in the, oh yeah, okay. So I will give you the microphone as a stick after this. So what we have done is a market analysis with New Economy. So they say, enlarge the knowledge that many more people, so really get the politicians out and that they understand. And that's why I also like exams. I find actually that all the politicians have to do that exam. Otherwise, you're not a politician if you don't know anything about climate. The second one is establish registration and monitoring. That's where we are working on. True pricing, thank you. Implement CSF certification, we were talking about that. I think also for all the other things, not only for one part, and don't mix it with ETS. That's the thing I have always said, don't mix it with ETS. You have 2 different targets. You need one on reduction and one on just getting it out. If you don't do that, we are, well, it's cool, yeah, I don't know, it's cool. Use benefits for transition. So the use benefits for transition, so use the money, what we get out of it for the transitions we need. Stimulate innovations, that's of course then always in South Holland, and integrate it into business operations. So that's a little bit, oh, that was I'm standing there. Someone standing in front, but that is really important. If you really talk to the BBB, they are very interested in this whole thing. If they know that it's business for farmers. And I think also that we have to give. So we have to give business for farmers and for others. So that's really important. And now I give the floor to, I forgot the name, but Maarten from CDR.
Yeah. Thank you.
Wow, thanks a lot. Great, Maarten.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm not in the official program even, so I won't take too much of your time. My name is Maarten de Vries. I'm a researcher at CE Delft. We are a not-for-profit consultancy on climate, energy, sustainability issues. And I'm just going to talk very briefly, just one slide, on the study that was commissioned to us by the 4 provinces, exactly the 4 people actually sitting here. So the aim of this study is to advise the provinces on the key considerations and trade-offs that exist for CDR policies for provinces. So yeah, what targets should you take? What objectives should you choose? The roles to take up as a province in this context. And the idea of this study is also to really work on concrete actions, key steps in a decision process. So what should the policy entail, and how should you get there, basically? And our method is first we gather information on all the provinces' policies that are already here, the ongoing initiatives. So you already said that saw that a lot is already going on there. And what we're doing now is basically we notice that there are many choices to make, many decisions to take, but no, the combinations of choices and decisions, not all are consistent. So basically, what we do is to develop several coherent sets of related policy choices, and those choices are then, for instance, on the policy objectives you have as a province, the CDR methods you focus on, temporal, nature-based, or more permanent technical. Also the specific roles you want to fulfill as a province. And this will lead to 4 kind of policy packages related to agriculture and soil, nature and land use, industry and materials. But we are still in the process of developing this further. And in the end, we will advise on what packages would suit best and how to set up the whole decision process. And at CE Delft, we are also working on a kind of CDR crash course for local governments, and of course also to other CDR related studies at all levels of government. We also work for national government, for European Commission even. So if you would like to have more information, you can email me at m.devries@ce.nl. And now I think I give over to you again for
Thanks. No, thanks a lot
Your
for
time?
sharing. Yeah. Well, if you want, we can stay with us. We can go to
Yeah.
because we have 10 minutes left. And look at this. I have a stage full with people that you are allowed to challenge, to question, to spark. I've seen, for instance, speaker writing in lockdown. I'm first going to go here to the front because I already see the first hand coming up, and I'm not going to be on stage. It's going to be you.
Hi, thanks. Saskia, Municipality of Eindhoven. I'm curious, how do you relate co-benefits in CDR? Do you at all like health benefits in general, like improved quality of living in cities?
Feel free to recommend.
Can I take this one? And I will give it to you. Can already think about it. So I think when I think when I'm talking, so don't get confused. What we try to do, especially also what is different maybe from the national level, and maybe in the municipality you do it even more because you work in the wijk and in the neighborhoods, etc., which you do totally integrated and holistic. You try. Okay. And that's what we also try, of course. And then what you see for us, it's what is the field of, we have to work in as a province is actually on the more like nature, all the things actually in spatial, not on the social aspect. So, but we still take health but especially biodiversity, circularity, climate adaptation, climate mitigation, we take into account also for this. So you see also more also in your province, so the North Brabant, they actually also apply to come in this coalition. So we are discussing, we try to work with everyone, but they are also looking at how can we do this holistic approach, and they have, there's also now a new manager who does adaptation and climate mitigation together. So that helps because then you start thinking also about the cost about climate adaptation. It also helps to get a high mark on the exam because the climate exam is also climate adaptation. So I got a very good mark, but not really actually. I made a lot of mistakes.
And mistakes are allowed to be made as long as we're transparent about them. I see that you have another reflection to share.
Yes, a small reflection. As Sven mentioned at the start, it's about connection. Yeah, and actually, I think that's one of the hardest thing at the moment. So there are a lot of extra benefits that we've all witnessed with all the presentations. But for me, actually, it's quite difficult to get all regional ministers, all colleagues into this thing because it's still something which is not for theirs, and especially for instance like the underground forest. Got a lot of resistance as well because it is carbon capture and storage, but people only see, oh, you can't use wood, just put under the ground. But yeah, so it is a lot about connection and about explaining and about getting people around the table.
I'm going
to contribute to that.
Yes.
Yes, I think as I've been working for the province now for half a year, you can see that within provinces there's a lot of fragmentation, and everyone has like this extensive policy agenda, which is why it's difficult sometimes to work together on subjects because simply there's just no capacity because there's so much work everywhere. And within the province of North Holland, we're trying to really act upon those co-benefits right now. So for instance, on this example, we have kind of an ad hoc working group that we're doing with people that are doing projects on CDR within their own policy areas. But next to that, we're also developing maybe a planetary health policy framework in which we're trying to see if within the province we can actually get those co-benefits within climate policies, because I think that's something that needs to happen. And we're trying to get everyone on board for that as well. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for sharing, Megan. I have a question here behind me.
You're talking about true pricing for carbon costs at 875 euros per ton. Do you have any idea what your province, for its own business management, pays for compensating its own carbon footprint?
Another tricky question. Yeah. We reserved 50,000 euros on a yearly basis to do that. And that's only a small portion of what we emit as a province, but we use that as an incentive to get the discussion going in provincial council to do that. So it's just a fragment, it's just really tiny.
Less than €5 a ton.
It is. If you count it like that, but we use that as an incentive price, so it's not really valid to say that we reduce by a certain amount of tons, but because it's only done to get the thoughts going on CDR and about putting carbon into building materials, for example.
Ooh, okay, I see two final questions here. I'm gonna first start with you.
It's a short one. I'm curious, the CO2 emissions for that you are trying to compensate. Do you use the ONCRA system actually? I was curious of all the provinces. Is it actually being used, or is it another system that you're doing?
It's just another system at the moment because we're developing our policies together with CDR to get a good framework to work within, because we can't choose as yet for one of the options. It's not decided even if we're going for a natural solution or a chemical solution or other solutions to do something about CDR. So that decision has to be made first, and then the instrument is following onto that.
Actually, I think it's good to read also the report of New Economy in the market analysis. You had a better word, market analysis. We have actually looked at many of those kind of systems, and it's really important that we choose the right system. ONCRA looks good, but we also have to look at different things to see which one we should choose, because it has to be open and fair. And that's also why I actually invited, but I think this is not here from Follow the Money. I asked them to come because I want to get feedback and try to kill it, and then we become better.
Actually, what I refer to it as naast de centjes ook de C'tjes. And so we do normal accounting, euros accounting, and it's not so hard. We don't really need ONCRA to account our carbon emissions. As you mentioned, you can do it just by hand. 50,000 divided by the amount as a province of Zuid-Holland. Over 60 tons a year still emitting from our construction of roads, and we pay zero because it's not obliged to do so. So yeah, of course from innovation we got some budget, but as long as it's not obliged to pay for your emissions, then it's quite difficult to persuade the regional minister to say, okay, let's put money in it, because even if I do, let's say 10 euros, it's already 600,000 euros on a yearly basis, or what you would say like almost 800 or 1,000, it's 70 million euros, and that's a lot. It's not really a lot because we got a budget of a billion a year, so in total it's like couple of percentage, but still it's a lot in the total amount, and we have to persuade to put the money aside for carbon removal.
I want to give you a final minute, final question, final thought before you're going to go into a break.
Yeah, and I think you already laid the bridge, because my question would indeed be, as government, take the lead. What keeps you back from saying, look, we got enough emissions this year, and of those we're going to remove them because we know we have to do it at a certain moment anyway. Next year, 20%, 30%, etc. What keeps you back? Where's the responsibility?
The answer is politics, of course.
Yeah, but that's too easy actually. We really have to show also, so that's why we work on really good reports, etc. because you have to advise your regional minister and your politicians. The thing what we have to do now, I also said that all the politicians have to do the climate exam, is that people get more aware, and then I think so we have to work on awareness. But that's a little bit, that's not totally for us as civil servants, but we have to work on actually the knowledge and really science. Maybe it's but I think science is the answer. And so we have to work on that and just show and 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 show.
Can I get a big thank you for the whole panel? And so if there's one thing for sure, I've been hearing it over and over and over again, also with an example of, hey, where's follow the money? This afternoon, we're gonna talk about where that money is, how we can follow it, and how we can make it flow. For now, we are gonna go into a break. This break is going to be until 1:30. So 45 minutes, you're gonna have to take a beautiful lunch over there. Organization, is there anything that they need to know? Am I missing out on something? No. Thanks for everything so far. It has been a very beautiful morning. I hope that you already took some concrete things out of this morning. Talk about it with one another. But now, let's go and have lunch.
Sorry hoor. Nee, no worries, no worries. Ja, ik spreek het. Ik heb werksteps gedaan.
Dat is ook wel meer.
Nee, maar het is echt superleuk dat ook met mensen naam te zijn. Ik heb voorbij geweest. Ja. Het is heel fijn. Ik zie niet organisatie te kijken, maar je. Ja. Oké, dat was makkelijk. Maar we weer van alles ja. Ja, ik denk dat er echt. Ja, ik ook hoor. En dan is er veel. Nou ja, dat denk ik ook. Ja. En ook echt wat zijn ook je werkt vaak capaciteit en dat is niet Nee, want dat betreft bij jou op je roadmap gewoon. Maar helemaal niet in dat whatsoever voor regio en de ANB verhaal. Ja, dat is niet daar staan. Dan is het geen steeds van die kleur. Kijk, dat is maar ook een materiaal. Ja, dat is een motion building.
Ik zijn met scholen en zo. Kijk, dat is staat in van de
ja, dat
is gewoon materiaal dat ze bij ons zijn circulair. Ja.
Ja, dat rapport wordt natuurlijk heel
het was nog iets meer bij veel werk. Ja, dat zijn de economie gedeputeerd.
Ja.
Daar was
Dat was wel. Maar ik denk inderdaad, ja, het kan niet wel dat het goed aansluit bij ons. Ja, en ik ook er net voor dat ik ben meer een nadeel. En ook dit, nee, maar echt van.
Dat is wel de hele ja, prima. En de veel al website met geïnitieerd weg. Kijk, hoe je aan allemaal. Het komt zo uit in allerlei andere en terwijl dit heel veel ik werk even met 17 versie, hè? Ja. Die was er niet. Nu al, ja, bij bijvoorbeeld project. En we hebben ook.
Ja, maar wel goed, daar inderdaad wat en dan lees me ook nieuwe voorbeelden kijken. Wat we gesprek ook faciliteren. Nice, nou, zullen we gaan lunchen?
Ja, goed plan. Hoe lang zit je dan mee voor? Doei. Ja, leuk.
Nee, dat is wel groot. Ja, maar dit was echt een ding. Maar het was gewoon de eerste. Ja. Maar ik kan zo dat je niet gaat zeggen, is dat dat zo misschien hiervoor. Dat is niet zozeer in die technologie dat kennis is ook weer voor mijn schaalvraag. Kunnen voor in Nederland schouwwerk. Dat is een lastig. Dus je moet vooral in investeerders die allemaal toezicht hebben van het portfolio die die mee kan. Even geschreven, zo'n partij die hebben daar echt veel weken afgebouwd. Hij zou er ook zo in zitten. Dat was van de keer voorhoud. Ik zal zijn het voor duurder. Stiekem gaan gebruiken voor ja. Ja, niet zo snel dat het zoals het standaard. Ach, zit er ook gemeen. Eerst. Houd dan een beetje in dan. Is hard. Ja, leg maar. Nou, is het gewoon nog. Als je kijkt naar. Wanneer wordt ofwel dit jaar. Dan ben benieuwd naar de resultaten. Ja. Maar wat is de staart? Ik zou het ook een stoor hebben. Dan moet je wel dezelfde certificering of ja, simpel is dat dus wat we ook willen. Uiteindelijk wat we willen is dat het certificeren van geven is. Ja, dan moet je met alle data die je hebt. Dat hoeft helemaal niet te veel. Ja, weet je niet als het echt wat waard wordt. Zo met 4 en ja, in de ja, mag ik dat waar we misschien werken 16 november zo meteen hier is ja, daar wel echte waarde zit het van de ja, dit moet daar zijn gemeentes als de snelheid. En nu waar die 600 is. Ik weet niet, zo steeds kader. Ja, het is uit Leiden. De samen om aan te gaan. Kijk, naar al die Anatolie wel eens Nederlands kaarten. Ik ben even is. Ja, dat ziet er en ik zei door. Dat er beter die kan veilig certificaat. Ja, wat doen we daar dan mee? Nou, ze hebben gewoon een pot van, hij zet 22 miljoen. Ja, totaal plan staat 52 miljoen. Dat is gewoon voorkomen. Zij hopen daar een hele 50 miljoen. Maar dan moet het wel verkocht worden. In principe, nu heb je gewoon 50 grote van uit 2000. Al die organisaties bij het vragen van invallen. Dus daar zit het meeste vanuit
Dus heeft die waarde van zijn 50 euro aan credits in dat potje. Hij heeft credits, geld gegeven.
Ja,
En dan.
nou, of dat is dus gewoon de credits aan het bewijs van uitvoerend beleid. Je kan ook eens first. Bij de kleine schaal als je nog kunt wijzen aan de later dan kan je wel kant internationaal bedrijf ook om items te kopen als je een programma naar groot staat bij mij mijn groot naar iets first steek
Het zou verkeerd gaan gaan als je dan bij primary van inkomt dan moet je nog wat claimen.
Precies.
Ja, dat is het.
Ja, ik had het even met Jan Paul net ook al. Het is gewoon voor allebei bij iets CO2 zo, maar ik weet het voortaan niet. Ja, dat is mee goed. Ik vind het sterker af, dus ik kan het van nu van. Ja, joh, ik weet niet, dat is daar niet mee, want ja, zeg maar 7 is meteen That's what I feel.
They're not gonna sit from.
The Zoom is over though.
Oh, perfect.
Remember?
Okay.
Like, yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he's gonna have to connect your laptop.
Is it okay for spam?
I have no idea. No one's gonna ask. Oh, okay, for
Just download it. Oh, you can also open it from here.
wait, how do I? Okay.
Back up to Google Drive.
Back up to Google Drive. Hey, but shouldn't it be popped up right here then?
I don't have a map. Does it work?
Transcend.
We can also try to open it from there.
Yeah.
I guess. It works.
Yeah. Oh. Ejected?
No.
Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, no, it's not ejected. Okay, wait. Okay, now I properly clicked on it. Let's see if it opens.
Yeah.
Okay. It just popped up. So now we're
Yeah.
like I saw it like open. So how do I go to the thing with all the?
Can you open it here?
Like, how do you see all the screens? Yeah. I'm just having technical difficulties because I don't know how to control computers, but it worked. It opened. I just don't know where it is.
That's
Oh, there it goes. Okay.
this one?
Yeah. So now how do I get back to the internet? Oh, wait, fuck. Is that, where was the other stuff?
Which other stuff?
Oh, where
I
is
am.
like the screen? Okay. Here, let me put that. Okay.
We
Okay.
have to check if the video works.
And where do I do it?
Open this like full screen.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
Yeah. Hello. How are you?
Good.
Good? I'm doing good. Is everything okay? Are we annoying you?
I was gonna help you.
Oh, I think so now. I don't,
have to find the other slides again,
yeah,
though.
I don't know how to get back to where it was.
Right?
Oh, wait, so is this? Yeah. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, it is. Okay, can you, yeah, there it goes. Okay, so lunch. So how do I make it big again? Slideshow?
Mhm.
Perfect. Okay.
Is the Zoom ended?
The what?
Zoom.
Oh, they said just keep it open, but it is ended.
Mm.
Well, hey, guys.
I think they want to record.
Yeah. Yeah, all good.
Oh.
Okay, everyone. Let's take some step-by-step approach to get back into the room. Okay, let's find a place that into the room. We're gonna start. It's getting better in the room. You know I'm looking at you. A purple phone has been found on the toilet and has been put with the technician spot on the left side. Or if anyone misses, there are two for connection. We're gonna move on. Guys, after a how is everyone feeling? Yeah, still good? Really? I'm still feeling good. How flexible are you? Yeah, because there's still some flex in the body, still some space to take on some final input. Because guys, this is exciting. We've been now covering movers on the ground, movers on all sorts of levels we are not aware of, affected by. Now we're gonna get the person on stage, Onno Dwars. And he managed to move a lot of people with him within the private sector, finance, in order to work towards a regenerative economy and a quick transition. You know, Onno, he's the CEO of Ballas Nederland Development, and he made a call a little while ago in a project to invest even 10% more in it, to have 10% plus costs, because it was a regenerative option. Why? Where do you get the finance from, and how is this going to be paid back over a longer term span? Oh no, where are you? Oh yeah. I'm looking over you all the time. Okay, well, I'm gonna bring you with me. The last time that I saw you was on stage with the book launch of Regeneration by Paul Hawken, and you were asked to bring an object with you. You didn't bring an object, you brought your son.
Yeah.
It says something about Onno. Onno, would you maybe like to share with me just 3 words on what you hope that the audience is going to get out of the upcoming 30 minutes?
Yeah, and the question was, did bring something with you that has a big value? So I did bring my son. So that was the reason behind. And also, where I believe it all starts with the new generation. That's also where I believe. But what I would like to achieve here, I want to give the message. I want to give you hope. I also want to open your eyes that we are in the middle of the transition, which will take place. So there's no discussion about it will happen. The only thing is what we have to achieve together to make some changes in the system. And I would like to show you how we did do it before and how we will do it also with this part. It's about the CO2 emission to 0.
Exciting things. Big applause for Onno. I will make sure you get the clicker. There. Oh wait, the presentation is here. Apologies. There we go. Is the clicker in the room, guys? Ah, there.
So, as mentioned, I'm Onno Dwars. I'm working for Ballas Nederland Development. That's a real estate arm of Ballas Nederland. We develop all over the Netherlands projects, and we try to do it less worse than yesterday. That's also a short introduction what I gave. We are not there yet, I will tell you openly, and we are working to make it better. That's the goal we have, but we have to be honest to ourselves. If you have the mirror in front of you, you all know we have to do it better. We are not there yet for a sustainable society. And I want to start with this. I had the opportunity to give a presentation to several ministers, deputies, all from the government. I said, we have indeed a shortage of houses, but that thing is not a problem, but is an opportunity. And also the fact that we are complaining a lot. We have a lot of excuses why we are not making so many houses as we are doing before, but they are all excuses for the thing we are not achieving. It doesn't have anything to do with the items here. It doesn't have to do that we cannot make affordable houses. It doesn't have anything to do that we cannot make energy neutral houses or we cannot achieve to have a nature inclusive project. All those arguments which you see here are just excuses by ourselves. Well, we are not making the progress we have to make. So it will ask a change of attitude and a change we work together. So I want to dive with you into several topics that we can make the future now. It's not, I always say, we know what the future needs from us. So we need to know what to do today to make that happen. So we should not wait on the future, but we should act now. We already know we have a CO2 emission problem, and we have a problem with biodiversity. For example, we have all kinds of problems. So we can change it, and I want to show you, Bas is here also. We work together also on the big transition of the energy in the new built houses. I want to show you how did it work and how could we manage it to make it happen that is just normal. So, 3 topics shortly I want to discuss in this keynote is that I want to show you how we can make sustainable energy is now the standard in new built houses. So, if you don't have an energy neutral house, you question yourself, what did I bought? Very old fashioned, so it's the standard. Also, we're working on something new. I just want to open your eyes to make you also think about other topics. Preventive care in the building environment. We can do more than we are doing now. And at the end, about CO2 storage, I want to tell about. When I started in the real estate market, that was 2006. I think Bas even can remember when I entered the market, we came with all kinds of ambitious ideas to put solar panels on houses. That was very ambitious in that time. There was a goal set by the government, but also by all the developers in the Netherlands, to make energy neutral houses in 2020. And we were sitting in the steering committee and we were kind of front runners. We said we have to do it better than yesterday and tomorrow we have to do it better than today. And we were setting the lines to make the improvement. At the end, we accomplished in 2020 definitely that we have gasless houses and all the houses were in general almost energy neutral. And I want to tell why. How did we achieve that? Because we changed the rule of the game. We changed the way we're working together. There was labeling. I can remember brokers said to me, a label doesn't have any impact on the value of the house. I said, that will definitely change. Because the label is now impacting your mortgage. It's impacting the rate of the interest. So the whole financial system changed. Even the investors are nowadays, welcome, dear investor. They are now able to finance more. It's Altera. They're able to finance more for an energy neutral house than a not energy neutral house because the value of the future has less risk. And that's interesting to think about the word risk. We always think about value in our
sector. We think about value, but what the banks are thinking about, where investors thinking about, they are thinking about risk, and not value only. Value has impact on the risk and vice versa. So what we see, we change this game, and everybody nowadays can pay for with the same loan they get a sustainable house which is more expensive than a normal house. So the system is changed. We did do it. We can do it again. The same what we are now challenging ourselves is preventive care. I have a dream, and that's my biggest dream. At the end, I want to sell houses where I can guarantee that you get 5 years older than a normal house. And it has to do with a dream which you can imagine the biggest value. That's why I bring my son with me. It is about the quality of life. It's not about earning money or value, whatever. What will happen if you can achieve that we sell houses where you are neighborhoods where you can prove you live longer? What will happen? We will change everything all around us if we can make this happen, knowing what we are doing. And we are doing this not because of this, because this the care cost. The care cost in the Netherlands will rise a lot. It will be not affordable anymore for the people in the future. We have too many old people, too many people need care. So how can we still make this happen that we live longer to have preventive care? So prevent that you will fall and break your leg. Prevent that you are becoming not sportive anymore. Be sportive. Prevent that you need this kind of physiotherapy or whatever. Do it proactive. So we are working on a big project in Cartesius in Utrecht, where we try to find out, based on the Blue Zone principle, how people can live longer. 5 years longer, I said in the presentation, by the tender, that we will promise it. It's never written in a contract. That's smart I was. That's quite discutable. And also the problem is, what will happen if it's not happened? But then you hopefully are in heaven and you cannot call me. But the thing is, it's quite hard to achieve. But open the eyes and think differently, I think that's what we should do. And that's what we already accomplished in Maastricht. Not we, it's our government, which we many times think negative about, but they achieved it to put the highway under the ground and make a stunning neighborhood and connect to social neighborhoods together with the old village of the old city center. So it's now a beautiful area. And not only the value raised of the property all around, but what we also have seen is that the family doctors has less complaints from people, from the noise, from the air pollution, that kind of things. So I was thinking, is this a dream or is it true? And I found out, as a civil engineer, we have done it before. We had introduced the sewage system in Europe, and everybody did get 10 years old. So we have the capability to change things. And that's what I want to show you with this example. Also, think differently, make the change happening because it is possible. We are not doing this alone. We're doing this with the university, AVM, all kinds of, even social housing companies are involved, all kinds of companies are involved to make this happen. So we are challenging ourselves to make the next step, and raising a question and makes the answer happening. So what I want to say, the question is more important than the answer. Always think about that. If you want to make progress in your company or in your life, ask yourself. That's more important, because the question indirectly defines the answer. So the municipality asked in this project to make a healthy neighborhood. That question did bring us in the direction to change the way we think about the neighborhood. And as already mentioned by walking around, nature has an important part in this. So if we can make it happen together, that there's more nature around us, we will be more happier, less stressful, less early births will happen, all kinds of positive things are happening. Think about the power of our nature where we are part of. I think with this in our mind, we definitely can change the built environment and go to net zero built environment based on CO2 emissions. Because what I was questioning our company, if we know we have a nitrogen problem in the Netherlands, nitrogen lockdown, we question ourselves, can it be that we have a CO2 lockdown? That because of the Paris Agreement, we are not allowed to construct anymore because we emit too much CO2 during the years. By raising that question, it already raised the question, can we do it without CO2 emission? And that's what we challenge ourselves. And if you can jump over a bar, you always have to put the bar higher. So we ask ourselves, can we be CO2 positive? So can we store more in the built environment and be a net positive, that we change the system? And by raising this question, we already know the answer. We can do it. And we are doing it right now with in Amsterdam and Sluisbuurt, with good investors around us, but people who believe in the future, believe in the change, but also what we see, that also individual buyers are very enthusiastic about it. This project was just 8 row houses. We sold it very quickly. The problem is by selling it very quickly that you have to start construction. And if you know a little thing about bio-based constructions, is that it raises more questions with civil servants, people from insurance, all kinds of people are involved where you didn't think about before, about that they also have to approve it. So the process delayed. But I see now all the CEOs, all the high level want to make it happen. So we will start the construction, I think, in October of those houses. And the other one, we hope we start at the end of the year. So we can make it happen. And the interesting thing is, I put in my, how do you say, in the end of year result, a negative result on this project. It was not necessary. People want to buy it. So maybe some people think negative about it, that we earn money, but I can tell you one thing. If we can make good money with sustainable buildings, we do more of them. If we make loss, I can tell you, it will be once in a timeline life. So I think it's good that we can also show that we can do it and that we can make profit with it and that we can change the system. A little bit dive into it because we were discussing in the hallways about the CO2 emission of our sector. We focus only on our part, that's 11% of the total. And the good thing is, if it goes down, the total, it's in total impact, it also goes down. So that's good. But we have 11%. If you do the constructions, 11% of the CO2 emission is because of this. So we can change it. And the question is, how can we change it? And how fast can we change it? And that's also what you see here. We already, if you are transparent, we already above the Paris Agreement. You see it also with the temperature that rises faster than we were thinking before. So we have to change quicker than also before. But we have to do it and we can do it. There are 3 things why CO2 storage in our industry has a value. It doesn't have only value because we can continue with constructing houses with a big demand, which you also can discuss about. Do we need more square meters? But that's another discussion. I want to add square meters that solves a problem. So we can reduce the CO2 emission from the atmosphere. We also, by choosing bio-based materials, we can make a change in the materials we use. I think that's very positive. And I think we can store CO2 in our buildings. And that is an opportunity we didn't saw before. So that creates new challenges for ourselves. And that's what we explore with climate cleanup. How can we put a value to it? We all know that the province of Utrecht said the value of CO2 emission is the value. The negative value is around €900. And what we want to achieve as a company, based on voluntary selling of CO2, stored CO2, we want to change the market and create a real value. And not depending on subsidies or whatever from our government. We want to show that the value is already seen by big companies. And I think Jaap can tell much more about it in the afternoon. based on his investment portfolio as an investor. And we ask help from climate cleanup. And I think without knowing it and without saying it, this kind of companies, this kind of movements makes really to change. Without them, we couldn't do what we are doing right now. I tell it openly, because we want to make the step to certification of the CO2 emission which we are doing, or the store of CO2. We want to make that a real certification, that we are not lying and not just an assumption by some advisors. We want to have a good certification. And what we have seen is those intelligent people could make it happen for us. Because of them, we can live our dreams, we can make our common dreams together happening. And we will make it happen, and we will show that the value, this is what is showing, the value of the CO2 storage will increase in the time. We have seen it also for energy neutral houses. When we were selling those houses, we were thinking about €5,000 extra value, but nowadays, based on the markets and all the risks what were taken into account, those houses has a value around €50,000 more than a normal dwelling. So imagine that we can make houses that has so much more value in avoiding risk, added value to the society, that it will be the common. And that's what we want to accomplish with those credits to make this happen. And I mentioned already, it's at this moment going up, going down, but we have to start somewhere. So will do an auction. I will tell more about it. And also I want to show you, and that's maybe the story which I many times tell to my children. So I have 2 sons. I say, I try to do it better than yesterday, so less worse. I always say sustainability is also a nickname for less worse, if you are honest to yourself. So we try to be in a system that is sustainable. That means that you are doing it less worse than the common way of doing practice. But the potential is really high. If we can make 100,000 houses a year and we can store 20 tons of CO2 in those houses, we really can make a big impact. And the thing is, it's just like little things which you're doing together, it makes a big impact on the whole society. And that's what we're trying to show. And that's what we try to do with the 8 houses and with the 150 houses in Sluisbuurt and with 300 houses with Amsteloever. We do it on several places and we want to show it will work. And I think also indirectly we challenge with this attitude the way our government is working. Putting CO2 in the ocean, is that the way to do it? Should we subsidize a system that is dead? Or should we subsidize or changing the policy rules around a natural way of CO2 storage? That's the question we have to raise ourselves, but also to the government. And we all know the answer, and in the Den Haag, they also know the answer already. We can do it differently. And we want to show with the project we are doing with climate cleanup that we can make it happen. So every house will be a statement how we can introduce ice time, I would like to say. A little bit ambitious, and I know it's over the top, but you have to think farther than makes a dream happening. That's the way to announce it also in Den Haag. You have to make it bigger than it is. Maybe if we do it together, it's not that big change. We also dreamed about having energy neutral houses in 2006. And at that moment, we were thinking it's hardly impossible. We do not know how to make cashless houses. It was really the situation. We didn't believe, but working on it, we found the answers. And that's also what we want to show. We have the answers. And what we're also doing, this is what I say on the Provada real estate markets, only people with a blue suit will be there, hanging around. But we want to show really to everybody, it is there. We are doing from now on, Climate Cleanup is the company to approach, to have them on your side, to make the change happening. And I know the minister, Mona Keizer, will not be per definition happy what we are doing because we want to have the money with the agriculture part of the chain. But for us, it's okay. We are not there to make the money. We will also give it this money, we will give it to somebody else. But if we want to change the whole system, we need lower prices for bio-based materials. We see at this moment there is an hiccup in pricing, there is a hiccup in the system, and we want to change it by showing how we can do it. So what I want to say to you, there is hope. We are hope together, and we have done it so many times before. We can be the change, and that is what I want to give you this afternoon. It is happening. We are part of it. And after 10 years, we do not know any better anymore than CO2 emission is not there anymore in the building sector. The other sectors, I do not know. It's not my part. After we finish this, we can discuss maybe about the other parts. But this part we can solve definitely in 10 years. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Onno. I noticed that the music at the moment is not working, but I was playing the song Home, Let Me Go Home Whenever I'm With You. There was one thing that Onno raised, and I thought it was so beautiful because you asked the audience the question, but also you shared your ambition. Let's build homes in which we can get 5 years older. From the moment that you ask a question like that, how can we design homes through which we can get 5 years older? Output is so different on what we develop. The same as if you ask yourself, let's develop a room for my child. Okay, well, yeah. But what if I want to develop a room for my child through which it can develop better? You completely design it differently. So what I take away, a lot of things, is that the way that we frame questions are so decisive for our actions.
That's simple.
Well, that was my takeaway. What is your takeaway? Are there any questions?
First of all, a remark, I applaud your vision in your industry. I was trained in the construction industry, never worked there. But when I was studying it was very conservative, so I applaud that. I don't want to make this a political thing, but I know, I think many of us agree here in this room that our government is not quite active, proactive in terms of climate and climate mitigation. I see some leadership with you. How much chance is that there other captains of industry in the Netherlands will unite and say we can't go on like this? We have our examples, we have to move forward, and we're going to pose a challenge to national government and to the parliament. We need some leadership.
I fully agree. It's also an interesting question, but it also raises indirectly a question to ourselves. Do we need the leadership of the head? Is that really where we are relying on? Or do we need to raise it by ourselves? What I see is that, for example, the Delta Commissaris at this moment is also a leader from his perspective. He's collecting people together to make the change. There's an insurance stichting, as how do you say stichting? Foundation. Insurance foundation. He also raised this question. They said, maybe, dear government, you are not setting rules, you don't set the policy, but we have to, because we see the change outside. We see the risk is changing, is increasing, so we have to act. So we are not waiting on you anymore. I have hope in the time between that this power will be it's not fully seen on the radar at this moment, but it is really happening when we are talking with those kind of people. Interesting thing, this municipality says good is good enough, gewoon goed, more or less, for all the ambitions they have on sustainability. My biggest problem was when we were selling another project, not those, but more confessional, we couldn't sell it to investors. They were not interested in it. They had all kinds of requests, which we have to change to make it more sustainable, otherwise they didn't want to buy it. So what I see happening, it's not that high ambitions. There are other people here who will talk about those ambitions, but you see already, I don't know if we need in this period the government that's strong, or that we need more CEOs, whatever, leaders. That can be all kinds of leaders, I think. Everybody's a leader more or less. So we have to stand up and make it happen. I think if we can do it, we are also working now with ING, ASR, other banks, for example, about biodiversity, to incorporate it in the market's standards. And with that, we will change the whole system. So I see a lot of things happening, but indeed, I had the hope with ministers from agriculture that we can change everything.
Is there another question? Yeah.
It's more a supplement. Of course, we are very much on the same page, you know. And it's, I think, very good to know that the 30-30-30 commitment, that's Paul's name on for building balance, 30% of bio-based buildings in 2030 for 30% of all houses, is being signed by at least 5 of the top contractors. So that's Paul's Nederland, that is Dura, that is Heijmans, that is BAM. So this is really encouraging. So it is coming from the market and from the business leaders, I think, and we should not wait of the government. So I think it's good to know that. Yeah, so another question. Yes,
I love the same things.
Yeah, a question from a farmer. We tried miscanthus and we tried hemp growing, but it's just not financially suitable. It doesn't make any money. How are you thinking to fix that for production? Because I think that's the stone of whole sustainability, is that it needs to be produced. How do you think you can solve that? Because you said that it's already a little bit too expensive. How are you going to fix it?
I have to really hope it's not that your prices will drop. I don't believe it, to be honest. And it also has to do with innovation. We always say innovation is the solution to reduce the prices. In general, common is that, but that is hope for the future. Well, I think we have to change the system. If, for example, we can make CO2 credits work, we can pay more for those products. And we are now selling CO2 credits because there are no certificates in the system right now. But if we can make, for example, in your business, we can make it happen that you earn more because it has a other value than only from the property buyer, then we can make it happen. So I think we have to, it's not about something that is more expensive, it is that we have to value it in the right way. And I think with those credits, we can put an added on value, and that's where we're working on. And I hope this introducing this by climate cleanup, we can change the system that there is a bigger value for sustainable products.
Would you then have a direct contract with the farmers?
No, that's something that I had these questions many times, but there's a big chain in between. We are not using your product directly in our construction site. There's a chain in between. What we should do as a sector, we have to make the demand bigger, so that you can rely on the fact that there are companies in between who wants to buy upfront your product because they know it's a common practice. So we also do not have with a concrete fabric a contract, for example, and with the grind, how do you say, grind, the stone, whatever, we don't have contracts with them. So I think we have to make the demand bigger, so you are more certain that you will sell it at the end of the day. And if in the time between, maybe there are subsidies needed or maybe a contract for one time, it can be, but that's not the solution for the long term.
Or policies.
Yeah, which will change the demand.
Can I get a very big applause for Ono? I know you need to leave. We're gonna move to the next part, which Jessie is gonna help me introduce. Indeed. Everything has a price. Everything has a price tag. We're gonna talk into the depths about finance. The next part of our program is going to be breakout rooms. The next part of the program is going to be workshop style, sitting with one another in smaller groups. Let's get into the depth of things. Let me get into the depth of things. Okay, that's not our presentation. I'm gonna move here. Yeah. Because we are gonna move into those sessions. What is gonna happen? I believe I'm not gonna introduce that much. I'm gonna ask some people to come and share a word on what is gonna happen. The times are not completely accurate anymore, but that's fine. 10 past, we're gonna start with all the sessions. The first session that is happening is here in Zonzij. This is the Zonzijzaal room. And this session is going to be on the rise of corporate CDR bias. Joost Brinkman and Berend van Geffen, can I see your hands? You want to share like 2 lines on what the session is going to be about?
Well, the title is Corporate CDR Buyers. And I think the objective is that we like to inspire removers and buyers from a trust and value perspective. So it's the value of the CDR and how can you create trust in CDR.
Thanks. Couldn't have said it better. Then in the garden house, which is going to be here on the left-hand side, you go outside and then here in the garden, our team will guide you. Garden house is only 50% capacity or 50% capacity. Keep it in mind for choosing what you want to do, because what is going to happen in the garden house is going to be a session on bio-based building portfolios and how can investors support the scaling of bio-based constructions. This will be, for instance, together with Jaap van der Bel, CEO of Terra. Let me use, where are you? 2 lines. What do you hope to get out of the session?
Togetherness, cooperation, moving on, building new projects, explaining to some extent the specifics we need, all of us, to make this happen. It's interesting, although the capacity of the room is limited, I understand. Stand up, join it.
Awesome. So those are going to be the first 2 sessions, and an hour later, we will keep track of the time. Come and pass by and give you a friendly nudge to leave the space. An hour later, we will start with 2 new sessions. In the Zonzij room, it's going to be a session in mostly Dutch. That's all. It's going to be a session that brings all sorts of level of governmental organization together, really working together on seeing on governmental levels all the objectives can be met forward. Let me see, who do I want to talk to when it comes to governmental levels? I know that Thomas is going to lead the session of Copper 8. Where are you, Thomas? What do you hope to get out of the session together with the people?
Cooperation between the different levels of government to accelerate the market for construction stored carbon credits.
Good now. Well, we had already an amazing conversation about it, and I believe that this is going to be much further into depth in Dutch. The other session is going to happen in Garden House, and this is going to be on how to invest in carbon removal. And Attila, okay, I'm not going to pronounce it well. Yourself? Really, I'm doing good. Oh, could you share a word on what the session is going to be about? What do you hope to get out?
Well, we will basically share with you and discuss with you how we actually can grow the CDR, the carbon removal space. And to do that, we have excellent cutting-edge innovators with us and an investor. So yeah, let's have the threshold of 50 in the room.
Okay, so feel free to stand up and slowly start moving towards your preferred space. Enjoy the upcoming 2 hours with in-depth. The door to the garden house is on the left side, guys. Left, you move out. Left through the garden to the garden house.
Ga je moderaten, toch?
Ben je?
Gaat geen moderaten, toch?
Ik ga niet hier, ik ga naar de garden house.
Ja, ik ook. Ja, waar je bezig bent.
Nou ja, ik ben van plan om niet zo'n belangrijke inzet. En het gaat meer worden maar gaan we worden gehouden nu dat? Oké, dat is best halen hoor. Ja, ik weet het niet.
Ja, nee.
Oké, nou ik ga opbouwen naar de.
So for this, do you need help clicking the slides while they're having their?
I'm gonna be moving to the garden house and leave you all the space to host your session here. All the best of fun and looking forward to hearing the outcomes.
No, good for, I was just making sure that.
I'm gonna move. En dan vertel jij de purpose van de meeting. Precies. Yes, all there. How many non-Dutch are in the room today? Oh, damn. Okay, then we'll try to do our best in our stone cold Dutch, English. My name is Joost Brinkman. I was already introduced as the founder of the Klimaatexamen, which all of you definitely need to do, because CDR is, of course, a very small but an important element in that. No, but next to that, I'm also president of SINKIT, and SINKIT is a cooperative that we initiated 2 years ago to accelerate the market for carbon removal. Also worked with the Climate Cleanup Foundation, for instance, by initiating research in business environment, how they look at their historical, also called scope 0 emissions, and when are they going to clean it up. So that's me, basically. And I also like to cycle, so if you have nothing to do on the 20th of June, that's the Climate Classic, really cool climate ride.
Okay, thank you. My name is Berend van Geffen, co-founder of Green Carbon. Green Carbon is a brokerage. So actually we sell carbon credits or carbon removal units or CDR to, let's say, buyers, which are typically small, medium-sized enterprises in the Netherlands. And then we represent operators or verwijderaars, as we say this in Dutch, the project developers, the farmers, and we interact with them on, let's say, how to promote their product so we can sell it to that buyer. Sometimes we advise a little bit more on also procedural things, how to get certified and whatever. But in essence, I represent Green Carbon, we're a brokerage. So if you have a project and we're not selling your project yet, please come to me. Okay?
Excellent. Yes, and we do not have enough time. Main challenge, time is our only challenge. So what we have is another 45 minutes, and we have 5 speakers. So we're going to move them through them very quickly. And as Berend already said in the introduction, the question is, how can removers build trust? And what do buyers need to buy? So let's first check out, are there any buyers in the room? Not all at the same time. Oh, you can sit here. Excellent. That will work out. Okay, at least we have one buyer. So please. Oh yeah, yes, of course. But let's start with the buyer. Goos, take it away, because Goos is of the Great Wide Open. That's the big festival, as we all know it. And I think you can better tell about it, what you're doing there. Thanks.
So I'm Goos van den Berg, and I'm the technical producer and sustainability manager at Into the Great Wide Open. It's a festival for around 10,000 people on Vlieland, one of the smaller islands on the north side of the Netherlands. And I also got some slides, but I don't know, it's already time for slides? I don't know. We did. Okay, great. The other ones, let's do that first. Yes. Okay. So I'm a buyer, or Into the Great Wide Open is a buyer, let's say. So let's start at the beginning. Let's start with the other slide. I think that's makes more sense. So this is Vlieland, and what we did, we
made an infographic about all the different usage of energy and materials and streams. So I will get through it quickly. So we got energy, water, of course, all the things we use on the festival multiple times, like cups or cutlery. Then we got the overnight stays, so it's visitors and crew. And we got the travel and transport for materials and people. And we got materials, building materials and merchandise, and like that. It's always on the right. And then we got the waste materials on the right upside. And this is the best thing to say. We have made like a percentage about the emissions in CO2. And the most interesting thing is travel and transport. So the biggest, normally doing in smaller crowds. So the travel and transport, we see that the biggest percentage of our pie is the travel and transport. And we thought, how can we reduce our emissions? So we made a system with two important things. The first thing is we want to get the people emission-free to the island. And on the other hand, that's a great way to make sure that we got enough money to make a CRD, so buy a CRD. Those two things combined, we went to the next slide, and that's the most important for today. So what we did is we introduced the goede reistoeslag, or fully translated to the good travel service. And we did it at 10 euros this year, and it's like a service fee on top of your ticket price. And so everyone who buys tickets buys the 10 euro and goede reistoeslag. And so that came out of around 70,000 euros. And with that money, we said, okay, this is our budget to make sure to reduce our emissions. Or if we have emissions left, we buy CRDs with. Then the top one, the 7,200, is for people who travel emission-free to the island. We gave the opportunity to buy back their goede reistoeslag. And so when you're coming with your electric car or with your train tickets, you can say, yo, I come here emission-free, and then you get your money back in beer. That's around around the fact. And so we got around 60,000 euros what we can put in our fund. And we did that in 4 different categories. First of all, it's on an island, and there is a ferry company who is not that progressive. So they're just running their boats on, what's I said, marine diesel, so shipment diesel. And that couldn't change, and that's around 40 tons. So we said, let's put let's fuel replace those 40 tons. So that's the first thing we did. And then the one on the bottom, it's our transition fund, we call it. So that's the third row, and we put that in all our innovation projects. It's like, so we made zero emission building materials like forklifts and things like that. So we get away with the diesel, that's reduction. And the other side is what's quite interesting is I said we use batteries instead of aggregaten. And the other, so the second one is the uitstoot, and it's really translated to still unavoidable emissions. So let's say contractors who can't get here with an emission-free vehicle or buying used materials for the festival. And then for today, there's ONCRA. And we asked the ONCRA, here's a lot of money. We want to reduce around 300 tons CO2. Help us with putting that in the most valuable CRDs. And all those CRDs on the right, they're all regenerative farmers in the Netherlands. That was our ask for Onka to get that. And the last one, that's the historic emissions. So what we do with Festival, we say, okay, we made Festival for 10 years and we got a lot of emissions. How can we make sure also to clean up the waste we made 10 years ago? And we made a rough calculation about how many emissions. This is about 6,000 tons of emissions in around 10 years. And every year we clean up 10 years prior. So last year we cleaned up 400,000 tons, 400 tons. That all combined, on the left side, we reduced around 20 tons CO2. We fuel replaced around 40, and we cleaned up around 700. I think that's quite technical already, but that's it for me for now.
Okay, cool.
We still have some traffic, but one of the questions, of course, is why do you do it? What is the reason for? I mean, you don't have to do this, do you?
No, we don't. But for us, the most important way of making the festival is, for us, the best goal is to be climate positive. So not only climate neutral, but also climate positive, because almost the same with in the last presentation, we want to leave the island a bit cleaner and a bit greener than when we visited it for the first time. So it's like
It's interesting.
Exactly, yeah, it's absolutely interesting motivation. Yeah.
Hey, and then my second question would be, because you have a lot of people who join the festival, festivalgangers,
yeah, of course.
in good old Dutch. And what do you give them as a nudge, or how do you sort of make them part of this journey?
I think especially what we do is all those funds in batteries, in emission-free forklifts, all those visitors see that. And also, so we hope to plant a seed with seeing about all the innovative new ideas. And on the other hand, we just tell them about our mission. So we say, okay, yeah, you're gonna pay 10 euros, and one thing, or you can come to us on a emission-free basis, or you can get your money back. And then you can get your money back. And the interesting thing is that there are way more people traveling emission-free to the island than people were asking back their money. Way more. It's around 30% to around 10. So 10% is asking back the 10 euros to have an extra beer, and the other roughly 20% says, no, I think we think this is so important that we please keep the money and make sure you put it in the right CRDs.
Okay, thanks. Then we have one question from the audience and from Beer.
Yeah,
I'll do this.
I really apologize. I like it because technically you have a product and you added a kind of a carbon dioxide fee on top of it, like the government does with petrol, if you like. But this is voluntarily, right? So can you tell us something about how your customers, how they responded on this initiative? You know, I mean, typically we don't like to have a fee added to a product, right?
Yeah.
You did. How was their reaction?
It's not the most how to say it, clean, but to be honest, I think most people didn't even realize. Yeah,
that's the better.
Because it's like a service fee. It's a festival. It's a service fee. It's the ticket sales are done in like 10 minutes in our case.
You say it was just mandatory, they had no choice. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true. So it's like service fee, and we are really expensive, and people think, okay, we just want to go. And afterwards, they read about it, and then there's a moment to choose if you want to get it back, and most people think, no, I don't want to get it back. I think there's a great goal for it.
I just wanted to add something, like you said, we wanted it all to be in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
But I think something that when I heard about this was also for you was very interesting, that it were potentially future suppliers of the festival. So the farmers are near the festival, and the others are products that you actually use in the festival.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was a great ad. Yeah. So we asked specifically on Dutch ground soil based companies to have a better connection with them and make sure we can check on them and have a great conversation and connection. And on the other hand, yeah, especially with the I gotta say it right, it's the Hogaum. They also produce potatoes, and for upcoming festival, we really want those potatoes on our festival. That would be great. Yeah.
Questions from the audience?
It's a great initiative. I was wondering, did you talk about this with other festival organizers?
Yeah, we did. But it's yeah, we did. Yeah, but yeah, you see that I did a little part of the conversation, so I don't know all of it. But you see that has to be a really big internal motivation to do so. And some festivals would put 70,000 euros on it, and most festivals say we can't afford that. Yeah.
Or they're not sold out that quickly that they can just charge 10 euros extra.
Yeah, one of the. Allow me to ask one more question. There are removers here in the audience.
Yeah.
If you can give them an advice, okay, because let's say the advice from the buyer to a remover, what is important? What is important to you? Obviously, you mentioned a few things. Regenerative was close to you.
Yeah.
What kind of advice could you give them?
Transparency, I think it's great. The prices of the CDRs are quite range, and for us it's important to understand why the price is the price what it is. So you can say this is the cost, and this is the bit of margin we need, and this is the innovation cost we have. But please tell us, because then we can make the most well thought choice. And for us, it was quite important. We have a really good connection with Onka, so we put a lot of trust in them. And I think build the trust with a long-term and personal connection. That's for us the most important thing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you both. And I think, yeah, if we talk about trust, then of course, you have a lot of trust in the Climate Cleanup Foundation. So as a climate cleanup ambassador and a lot of members here, we also have trust in the Great Wide Open. So next time when you open, give us a sign 1 hour, 1 day in advance, and then we have a big climate cleanup conference there.
On the and if you're really interested, let me know. On this, we got a Sunday program all about sustainability, and it's really not only about carbon removal, but it's a great tour about everything we do in the island. It's quite a hustle to get in the island, but if you really want to go, hit me up. It's Goos, my name, at intothegreatwideopen.net or just .nl, or just ask me and maybe figure something out.
Okay, thanks.
Goos, can you also then get out that steeds investor now op de website with this idea?
Yeah, but the best thing is that we are our own company.
Yes, I understand, but now you tell this story to the strange investor.
KKR.
KKR, yeah, but we are not part of the KKR, so that's great.
But we will tell the KKR.
We will tell them, yeah.
KKR, it sounds like. Okay, well, before we get into the American politics, let us introduce, or let her introduce herself, because if you look at carbon credits, there are a whole bunch of different suppliers, and the question is who to trust. Well, it's Kirti Ramesh to trust, because she works at B0.
Thank you. I will very quickly introduce what B0 do, and then I'll talk to you about what we see buyers are interested in the CDR space. So B0 are a global carbon ratings agency. This means that we rate the quality of carbon credits all across the market in a fungible way. This allows you to compare the quality of a credit that's a CDR credit versus, something that might be more reduction-based credit in energy, landfill gas, etc. Anna kind of gave an introduction to why this is important and having that fungible metric. We have an 8-point scale that goes from a single D to a triple A. So it's very much like that energy label, that energy rating that then is tied to price. Now, to kind of link you to why I'm here today, we see that buyers, the end users of credits, are extremely interested and invested in the quality of credit because they're trying to mitigate two kinds of risks. The first is the risk that they're going to be called out for investing in a project that was of poor quality. The second is the risk that they've mitigated their ledger, their carbon ledger, in an adequate way. So even if the project was good quality, their carbon accounting didn't line up to what their emissions were. And that's where ratings comes in. We see that on our 8-point scale, for every bucket of the ledger rating as you move up, so for instance, if you were to move from a single A to a double A, there's a 40% price premium that gets increased. And we see buyers really be able to leverage the carbon finance they get from higher ratings. For us, this is really important because the universe in which we work in has about 18,000 carbon projects. But to really have climate impact, we need to make sure we're funneling and directing that finance to the projects that actually make a difference, that are real and additional, and whose emissions quantification is robust. And so that's the kind of goal of B0 Carbon. We work with clients like BCG, who also did a report recently that showed that across 600 companies, when they looked at business leaders, there's a significant interest in trying to invest in high quality credits. But to invest in high quality credits, they're looking for independent assessments and due diligence that's not driven by someone that's marking their own homework. So we've had carbon projects actually exist in the voluntary carbon market since the Kyoto Protocol for 20 plus years. But up until recently, you didn't really have ratings agencies provide that independent stamp of how does this project compare to the next certification body, to a framework in another country? And so increasingly we're seeing ratings become, a mandatory part of RFPs, both for governments and for end use buyers. So that's like a little bit of what I'm here to tell you about today. But I'm happy to take questions.
Then let's move to the audience, and let me move this one to you because there's Oh.
Thank you. I was wondering how you see the relation between the UNCRA framework, for example, for the resource carbon, and the CRCF framework on the European level, and whether that actually gives the trust for the market to develop.
I think that's a really good question, like maybe even timely. As we all sat here in the last session, I don't know whether you're aware, but research came out on the CRCF framework and the quality of the credits that would be underlying it. And this is, by the way, by some of the scientists that have been working in carbon markets for a couple of decades now, to indicate that actually the mechanisms that are structured in the CRCF framework are so poorly additional that they're probably not going to lead to improved quality of credit. So I think there's a lot of learning that we can take from the pitfalls and the mistakes that we've made in the past that could be implemented into it. And we're already seeing that the CRCF framework is kind of falling and failing at the first hurdles in terms of credit quality.
Down from the company, I work as a carbon developer. We've been developing projects for many years. So one of the things I was wondering also for B0 is, what is your view on the issuance of credits that are coming from reductions or removals that have not yet been actually validated or verified? So what that means is, for example, farmer A is now adopting regenerative practices, but credits are already sold for 3 years, I don't know, 2028. Yeah. Something we see in the market. Like, is that a big no-go for B0, or how does that rating agency look at those?
It's not a no-go, and it ultimately depends on who's seeking the rating. So when you think about these projects that are issuing into the future based on a forecast of how many credits they're likely to achieve, we call that an ex-ante space. The credits have not yet been issued to the market. In those cases, ratings are actually really, really useful because they allow investors to decide whether this is the project that they really want to invest in long term. For instance, this is a part of like Microsoft's RFP that you have to be able to provide reliable and consistent delivery of credits to them over a 10-year timescale. But it can also be really useful for the developer themselves, right? Like it allows them to identify what are the areas of risk before my project goes to market, and how can I mitigate and safeguard against these risks?
That's great. Yeah, I can completely follow, but like claiming like reductions or removals based on future projects. Is that also an over? Is that not something that B0 looks at?
So that's not what we will look at. We ultimately always look at the quality of the credit, and it's the quality of the credit that's predicted to be issued based on the baseline that they've set or how they've accounted for carbon, or the credit that's already been issued, the quality of that credit. But we will never advise on buying. The rating kind of does that for itself.
Can you say a little bit about the main categories of criteria which go into making up the rating? What is it that you look for in terms of quality?
There's three core criteria that we look at. The first is additionality. Would this project have happened in a business as usual scenario, or did it really need carbon finance to happen? Because that's where you want to be channeling all of the funds in the voluntary carbon market. The second is how robust is this project's carbon accounting? So looking at its baseline, its emissions calculations, etc. And the third one is permanence. So how does this project ensure that it's able to guarantee to the end users of the credits for the lifetime that it's committed to, those credits would be safely either removed or avoided.
Okay, and if you look at the permanence, do you also see something from the buyer side that they are more interested in permanent versus shorter term?
Yeah, there are definitely buyer preferences. Even within CDR, we see buyer preferences within nature-based solutions and kind of more engineered carbon removal solutions. Within the nature-based solutions, buyers will have prerequisites for a minimum of 100-year contract, or if it's not a specific year, they're mostly looking at what's the guarantee that for the timeline the project is committed to, they really can guarantee that.
Last question from
I have a few questions.
A few. Last few questions.
I started, yes, okay, it's one long sentence.
Okay.
I was before in Vietnam, and we did on the Kyoto Protocol, and it's avoidance of CO2, and I thought it was very costly, one to certify and one to audit. So my first question to you is, how are you? You have to be certified as well. So you get this whole chain. So how independent are you, and how do you guarantee that? That's one. How much does it cost to be certified, and how is ONCRA certified?
Okay.
There are three questions in one sentence.
Yeah, lovely. I love conjunctions, so that's okay. No, I think actually I can answer in a very simple way. B0 Carbon is not a certification agency, whereas like ONCRA, Verra, Gold Standard, all of those are. What we're actually doing is looking at the quality of credits generated and issued by those agencies, and that's what makes us independent, right? I think in the past, like when the Kyoto Protocol started, you had a lot of these credits issued either by the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, or Verra, and actually being certified was the guarantee that the quality was okay. And I think like in the last years, you and I can mutually agree on that at least, is that that's not enough and that's not true. And also these credits are just not equal to each other, right? Like a credit from a renewable energy project in India is not equal to an engineered carbon removal project that, for instance, creates biochar. And so B0 is independent in that, you know, we don't get anything out of being certified or working with the certifiers, but we're actually looking at the credits that are being certified with those agencies in a fungible way.
But there are two other, so is ONCRA already certified by you? That's my question.
We don't certify projects,
That's
we rate them.
It's an accounting mechanism.
Yeah, so it's a certification body or a registry. Today, we've rated over 530 projects, and ONCRA is not one of the registries or certification bodies we've looked at yet. We've looked at some of the major ones, like the Clean Development Mechanism, which is the UNFCCC's major pathway and protocol, also for Article 6 credits. We've looked at isometric and pure that were up on the screen earlier this morning, gold standard Vera. Those are some of the big ones, but we've also looked at much smaller registries that are up and coming, like City Forest Credits based in North America, and also some local registries that are national in Colombia.
But the answer was no. Last question.
Quickly, can you also, it's the same question as to the hosts, there are removers in the room. If you could give them an advice, what would it be?
I think get rated, because that allows you to have this transparent metric that compares you and your project to every other project in the market. People are increasingly looking to ratings because ratings are available in the public domain. The methodologies by which these projects are rated are available in the public domain, and allows you to have that social license to go get the price that your project deserves.
Good example. Thank you.
Yeah, and the clicker does not work, but maybe, no, it does not work here either. So, no clicking to the, oh, here we are. I clicked, but it's the wrong one. But never mind, because now we have some two pictures still coming up of removers. And the first one, he has to introduce himself because the name of the company is called Victor Goes Green, but his name is Mark Moons. So, Mark, tell me, where did you leave Victor?
Yes,
in the ground.
Sorry for my English. It's not my best skill, but I will do my best. Where is the name Victor come from? 30 years ago, my wife was pregnant, and we had two names, Victor and Milan. My son is calling Milan, and the company is calling Victor. The company is also a little bit
good story.
But that's not why I am here, I think. In 2011, I went for the first time to Africa, and I took 1 month free to help a young couple with their farm, and I built there a farm for pigs, and I constructed a water tower in 1 month without starting with nothing. But most important is that we became friends, and 3 years later, we started together a bamboo plantation in Benin. Benin is a small country in Africa, and it's, I think, 3 times the Netherlands. Almost the same inhabitants were located there. And so we started the bamboo plantation of 600 hectares, but that's also not the thing that I would like to talk for the moment. I saw a lot of things that go wrong in Africa, but that gives also a huge possibility to storage CO2. So in Belgium and the Netherlands, I developed pyrolysis and gasification projects, and with that knowledge, I developed in Corona time a small installation to transform biomass in biochar. And biochar is a little bit like charcoal that you use on your barbecue, but more clean than that. And we developed small installations, and with the help of the Belgian government, we have sent 20 installations to Benin as a demonstration project. And now we are ready to create a cooperative that we can cooperate with small farmers that have residues, agricultural residues that we can transform in biochar. And we would like to help them with the installation, with the financing, but also with the carbon credits. We are now on the trajectory that we will have the carbon credits with the Carbon Standard International, maybe you know, yeah. And we use that protocol to have the guarantee that everything is going well. And we, as Victor Goes Green, will manage the whole protocol, and we'll do the verification and the digitalization and things like that. And that's what I would like to present to you. There is also a Dutch study of 2023. They made a study of the biomass that is available in a small land of Benin. They did a study on Benin, and there were millions of tons burned every year after the farmer have done the culture. They just burn it and they don't use it for things. And that's a little bit what we will transform into biochar and into carbon credits and into hope for the climate.
Thank you, Mark. And the question then is, what is your biggest challenge? Because this seems like a sort of a dream come true, right?
The biggest challenge is financing. Yeah, for the moment it's really financing that is blocked us a little bit to go further with the evolution. We have small financiers, but I can't stay all the time with.
How much money do you need?
It depends. As I told you, there were millions of tons of biomass viable. And my hope is that we can do in a couple of years that we can install thousands of the installations that we develop. And every installation can create 100 certificates each year. So then we can do a lot with it. And I hope that I can find financing for 1,000 installations in maybe 3 years. I don't know.
Well, we are on a bit of a challenge here, so let's move that to within the next year. That would be a better idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience, except for Beer? No, take it away, Beer.
I'm in the audience.
Yeah.
Technically, I'm good. Mark, if you look at let's say the value of your certificates, of your carbon credits, or whatever you want to call it, right? We had buyers there, and they say we like to buy it, and for us this and this and this is important.
Mm-hmm.
What, from your perspective, is important when you look at your own certificate? How do you manage to create trust?
Yeah. For me, trust is very important. I've seen a lot of projects also in Africa where they developed forests and most of the time forests. And sometimes after 5 years, there is no forest anymore. And how can you guarantee the certificates? So for me, I'm working for more than 15 years, maybe 20 years already, on climate change in Belgium and Netherlands. And for me, it's really, really important that we can guarantee that every ton that we put in the ground, in the soil, that it is guaranteed that it's over there, that it is still there for many, many years. And the methodology to create biochar, to verify it, we will give the guarantee that it will be there for 200 years. So the highest level we will go for.
Okay, thank you.
In the back.
From the audience.
Can you tell us a little bit about the demand for biochar and what it's used for, please?
Yeah, biochar is good for the soil. It helps to grow the plants also. And in Africa, they know that better than here, because in Belgium and the Netherlands, they don't use biochar as a soil improver.
Soil enhancement.
Yeah. So we don't know that here, but in Africa, they know it very well. In some cultures, they use it for decades already. So they know it, but they don't know that there is also a value inside it as a carbon content. And that's what we would like to develop. Not only we collaborate with different NGOs, also the Belgian agency Enabel will give support to organizations like we do, but also the Ministry of Agriculture and Training, they support us with the development of this.
All right. Well, I've got actually one more question, if there's nothing from the audience. CRCF is coming, it's the new framework. Now, in the future, it may happen that buyers would like to buy CRCF approved or certified certificates. Okay. Now you have your certificates already. How do you make them CRCF approved?
Well, we use the Carbon Standards International Protocol, and I think that this will take take a look at you. I'm not sure. It's all new for me also. But I hope that it will. I've also heard that it's possible also for Europe that they buy certificates in Africa or in a non-developed country. And what I've also heard is, but I'm not sure that it's true, that they count double if it is in a non-developed country.
That's
That they-
new to me, but okay, I'll do this.
Excellent. Hey, thanks,
Thank you
Mark.
very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's stay in touch because I want to have this scaled in the next 12 months. And then we go to our last man standing there, Lars. Also known as the marathon runner, the guy who run 100 kilometers along the Dutch coast. I don't know what Belgium coast, sorry. Yeah, it doesn't, now it finally makes some noise. No, that one is not good. I think you take it away.
Thank you. So it was the Belgian coast and I ran it for Go Ocean, and Martin from Go Ocean is also in the room. They do projects with ocean ecosystem restoration like coral reefs, seagrass, mangroves, all that cool stuff. And so I did a fundraiser. It's still active, so if anybody wants to donate, come talk to me. But yeah, so how much time do we still have, Joost? Because
7 minutes.
yeah, I
Your
thought so.
time is starting now. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I'm going to answer 4 basic questions: who, why, how, and what. So, who am I? Who is the organization that I work for? Well, I work for Carbon Farmers. Carbon Farmers is part of LTO Bedrijven. LTO is the largest Dutch farmers association. We have 28,000 members, which is roughly half the farmers in the Netherlands. And we have communication channels by which we can reach 80% of the farmers in the Netherlands. So we have a pretty big opportunity to make impact. And Carbon Farmers, so that then moves on to the why. Carbon Farmers was started specifically to help farmers move to more nature inclusive, climate positive practices. And how do we do that? Well, with financing and what carbon certificates for specific practices or systems that help increase soil carbon content and or carbon storage in bio-based construction materials. So specifically, we have projects around miscanthus or elephant grass is a fast-growing perennial crop that you can harvest every year, and you can do lots of fun things with it. But we would really like to use it in construction materials for permanent carbon storage. Bamboo is also something that we're big into. Looking at Polonia trees, so trees that you can harvest every 8 years without replanting them, and they can also be used in construction. But then also more on the food side of things, we have a permanent grassland project, and also are looking more at agroforestry practices. Food forests are really cool. But the challenge with us is streamlining things or sort of standardizing things, which, you know, every food forest is different. So how do you account for carbon storage and things like that? We're looking for kind of one-size-fits-all projects where you don't want to lose sight of the core benefits like biodiversity, because, you know, we talk about carbon all day, but there's an equally big biodiversity crisis going on. So we have to look holistically, but still try to sort of simplify things. And something like miscanthus, for example, which is the biggest project that we have, has a lot of pluses on biodiversity, but you don't want to put 100 hectares of just miscanthus because it's also a monocrop. Anyway. We also trade in carbon certificates. We do that ourselves, but also one of our parent organizations, ZLTO, does as well. And altogether, I think we've sold 9,000 carbon certificates over the years. But that's, you know, also partially publicly funded. But the challenge is to scale it up further, because 9,000 sounds nice, but it's really a drop in the ocean. And there's a lot of farmers that want to do more with these types of like soil enhancement or soil improvement projects, or with bio-based crops. But there's so I'm gonna anticipate the question that you might ask me. What's the biggest thing you're looking for? Well, it's in big block letters on the slides. CDR buyers. That's what we need. Was that 3 minutes? I don't know.
There was 3 minutes. And what do you offer them, those corporate CDR buyers?
Yeah, well, I think in the story of Into the Great Wide Open, we already covered a lot of the like aspects that are important for buyers. It's the local aspect. It's tangible. Well, the idea of a lot of the buyers that we have an affiliation with the agricultural sector. So there's more to it than just a ton of CO2 because the premiums are so big for these projects. The Netherlands is just an expensive country to organize these kinds of projects. So all of those aspects matter, and and it's about convincing them. So it's not like it's not build it and they will come. You have to really approach buyers quite aggressively to get them to a yes.
Keep on knocking on those doors, indeed. Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes.
Hey, Björn.
I'm still in the audience.
Very good.
I take my privilege to ask the first question. Lars, I know your portfolio, obviously, and I think you're extremely do well in building trust in your portfolio, the way you document it and those kind of things. Very tangible. I think also, Jose mentioned it, having that personal relationship is important. I think you can establish that, right?
Yeah.
Now, what can you do to increase the value perception of what's in your portfolio? Or how can you increase the value perception of a certificate so that the buyer is willing to pay perhaps a higher price? We know the rating component, that's one of them. What else comes to mind?
Well, so we also have a sister organization that sells some international certificates, credits, also emissions reduction credits. We had this table that we made where in the columns you would have the different kinds of projects, and then you would have specific aspects of each of those. And then the more you went to the right, the more you got to the premium projects, the more you saw that like more boxes were checked, and then you kind of separate the projects and you distinguish the more premium projects from the other ones.
What are those criteria?
Yeah, so that you can get in touch directly with the farmer doing the project, that you can use it for in your marketing digitally, but also physically. You can host events there. You can have a day there with employees or with investors, whatever. Those are the biggest selling points, I think, for these types of projects.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just thinking now, we say always corporate CDR buyers. But what we thought with the farmers is we have many farmers. Can we not have many buyers? Because I went to, what was it? I had to fly to Poland. I didn't want to fly. And so I estimated how much, but it's standing on a ticket now, I believe, and how much CO2 is emitted per person. So can you not start selling it to private persons who can afford it? And later on, of course, you make it, now it's voluntary, but then later it's compulsory, maybe for the airways. So that's my thing. We are the whole looking for these big ones. Can we not find a lot of money to get it through other ways?
Yeah. That's a good question. And well, I've actually tried approaching some of these like airline companies to see how do they respond to something like our projects. And they usually have like an advisor, and then the advisor decides what kinds of projects go into it. And then when you ask the advisor, they're like, well, you have to have this or that external certification like ICRO or maybe well, B0 specifically, not yet, but yeah, they always ask for like the labels, the certificates, and then
it's me who asks something. It's not the
True.
So I want to do it more with equity and the audience who
Yeah.
just eats a hamburger and then you have to pay.
Yeah, I mean, you could organize something like crowdfunding activities. I'll give you another example. The Vierdaagse feest in Nijmegen, they compensate with a couple of farmers in the region. It's not certified. It's just something that they did that in trust and transparency. We have this project, and then we compensate a small part of our scope 1, 2 emissions. But they also have this idea of, well, kind of, a little bit like what Into the Great Wide Open does, but it's not, you don't choose it. They're really thinking about doing it mandatory as well, to say like, We're just because they work with those cups, because it's an open free event. So you can't put a fee on it at the start. So they say the first cup you always pay a surplus, which is now 50 cents. It's going to be €1. And then they said if we bump that up to €1, we want to use a significant portion of that extra 50 cents to put into more CO2 compensation, so that we can also look at scope compensation. And then you don't do it directly as a customer with the farmer, but through the organization again.
Well, maybe we
Nice.
can test it here in the audience. Would you be willing, like Goos has introduced in Finland, would you be willing to pay a fee or a fee or an add-on to compensate your CO2 emissions for traveling here? Raise your hand if you would be willing to do that. I think it's actually a brilliant idea, and it would be.
And then who is not willing to do that and why? Because that's also very interesting, right? Hier, ik heb, jij bent los. Ik heb hier mensen die willen. Ja.
Well, actually, I have a but, because I think for me as a person, but also from the point of view of the municipality, I really need the guarantee that the money is invested on the long term. And I mean, I started buying trees for travel 25 years ago until I started realizing there's no certification scheme on this certificate. So who am I giving my money to?
Right.
And there's a big difference, because I think, for example, right now already, if you go to Brabants Landschap, Natuurmonumenten, Staatsbosbeheer, they all have opportunities to invest in trees.
Yeah.
And I trust them because they are not for profit and they're engaged to planting trees. So from point of the consumer, you really need to make sure that it's certified and that we can check that the trees are still there in 20 or 50 years. And without this transparency in certification, I think that's my big but. I would not put the money in there. And not my but.
This is why we've been working with Onkra as well, because this was one of the first things when I got to know Sven that really drew me to it, is that they're like, we put as much data online about the project as we possibly can, so that people can almost see physically where their carbon is stored exactly. And that for us that's also just a really big selling point, is that transparency. And then the certification is also needed, because otherwise it's they like to say in Dutch, wij van WC eend.
The butcher.
The butcher who's certifying his own meats. You need that also, but the transparency as well, because, well, you touched on it briefly, the international certifications, they were thought to be a guarantee that what they said was actually true, but then some investigative journalists looked at it and that wasn't the case. So you need watchmen, and you need watchmen for the watchmen. Watchmen.
Allow me to add one thing to you about your question. We're brokers, so we sell, let's say, carbon credits to companies. Then as green carbon, we have to prove to Onkra where the money comes from. And we need to prove that we have paid the remover. So Onkra also plays an active role at the moment in monitoring that where the money comes from and where it goes.
Yes, so I fully trust the way Onkra is being set up, but it was not clear to me if the initiatives by the Dutch farmers are also certified in that.
So that's the thing, is it's you build trust either through certificates or through the personal connection, or a combination of both. But the further removed you are, and as an individual consumer, I think you're always further removed from the project than, for example, a CDR buyer who talks directly to us and to our group of farmers. So you do need the middleman that certifies it and make sure that everything checks out in those cases, even though it adds extra costs, which is also a
One more question in the
Yes.
Do we need all this certification that we know the farmer directly?
Not necessarily, but it's when we started out, we also said, do we really need certification? And in some cases you don't. Like I said, ZLTO, they've been doing these kinds of projects for years without certification, but they've also come to a crossroads now where I think they're like, okay, we see that the market, is asking for certification. And you might know them personally, and I've spoken to sustainability managers that said it like at the start when we started with this, and they said, look, I believe you, and for me it wouldn't be a problem, but I have senior management, and they're not going to sign off on anything unless there's a certificate attached to it.
And what if you want to buy off his CO2 emissions from his driving or flying or whatever? Do you know any projects where a farmer said, okay, I'm gonna do these practices, I'm gonna expecting this amount of CO2 and you can help me with this? And you don't need a certification, you don't need anything, you only need trust of the farmer, basically. But that he's doing the best practice.
Yeah.
And how much is actually, in the end, if it's 1,000 tons or if it's 900 tons, no one really cares. But the money directly goes to the farmer who actually uses really good labor. I think the most important thing on that one is trust.
Yeah.
And with the whole certification, we're basically distrusting, and that's why we need certification.
Yeah, look, for example, there's another organization like New Groen who I think they do it without certification, like planting trees and you get to know the farmers and this type of stuff. And she's been doing it for years as well, but it's always small scale. And you know, by the time you get enough volume, because you have costs, right? Even if you don't have a certification, you need to run the project, you need to organize things. There are costs associated, so you need a certain volume. I'm not saying it's impossible, but this is the pathway that we've chosen, because if you get one buyer like this, we have one buyer who just signed for 1,200 tons. I mean, I think you have to find a lot of individual people before you get to 1,200 tons. But you could do a crowdfunding, for example, right? As an individual farmer, even like, look, I'm going to do this. We have a little back of the envelope calculation. This is the amount of CO2 we're going to store. This is the value. I'm going to do a crowdfunding, and if I get to that amount, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to share it with everybody who donated.
And that's a great end of the story. Thank you very much, Lars.
This brings us to the end of this session, correct? And we move now to the next session, which is not as interesting as this one, obviously. But you can stay here. This session, which is coming up right here, will be in Dutch, what I heard. And it's very...
Beleid. Hartstikke gaaf.
Sorry?
Very important. Policy.
Absolutely important. It's what policies. But I heard it's in Dutch. Something we invented. And the garden room is, where was it again? The garden room is right there. They have about 5 minutes to shop if they are on time. Hey, amigo?
Ja, prima. Ja, jij ook leuk. Oké. Hey. Nee, dat prima, toch? Ja, nee, ik heb het niet zo vaak doen. Nee, maar kijk, sowieso. Kijk, ik hou ook wel van die vragen en dat lukt er nu wel. Maar kijk, ik hou niet van de gesprek. Je gaat geen discussie. Nee. Dat ik het liefst. Ik steek zijn punt wel. Ja, natuurlijk. Ja, maar de eerste vraag is dan scherper. Ja. Nee, dit had inhoud. Ik denk dat iedereen van mij heeft ook voor elkaar gekregen. Onkruid, zonnig te zetten, certificeren. Dus ja, dat moet me nog bij de P0. Ik heb namelijk. Heb ik even €1000 of zo. Nee, dat weet ik. En je dat gaan bieden, als een volume ding, dan werk die bij bieden. Ja, dat je heel makkelijk. Nee, ze moeten bijbetalen de rekening. Ja, daarom ben ik natuurlijk met een broker. Precies. En ik vraag aan security te kijken naar mijn portfolio en om daar de mening van te geven. Ja, en dan gewoon op je portfolio en niet op het individuele project, want anders dan... Ja, eigenlijk kom ik maar daardoor krijg ik trust in mijn portfolio. Ja, zelf. Als dat... daarom moet ik ja, dat moet je doen. En ik moet die gast die in benzine bezig is, even spreken. Die is alweer weg. Die wil ik wel helpen opschalen. Ja, ja, en dan moet ik nog een keer als weer. Ja? Ja, dat is leuk. Ik zou het wel. Maar ja, niet per se hoor. Bij de kijk, wat ik leuk vond was post op het product. Wij hebben het ook. Ik krijg ook nog vanuit. Ik zit in de ja, maar die andere vlucht en ja, zo is het ook. Met de lokale. Nee, ook veel. En dan bied ik die aan, dan bied ik die aan, dan bied ik die aan. Meestal zeg je weer een kies te ja, zeer ik het niet. Hey, en wat ik heb dinsdag. Oh ja, dat is te lijn. Ja, nu al wordt het ja, ja, boos. Wanneer is het?
event, het festival. Zo, ik heb een foto. Ja, dat is wel weer bij
And yeah, next slide. So yeah, I think do you know who Thomas is? Or
All right, everyone. You want to finish your conversations, move slowly towards the other side of the room. We're going to be starting the session here. So is Tom van Haar in the building already? We'll wait for Tom. Even kijken, Tom. Maar Tom is even goed. Ja, heel goed. Hebben we meer vragen voor podium? Ja, dat geeft wel. Ja, ik kan er ook vandaan voor die werk ook. Goed. Ja, ja, maar in ieder geval toch wel mensen van de vind ik wel een goed zo. Ik loop wel even bij zo voor de gehaald. Goed, neem plaats allemaal. Kom langzaam naar voren toe. Kom langzaam naar voren toe. Dan gaan we het hebben over beleid. Decentraal beleid door Sols-Island. We beginnen even met een presentatie van Thomas Peters. Ik ga even vragen mensen achterin. Sluit langzaam aan. Zet het gesprek voort in de gang. Dan kunnen wij ons aan de planning houden. Iedereen. De tijd naar de bom. Goed. Een sessie in het Nederlands. Het is even schakelen, in ieder geval voor mij.
Ja.
De hele dag alle Engelse termen door elkaar gehad. Nu gaan we even weer iets meer inzoomen op wat er nu al gebeurt in onze eigen regio's en wat we samen moeten gaan doen. Even qua structuur van deze sessie. Dit is een werksessie, noemen we het, beleidssessie. Specifiek ontstaan vanuit de samenwerking tussen de gemeente Amsterdam en Rotterdam, die hier vandaag zijn. We beginnen straks met een introductie van Thomas Peters van Copper 8. Thomas, ik laat het aan jezelf om jezelf te introduceren. Een onderzoek dat Copper 8 heeft gedaan. Daarna reageren we vanuit de gemeentes en brengen we het langzaam naar de rest van de zaal, de andere overheden die er zijn. Ik hoop ook wat mensen uit de private sector. Even by show of hands, wie hier is van een overheid? Een overheid. We weten ongeveer met wie we te maken hebben, ongeveer de helft. Wie hier is vanuit het bedrijfsleven, zou het zichzelf noemen? Goed, wie hier is vanuit een andere organisatie? Goed, oké. Een andere organisatie, ja, ik ga even niet toelichten wat voor organisaties dan, maar dan weten we ongeveer het speelveld. Thomas, ik paas hem over naar jou voor de introductie en dan daarna sluiten we aan.
Goedemiddag allemaal. Ik weet niet hoe het met jullie zit, maar er is veel informatie tot me gekomen, dus ik sta zelf nog een beetje te woozy. Maar hele interessante dag en leuk om hier te zijn. Ik ben Thomas Peters vanuit Copper 8, onderzoeks- en adviesbureau hier in Amsterdam op het gebied van de circulaire economie. De afgelopen jaar ben ik met een collega van mij, met Sibren, ben ik gedoken in de wondere wereld van de carbon credits, specifiek in de bouwsector. En dat hebben we vastgelegd in een whitepaper die we recent hebben gepubliceerd. Die wil ik even kort toelichten. Ik ga denk ik proberen niet alle slides even uitgebreid te behandelen, om daarmee ook een soort van de hoeveelheid informatie een beetje te beperken aan het einde van deze middag. Zodat we ook met enige gezwinde spoed naar de borrel door kunnen op een gegeven moment. Ik heb het allemaal mooi vastgelegd in een PowerPoint-presentatie. Dat is wat we als consultants ook doen. Dus daar ben ik in getraind intussen. Zoals ik al zei, het gaat specifiek over CO2-vastlegging in biobased bouwmaterialen. Dus je ziet hier deze pijlen, Construction Stored Carbon. Dat is een van de onderwerpen waar we het over hebben op dit moment. En wij zagen, ik zie dat al mijn titels worden geblokkeerd door... Kan ik dat? Ja, kijk. Wat was de aanleiding voor de publicatie die ik heb geschreven samen met Sascha en mijn collega Sibren? We zagen dat er flinke potentie is in de bouwsector voor CO2-vastlegging. Ook een koppeling met de nationale routekaart die Marcel vanmorgen heeft toegelicht. Tegelijkertijd zien we dat er een circulaire materialentransitie in de bouw gaande is. Onder andere met de ontwikkeling van het nieuwe normaal als gemeenschappelijke taal rondom circulair bouwen in Nederland. En we zien een beweging richting carbon credits om CO2-opslag te verwaarden. En we zien ook negatieve publiciteit rondom tussen haakjes Global South carbon credits. Wat daar bijvoorbeeld vanuit de Follow the Money is gepubliceerd. En tegelijk zien we dus gefragmenteerde kennis en een behoefte aan een praktisch handelingsperspectief. Waarbij wij dus vanuit de eigen financiering en met hulp van de gemeente Amsterdam, dankjewel Jeroen, hebben we dat ook vastgelegd in een paper, zodat iedereen even weet waar we nu staan. Het is ook een momentopname. Deze markt is in ontwikkeling. Dat maakt het ook dat het over een jaar is het iets minder actueel en zul je ook weer bij moeten lezen om bij te blijven.
Is het geluid?
Yes. Zoals ik al zei, gezamenlijke publicatie vanuit Copper 8 en vanuit Climate Cleanup. Ikzelf samen met Sibren en met Sascha. En een aantal partijen hebben meegelezen, waaronder Pablo, die ook vanochtend heeft gesproken hier. En wat staat er in de publicatie? Eigenlijk een definitie van de markt voor carbon credits. Hoe deze toegepast kan worden voor verschillende biobased bouwmaterialen. De samenhang met het Europese CRCF-raamwerk, wat eerder vandaag ook al is aangestipt. Het certificeringsproces en de toepassing daarvan op verschillende niveaus. Dus materiaal- en gebouwniveau, organisatieniveau en nationaal niveau, wat de relatie daartussen ook is. En uiteindelijk doen we ook een aantal aanbevelingen voor de bouwsector en voor beleidsmakers. En de beleidsmakers die komen dadelijk ook nog op om de discussie voor te zetten. En tussen zie je hier een prachtige foto van het Saba-gebouw. Vanochtend zagen we al hoe het gebouwd werd. Intussen ziet het er, of ja, een aantal weken geleden zag het er zo uit. En intussen zijn de laatste gaten ook al opgevuld. Ik woon er om de hoek, dus ik zie hem met regelmaat. De markt voor CO2, vandaag ook al een aantal keer aangestipt. Er is een verplichte markt en er is een vrijwillige markt en die staan volledig los van elkaar. Dus links zie je de verplichte koolstofmarkt. Dus dat is het ETS-systeem van de Europese Unie. Als je meer uitstoot dan je zou mogen uitstoten, dan moet je rechten kopen van partijen die minder hebben uitgestoten. En het aantal rechten gaat over tijd omlaag, om daarmee partijen te dwingen om hun CO2-uitstoot te verlagen. En daarnaast heb je de vrijwillige koolstofmarkt. En dat gaat over CO2-verwijdering, die je verkoopt aan de hand van carbon credits, die voor niet vermijdbare CO2-uitstoot van bedrijven opgekocht kan worden om daarmee te compenseren. Even snel. En hoe worden carbon credits toegekend? Zoals ik al zei, het vrijwillige raamwerk voor carbon removals en carbon farming framework certificering. Het heeft verschillende vormen: koolstoflandbouw, permanente koolstofverwijdering en tijdelijke koolstofverwijdering, waaronder in bouwproducten. Tijdelijk, maar wel langdurig, minstens 35 jaar. En die rechtercategorie is hetgene waar bijvoorbeeld constructies voor carbon credits onder vallen op gebouwniveau. Zie je aan de rechterkant, vanuit Onkra. En je hebt ook nog de Stichting Nationale Koolstofmarkt, die zich specifiek focust op vezelgewassen, waar de meeste bouwmaterialen daaruit voortkomen. Daar is Peter Oei onder andere karttrekker van om ook die via die LVVN-subsidiepot te financieren. Geen subsidie. Excuses, aankoop, tendernet, je hebt het gezegd. En dat Europese raamwerk, Carbon Removal Carbon Farming Framework, CRCF, is dus van toepassing op die vrijwillige markt van carbon credits. En het is eigenlijk een certificeringsraamwerk waar certificeringen zoals die van Onkra aan moeten voldoen, of kunnen voldoen. Het is een vrijwillig raamwerk. En die stellen een aantal quality criteria voor die certificaten, namelijk dat het gequantificeerd moet kunnen worden op een betrouwbare manier. Dat het additioneel is ten opzichte van de huidige praktijk, dus ook de huidige bouwpraktijk. Als we alles al in hout zouden bouwen, zouden er ook geen carbon credits toegekend kunnen worden. Het moet langetermijn opslag zijn, dus minstens 35 jaar. En het moet op een duurzame, sustainable wijze vastgelegd worden. Dus dat betekent ook dat je niet een negatieve impact mag hebben op allerlei andere fronten, anders dan CO2. Illustratie aan de hand van voorbeelden. Links zie je het houtlab, 391 ton CO2 vastgelegd in een gebouw van bodybuilders. Midden zie je Salem, eerder in het proces, met 2550 ton die puur in de draagconstructie al is vastgelegd. Nog afgezien van de andere biobased plaatmaterialen die zijn toegepast. En Agrifirm inblaasstro voor isolatie met 161 kilogram per ton CO2 die ze daarin ontslaan. Via het SNK-raamwerk gecertificeerd. Organisatieniveau. Wat we net ook bij de vorige sessie in deze ruimte bespraken. Wat kunnen kopers nou precies met deze credits? Nou, die kunnen ze dus kopen om te compenseren voor de niet vermijdbare uitstoot die ze hebben als bedrijf. Waar de Oxford Offsetting Principles leidend zijn. Dus reduceer eerst je CO2-uitstoot en compenseer daarna pas wat je niet meer kunt reduceren. En dat zie je ook bij Onkra, dat zij eisen stellen aan de certificaten of aan de kopers van de certificaten. Dus bijvoorbeeld luchtvaartmaatschappijen of andere partijen die puur in de olie- en gasindustrie actief zijn, die mogen niet deze certificaten kopen. Om daarmee ook de geloofwaardigheid te behouden. Dus als je, corrigeer me als ik... En er zijn ook een aantal AFM-richtlijnen vanuit de Autoriteit van Financiële Markten. Rondom de communicatie en welke claims je kunt maken als je deze credits hebt gekocht. En die certificaten kun je vervolgens in je eigen boekhouding opnemen of ook weer verkopen. En opnemen in rapportage conform de CSRD of de Omnibus of de Science-Based Targets Initiative. Dus er zijn ook allemaal richtlijnen rondom. En dan het nationale niveau. Op basis van Europese klimaatwetgeving en het het Parijs Klimaatakkoord moeten landen ook rapporteren over hun CO2-uitstoot, wat ook dus CO2-vastlegging inhoudt. En is er nou een relatie tussen die carbon credits en deze nationale emissierapportage? En die is er in zekere zin wel, maar die staat in principe los van elkaar. Als je hier aan de rechterkant kijkt, zie je dat als er bos wordt geoogst en die wordt verwerkt in houten bouwproducten, dan wordt de vastgelegde CO2 in die houtproducten op de nationale emissieregistratie blijft in het land van herkomst. Dus als wij hier hout uit Finland toepassen, dan is in principe de vastlegging wordt toegekend aan het land Finland. Maar op gebouw- of materiaalniveau kunnen we het in Nederland wel in onze organisatie of gebouwboekhouding vastleggen.
Maar hij telt voor de IPC-merk in Finland.
Ja, exact.
En niet voor Nederland.
Dus op nationaal niveau telt het mee voor het land van herkomst, waar het geoogst is. En bijvoorbeeld als we het hebben over de boekhouding op gebouwniveau, dan telt het mee voor het gebouw. Maar dat staat los van die nationale registratie.
Ja, je zet het land naast de onderneming.
Ja.
Dat is heel belangrijk.
Ja, er zijn er twee verschillende administraties.
Leverancier en de aannemer.
Sorry?
Hoe maak je een split tussen de leverancier die het hout levert en de aannemer die het product verkoopt?
Ja, dus die hele keten, om die carbon credits toegekend te krijgen, moet die hele keten geadministreerd worden. En er mag geen dubbeltelling plaatsvinden. Dus als iemand anders al... Dat gaat dus in het proces, dat is nog hoe de markt zich ontwikkelt op dit moment.
Maar Nexus zei vanochtend, al werd verteld, die hebben alles gecertificeerd wat de fabriek uitbrengt.
Derix, ja.
Of Derix, sorry, excuus. Die kunnen, iedereen die daar spullen had, kan dus geen certificaat meer krijgen over de spullen die ze daar betrekken.
Weet ik dus.
Dus in principe in deze keten kan je op het moment dat je garanties biedt dat het hout daadwerkelijk in een gebouw wordt gebruikt en gevolgd wordt, en dat is de eis vanuit Europa, kun je die claim erop leggen, kun je het laten certificeren. Maar een eis daarvan is wel dat je vervolgens ook met de rest van de ketenpartners daarna het proces, of gerelateerd aan het proces, afspreekt dat jij degene bent die dat claimt. Dus dan op je vraag terug te komen, als een houtleverancier zegt, wij hebben hier carbon credits opgeclaimd, om dat te bevestigen moet je mij X, Y, Z aanleveren. Dat kan ook zoiets zijn als gewoon de overeenkomst tussen twee partijen. Dan kan de houtleverancier dat doen, maar dan heb je dus wel toestemming nodig van die andere ketenpartij. En daar krijg je dus in het proces dat er overeenstemming moet zijn. Wat zo'n partij als Derix dan nu kan doen, is zeggen, wij hebben onze productie, wij garanderen waar het vandaan komt, volgen het naar elk gebouw waar wij leveren. Wil die gebouweigenaar dat, die klant, dan kun je zeggen nu, hier heb het, dit is een start van het proces om het te laten zien wat het kan zijn. En op termijn kun je daar afspraken over elkaar maken als duidelijk wordt wie er waarvoor betaalt of hoe.
Maar is dat wel handelbaar? Als zij dat certificaat leveren, is het een vrij verhandelbaar certificaat op dat moment?
In principe zolang de organisaties geen claims doen. Dus stel de eigenaar van het gebouw die zegt, ik heb zoveel CO2 in mijn gebouw en dat compenseert mijn andere uitstoot op een manier, als dat mag volgens de boekhoudingsregels van hen, dan niet meer, maar anders wel.
Ja, maar de final legal owner, dus de eigenaar van het gebouw, is de final legal owner van de credits. En hij moet er dus aan meewerken dat een ander in de keten de certificatie verstuurt.
Er moet in ieder geval met de gebouweigenaar wel gecommuniceerd worden en die moet bekend zijn, want anders kun je niet controleren of die gebouweigenaar er niet zelf
Je mag
is.
ze zelf claimen, je wil.
Hangt vanaf hoe je dat hebt begrepen.
Ja, uiteindelijk is het een vorm van ketensamenwerking om hier te komen.
Thomas, dank voor het overzicht. Heb jij nog een andere slide?
Even kijken.
Want dan wil ik graag door naar hoe we als overheden hier...
Ik ga nog even kort doorklikken. Sorry, één belangrijk punt. Vezelgewassen vallen in zich heel buiten deze nationale registratie. Dus het gaat puur alleen over harvested wood products, over hout. Dus dat is op nationaal niveau.
Dus geen nitraat.
Dat staat niet op nationaal niveau vanuit de emissieregistratie wordt dat niet bijgehouden.
Marcel,
correct.
Ja, en dat heeft ermee te maken dat daarvoor nog geen internationale regels zijn ontwikkeld om die op te nemen in de nationale emissie-inventarisaties.
Exact.
Daar zijn we mee bezig, zeg maar, om meer categorieën CO2-vastlegging. Dat geldt ook voor dak bijvoorbeeld, of dok. Er bestaan geen methodologieën voor, dus stellen ze nog niet mee in het systeem. Maar daar wordt dus wel aan gewerkt.
Exact. Je hebt genoemd stroom voor 1,5.
Ja, dus dat is op gebouw, materiaal en organisatieniveau. Dat is dus de vrijwillige koolstofmarkt. En dat staat dus los van die nationale emissieregistratie. Ja, dat is...
Zit er een kosten aan verbonden om het vast te leggen?
Wat bedoelt u?
Zit er een kosten aan verbonden om die CO2 vast te leggen ergens?
Voor de certificering.
Ja, dat kost, het is wel een proces om dat te doen, dus daar zit wat proceskosten aan vast. Ja. Aanbevelingen voor beleidsmakers, specifiek voor deze sessie. Stuur expliciet op de toepassing van biobased bouwprojecten om die schaalsprong te maken en biobased de standaard te maken in de bouw. Ontwikkel nationaal monitoringsinstrument voor die CO2-vastlegging in biobased bouwmaterialen, ook op gebouwniveau om te weten wat je hebt in je land. En borg je toekenning van CO2-vastlegging in biobased gebouwen en vezelgewassen in het rekenprotocol, zoals Marcel net benadrukt. En stel ook de halfwaardetijd bij voor korte en langcyclisch biobased bouwproducten, maar dat is even misschien iets te diep in de. Dus die gaat even door. Koppeling naar de routekaart, kostenvastlegging, zoals nog ook al vanuit Marcel toegelicht. Het kabinet wil een stuk breder inzetten op koolstofverwijdering via de industrie, dus meer de technische oplossing. En ook via biobased bouwen als meer natuurlijke oplossing. En dan staat het specifiek voor biobased bouwen dat er een potentie is voor 1 megaton koolstofvastlegging via bouwwerken, puur alleen op basis al van de vezelgewas. Dus er zit hout nog niet eens meegerekend. Dus er is veel potentie.
Hout is geen 2 keer zoveel, dus dan zou je eigenlijk 3 megaton zitten.
Tada.
Als het nee opkomt. Voor de vrijwilliger.
Mocht nog geïnteresseerd zijn, de publicatie is online beschikbaar.
Goed, klimaatbeleid en wat meetelt in de vrijwillige kosten.
Ja, goed. Dankjewel Thomas voor deze introductie. Een warm applaus. Ik hoor en zie allemaal vraagtekens bubbelen tussen mensen. Ik denk, de vraagtekens gaan we niet allemaal wegnemen. Wat we wel kunnen doen is met elkaar, en specifiek met de gasten die ik zo meteen het podium op ga brengen, praten over hoe die vraagtekens, hoe we daar doorheen navigeren en wat gemeentes, provincies en ook bedrijven kunnen doen, al doen, om koolstofvastlegging in de bouw te stimuleren. Daarvoor wil ik Jeroen van der Waal van gemeente Amsterdam naar het podium roepen. Geef hem een applaus. Ja. En Tom van Haren van de gemeente Rotterdam. Ook voor hem. Jeroen, ik begin met jou. Of je jezelf even wil introduceren wat je doet bij de gemeente en hoe jij, laat ik zeggen, naar het verhaal van Thomas luistert, ook al hebt geluisterd in het verleden, en hoe jij de rol van de gemeente dan ziet.
Ja, nou, ik ben Jeroen van der Waal. Ik werk al heel lang binnen de gemeente Amsterdam aan duurzaamheid en de laatste 10 jaar aan circulair bouwen. En ik was heel blij dat er in 2021 hebben wij het convenant houtbouw ondertekend. Ik vond het echt een van de mooiste uitdagingen die ik tot nu toe heb gehad. En ik heb heel wat gezien. Ik denk dat het echt heel mooi is, omdat het ook vooral vanuit woningbouw komt en niet zozeer vanuit duurzaamheid. En daardoor heb ik het idee dat dat wat meer bestendigt. En vanuit dat perspectief, dat hebben we gevolgd als gemeente en we zien dat de business cases tot nu toe toch wat moeizaam lopen. En toen kwamen we dit instrument tegen en we dachten van we moeten toch eens in ieder geval kijken wat dit voor potentie biedt. Ook mede door de vraag die er net nog van onder dwars kwam, van, dat zij ons ook hebben gevraagd als gemeente van, zouden jullie wellicht die certificaten kunnen kopen voor het gebouw Horizons? Nou, dat gaan we uiteindelijk niet doen, maar dat heeft meer te maken met het feit dat het een tender is geweest waar je achteraf dan een ongelijk speelveld gaat creëren als je daar nog geld gaat toegeven aan degene die dan de tender heeft gewonnen. Maar dat was de reden waarom we ook het onderzoek hebben gedaan, laten uitvoeren door Thomas. Daar zijn we er heel blij mee, want het was voor ons ook echt wel even zoeken, waar gaat dit nou precies over, want dat zit er allemaal voor haken en ogen aan. En ik merk nog steeds ook vandaag dat het nog niet allemaal uitgekristalliseerd is. Wel denk ik dat er kansen in zitten. Waar we nu wel tegenaan lopen is als wij dat zelf zouden gaan kopen. Ja, we zitten natuurlijk met het bekende ravijn volgend jaar als gemeente. Ja, ik denk dat dat een beetje moeilijk gaat worden. Dus ik heb ook al voorgesteld in eerdere overleggen die we hadden, ook met onze collega hier naast, maar ook met anderen. Bij jou zouden wij misschien niet meer als gemeente moeten faciliteren. En hoe dan precies weten we nog niet, maar het zou bijvoorbeeld kunnen zijn dat wij de vrijwillige koolstofmarkt voor deze construction stored carbon credits, dat we die gaan van binnen je gemeente kun jij als bedrijf of misschien ook als particulier kan jij die credits kopen en die kan zelf bij wijze van spreken
gaan kijken of het ook echt is toegepast. Want dat is natuurlijk het grote voordeel. Het gebeurt dan in je eigen gemeente en je hoeft er niet voor naar Costa Rica om te kijken of die boom nou al gelukt. Dus dat is eigenlijk het idee wat wij hadden.
Check, dankjewel. We komen zo bij terug. We gaan even door met Tom van Hagen van de gemeente Rotterdam. Tom, hoe zijn jullie, of hoe ben jij hier in dit thema ingerold, als ik het zo mag noemen? En hoe kijken jullie nu naar de inzet van de gemeente op, laat ik het dan carbon credits noemen als middel, maar als doel, uitstoot omlaag, opslag omhoog, bio-waste transitie.
Ja, wij zijn nog heel erg zoekende erin van wat nou onze rol hierin kan zijn. Wij zijn er eigenlijk mee gestart. De aanleiding was het plan van aanpak duurzaam doorbouwen, wat wij vorig jaar mei in Rotterdam hebben gelanceerd. Daarom werken we samen met heel veel woningcorporaties, marktpartijen, maar ook kennisinstituten zoals de Hogeschool Rotterdam aan. Een aantal kerndingen die erin staan zijn Paris-proof bouwen en bouwen volgens de EU-taxonomie. Dus juist ook de regels waarmee investeerders en bouwers moeten rapporteren. En in dat plan van aanpak hebben we ook het een en ander gezegd over dat we willen onderzoeken wat de mogelijke voordelen kunnen zijn van werken met carbon credits. Dat werd eigenlijk vervolgens versterkt door een oproep van de Raad, door een motie van de Raad om ook echt hier specifiek aan de slag te gaan en met een uitwerking van een pilot aan de slag te gaan. En dat is eigenlijk waar we nu nog staan en die uitwerking zijn we nu nog bezig. We zijn nog heel erg zoekend inderdaad in wat dat dan precies moet zijn. We hebben inderdaad gesprekken gehad, ook met Amsterdam, over van wat hebben wij nou als gemeente voor een rol hierin. Maar wat we nu al doen en een vervolg wat we mogelijk ook nog wel zien binnen Rotterdam, ook voor de uitwerking van die motie dan, is om, we hebben nu we noemen het het is een convenant officieel samen met woningbouwcorporaties, een soort van houtbouwfonds kan je het noemen, waarmee we woningbouwcorporaties helpen om een aantal woningen in hout te kunnen bouwen. Dit jaar helpen we in ieder geval 120 woningen daarvoor te realiseren. En dat doen we nu op basis van afspraken over, realiseren een woning in hout met een minimaal percentage. We zitten er nu aan te denken dat het mogelijk zou kunnen zijn om die verantwoording daarover dan juist met bijvoorbeeld van carbon credits te doen. Dus dat ze dat dan op die manier kunnen gaan teruggeven aan ons, waarmee wij dan eventueel de optie hebben om dat ofwel weer te kunnen verkopen en daarmee een soort van replicerend fonds op te zetten. Of aan de andere kant misschien te gebruiken voor onze eigen opzetting. Want ook als gemeente hebben wij voor onze eigen bedrijfsvoering ook nog wel wat CO2 te compenseren.
Maar ja, dus echt een combinatie van de compensatie van je eigen uitstoot en uitvoering van bredere beleidsdoelen, mag ik maar zo zeggen.
Ja, eigenlijk wel, maar dit is nu de denkrichting die wij ambtelijk hebben. Dat moet volgens mij ook weer voorgelegd worden aan de politiek en dan kijken hoe daaruit komt. Ja.
Check. Thomas, jij hebt naast deze paper, waar ik ook aan heb mogen meeschrijven, een besliskader geschreven voor de gemeente Amsterdam, maar gemeenten algemeen, om wat ze kunnen doen met dit instrument. Kan je dat samenvatten wat jouw conclusies daarvan waren?
Doe tot. We hebben origineel geschreven puur voor de gemeente Amsterdam, dus niet per se voor een breder publiek. Dus we hebben ook niet daarin de publiciteit ingebracht. Maar eigenlijk gaat het vooral over, is het een effectief middel om dus die transitie naar een meer duurzaam, eigenlijk die materialentransitie binnen de bouw aan te jagen. Want dat, zoals Jeroen al zei, dat is binnen de metropoolregio Amsterdam hebben ze het, dus de MRA houtbouwconvenant. Of dat effectief is en of het methodologisch goed onderbouwd is. En daar hebben we dus eigenlijk het ONCRA-raamwerk aan getoetst. Om te kijken of dat ook goed correspondeert met het Europese raamwerk. En vervolgens of het dus juridisch mogelijk is. En juist die laatste schakel, dat is dus hetgene waar het specifiek voor de casus Horizons op spaak liep. Omdat het dus aan het einde van de rit, nadat je eerst grond hebt uitgegeven op basis van bepaalde tendercriteria, dus dat aan het einde niet zomaar weer geld terug mag geven aan de partij die het origineel heeft uitgegeven. Dus eigenlijk methodologisch en effectief is het, maar het is niet juridisch mogelijk.
Ja, dus dat is een uitdaging. Als ik hem even samenvat, we gaan zo meteen nog meer uitdagingen aanstippen. Maar de eerste uitdaging is, wil je hier als gemeente mee aan de slag, dan moet dat wel in te passen zijn in de juridische kaders, waarbij achteraf aankopen van een project waar je eerder een tender voor hebt uitgeschreven, daar lopen lijnen door elkaar. Dus dan ga je eigenlijk toe naar hoe kun je het anders steunen. Jeroen, jij pakte hem net al op en je maakt het verschil tussen zelf financieren of faciliteren. En soort van waar denk je dat de grens ligt bij het financieren door de gemeente van koolstofvastlegging in de bouw. We hadden ook al eerder een vraag uit het publiek in een eerdere sessie. Volgens mij was het dan aan Alexander van de provincie Utrecht. Moeten jullie niet nu zelf boter bij de vis doen en alle uitstoot op deze manier compenseren met het premiumbedrag? Maar waar liggen die uitdagingen bij jullie en de grenzen daarvan?
Ja, dat is goed dat je dit vraagt. Ik moet zeggen, wij zijn er ook inderdaad wel goed zoekende, net zoals Rotterdam. Maar ik hoor bij ons toch wel nog iets meer de geluiden van eigenlijk willen we niet dit gebruiken voor de compensatie van onze eigen uitstoot. En dat op zich ligt het dan misschien iets anders, maar ook dit is nog niet uitgesproken, daar wil ik duidelijk in zijn. Dat is geen officieel standpunt. Maar zeg maar, ambtelijk wordt er wel over gedacht om dat niet te doen. Het enige wat wel binnenkort gaat gebeuren is dat de gemeente Amsterdam ook zijn eigen uitstoot, de scope 3 daarin wil meenemen. En tot voor kort was dat natuurlijk altijd nog de scope 1 en 2 waar we het over hadden. Er wordt nu, als het goed is, deze zomer worden de doelstellingen daarvoor gepresenteerd. En dan ben ik ook benieuwd natuurlijk van hoe gaan we dan dat bereiken. Want dan zou je misschien ook wel iets van compensatie willen doen, omdat we nogal veel uitstoten met bijvoorbeeld, in ieder geval in openbare ruimte. We kopen natuurlijk heel veel stenen en asfalt in, waar een behoorlijke scope 3 in zit. We hebben niet meer veel eilanden die we maken, maar bijvoorbeeld Strand Eiland, dat was echt een gigantische CO2-uitstoten. Die sloot geloof ik 99% van alle uitstoot die we als gemeentelijke organisatie hadden, die sloten die op. Dus ja, dat zou de discussie kunnen veranderen. Maar vooralsnog denk ik dat wij niet zelf echt dus willen gaan aankopen. En dat we er meer, wat ik net al eigenlijk zei, van hoe kunnen we nou voor zorgen dat binnen de markt die beweging ontstaat. En dat wij misschien als gemeente daarbij een soort extra betrouwbaarheid kunnen bieden van, als de gemeente dit aanbiedt, dan wordt het misschien toch meer beschouwd als een betrouwbaar instrument waar misschien of burgers of bedrijven die zelf niets meer kunnen compenseren, maar het wel graag willen doen, of reduceren. En die zelf moeilijk CO2 kunnen reduceren omdat ze alles al hebben geprobeerd. Dat die dus dan bijvoorbeeld die certificaten zouden kunnen kopen. Met het grote voordeel, het gebeurt in je eigen stad, je kunt het zelf zien. En dat zou natuurlijk echt, wat mij betreft, een beetje, de droom klinkt wel groot, maar dat zou wel een heel mooi perspectief zijn. Ik wil nog één kanttekening wel maken over het effect. Als je nu ziet wat de business cases per woning vragen, dat is een behoorlijk hoog bedrag nog. Dus als we het hebben over oudbouw versus traditionele bouw, die trouwens ook al nauwelijks meer uitkomen. Op dit moment zijn er natuurlijk heel veel projecten die ook stagneren om die reden. Maar dan moet je toch wel een heel groot gat vullen. En dat zal niet alleen de credits kunnen. Dat is voor ons op dit moment wel duidelijk. Tenminste, tenzij natuurlijk het hele plaatje, het business case weer wat gunstiger gaat worden of traditioneel veel duurder gaat worden. Dat hopen we natuurlijk eigenlijk dat houtbouw misschien goedkoper gaat worden.
Check Thomas, jij wou reageren?
Ja, ik vind dat punt van, dus juist in een situatie waarin carbon credits onder vuur liggen, dan naar deze carbon credits die heel tastbaar zijn van dat gebouw, daar zit zoveel CO2 in, die hele keten is vastgelegd, dat een soort van stamp of approval zou krijgen doordat een gemeente dat ofwel faciliteert ofwel aankoopt of een andere overheidsorganisatie. Dat zou heel erg helpen om deze markt echt op gang te krijgen. Dus ik zie dat wel als een mooie route om een slag te maken.
Dat is misschien een leuke vraag voor de zaal. Hoe denken jullie daarover? Zou dat nou uitmaken voor met name degene die misschien de kopers?
Je stilt de woorden uit mijn mond. We hadden net een aantal. Nee, helemaal geen probleem. Nee, we hadden een aantal handen vanuit het bedrijfsleven, maar ook als je niet uit het bedrijfsleven bent. Hoe kijk je naar die optie dat een gemeente als het ware of een garantie of een stempel of een bijdrage aan een platform waar je dus Nederlandse carbon credits kan kopen? Hoe zien jullie de potentie daarvan? Iemand die erop reageert. Ik zie hier in eerste hand. Ik heb een makkelijke rol op modereren, dus dat heb ik gedaan. Dankjewel.
Ik ben Robert Hors, dank voor jou. Hoe ik hier naar kijk, dubbel. Enerzijds is het ook heel interessant als een overheidsorgaan of een gemeente dus investeert rechtstreeks in die koolstofcertificaten. Voor example, mijn eigen bedrijf, ik kan 300 tot 400 koolstofcertificaten genereren per jaar gecertificeerd voor een investering van 6 à 7 ton. Dit doen we al in diverse landen ter wereld. Het is heel tastbaar. We kunnen die installatie ook bij de distribuerende boer van Amsterdam neerzetten. Daar kun je ook naar kijken. Dus ook dat is bijvoorbeeld een denkrichting van, hé, dat is heel tastbaar. Ik geloof meer in die mix van tastbaar, maar ook een stukje faciliteren van.
Dankjewel. Ga door.
Ja, dankjewel. Peter van Hoft van Skytree. Ik wil graag aanhaken ook op het comment van de vorige opmerking. Je kan inderdaad ook heel denken in de lijn van ik zet mijn geld in op carbon credits, maar ik zou zelf ervoor pleiten om inderdaad innovatie, bedrijfsleven te stimuleren met een stukje financiering om op die manier eigenlijk de carbon credits te genereren. Die zou je dan eventueel als gemeente of als provincie of op landelijk niveau kunnen adopteren. Dus feitelijk stimuleer je dan bedrijfsleven uit Nederland met een stukje innovatie om uiteindelijk zo tot de carbon credits te komen. Dat zou ik een interessante prikkel vinden. We gaan een deel van de middelen die we voor de carbon credits hadden, gaan we ook anders inzetten. Dat wordt een Innovation Impact Challenge, heet dat in het Nederlands. En dat betekent dat 10 bedrijven kunnen dan €30.000 krijgen om een eerste proefopzet voor het haalbaarheidsonderzoek te doen. En dan 5 bedrijven nog een keer €300.000. En daarmee hopen we dat je dus juist nieuwe varianten krijgt. Dat je misschien een of ander speciaal hars uit een reststroom gaat persen. Of dat je gas gaat raffineren waar je dus de eiwit uithaalt. En dat je vezel in een isolatiemateriaal stopt. Ik hoop dat je over 2, 3 weken online gaat, maar je weet alvast het gaat eraan komen. Volgens mij heb ik alle hordes gehad. Maar die zei ik, en je wordt op je wenken bediend. Maar dit is dus geen carbon credits. Hè? Dat is dus een Impact Innovation Challenge waar je dus betaalt voor als overheid voor prototypes. Hij is wat makkelijker dan subsidies, want er wordt soms helemaal gallisch van alle eisen en voorwaarden. Dit is wat makkelijker, die Impact Innovation Challenge. Dus hij komt er. Misschien nog even ten aanzien van de waarde van die credits. Dat is ook iets waar ik jullie natuurlijk ook in overleg ben. Naarmate je meer kunt claimen als degene die hem gebruikt, heet dat dan in het jargon. Dus die over communiceert, des te waardevoller ze gaan worden. Dus dat is ook de discussie die we nog verder moeten aanscherpen met het project Loop bij RVO, waar we dat scherp inzichtelijk brengen. In eerste instantie voor 3 markten, de inzetting voor de bouwsector, eigenlijk de markt zelf van binnen de eigen overheid. En de derde zijn dan bedrijven die het vanuit het goede doel, vanuit hun eigen klimaatbeleid zouden willen doen. Maar dat, ja, goed, dat moet nog volgen. Ik vind het zelf ook nog wat mager in de zin. Je mag dus alleen zeggen van, ik heb zoveel ton vastgelegd. En wat is nou je voordeel daarvan?
Is dat een bezwaar dat je hebt bij die laatste partij, dus voor het aantrekken van externe bedrijven? Of geldt het eigenlijk voor zowel overheden als in de keten?
Het geldt gewoon voor de waarde van we weten eigenlijk, we hebben een heel marktonderzoek laten doen, kun je op de Rijksoverheid.nl vinden. Dus we hebben allerlei partijen gevraagd, wat denk je dat de marktprijs wordt? Nou, dan vind je ergens een prijs tussen de 70 en 150 afhankelijk van allerlei voorwaarden. Maar de vraag die erachter zit is, wat kun je dan eigenlijk mee? En die vraag die moeten we denk ik nog veel scherper vanuit de overheid beantwoorden. En dan wordt het ook, dan gaat het ook meer waarde opleveren. Want uiteindelijk zou je liefst als overheid helemaal niet opkomen, dat de boeren direct zelf de carbon credits kunnen verkopen.
Oké, dankjewel. Ik voel me af of er iemand vanuit de provinciale laag, hoe die hier naar kijken, naar die balans tussen zelf financieren, om het zo maar te noemen, of faciliteren. En in hoeverre dat idee van een lokale markt proberen te creëren, of het iets is wat aanspreekt, of waar je dan eigenlijk al bezwaar in je hoofd bij voelt. Iemand die zich goed voelt? Ja. Als we moeten wisselen, Thomas, dan zeg je ja.
Tot goed. Zal ik ook een beetje aan het bewegen nog?
Ja, fijn. Van de provincie Gelderland. Wat lastig is natuurlijk is kijk hoeveel budget er in een overheidslaag omgaat en waar zij de inkomsten van krijgen. De provincie krijgt inkomsten met name van de Rijksoverheid, het provinciefonds. En de rest is eigenlijk alleen maar de belasting. Dus dat is heel weinig. En wij hebben natuurlijk wat aandelen links en rechts. We hebben ook zo'n bij Liander. En ze krijgen daar wat van. En we hebben wat op de bank staan, dus krijgen nog behoorlijk wat geld uit als die rente maar omhoog gaat. Maar het is eigenlijk peanuts, hè? Als je kijkt naar hele energie en andere markten. Dus wij kunnen niet zo heel erg veel. Nu kun je dan proberen wat te kopen om gewoon te kijken hoe dat werkt. Dus ik denk dat we dat zeker gaan proberen. We hebben eerst meegewerkt aan onkruid en we zijn ook een marktanalyse aan het doen. Dus ik denk wel dat wij gaan kopen, mits dat het ook co-benefits heeft. Dat was een mooie vraag meer straks van Eindhoven. En die co-benefits zitten dan bij ons vrij bij landbouw en zo. Dus dat het wel in je eigen provincie wordt geïnvesteerd. Dus ik denk dat dat de dingen zijn. Eén, we hebben weinig geld. We kunnen wel wat doen om gewoon daar meer gevoel bij te krijgen door mensen. Maar ik denk dat de massa aan geld, en dat is ook weer bij energie, et cetera, zit ook bij bedrijven en bij eindconsumenten. Dus dat is mijn observatie. Maar het is wel goed om ermee te beginnen. En ook goed als daar de volksvertegenwoordigers naar moeten kijken hoe wij dat doen en hoe ze, want zij moeten ons controleren. Dus zij moeten ook weten of het goed gedaan wordt. Ik vind dat een hele belangrijke. Dus de volksvertegenwoordigers moeten er veel meer idee van krijgen hoe dat werkt en daarom moeten we het ook eenvoudig uitleggen. Want niet iedereen van de volksvertegenwoordigers tegenwoordig weet alles meer.
Dankjewel. Gaan naar jou.
Even aanvulling vanuit Noord-Holland. Nee, ik denk dat we als overheid wel ook een rol hebben in launching customer. Maar dan bijvoorbeeld, we zitten als provincie natuurlijk meer in vaarwegen en wegenonderhoud. En daar kunnen we natuurlijk wel het goede voorbeeld geven in de vraag naar biobased producten omhoog brengen. Waardoor ook dit soort aanverwante dingen meer in beeld komen bij mensen. En ik denk dan wel ook, dan ook wel wij nog misschien een optie is, wij hebben het wel proberen redelijk ook in beeld te brengen wat onze eigen certificaat is. Ook wij doen dan niet zozeer aan eilandjes besluiten, maar wel ook onze wegenbouw is natuurlijk wel ook een punt. Dus als we dat niet redden om dan helemaal certificaat te krijgen, dat je dan ook zou kunnen krijgen dat je ook als launching customer laat zien richting andere bedrijven. Je kan ook nog je vrijwillige, nog niet oplosbare CO2-uitstoot terugbrengen. Dus zo zou ik er meer zien. Niet zomaar in de volle weg certificaten opkopen, maar wel echt koppelen aan je eigen beroep.
Helder, dankjewel. Inmiddels springen er handen omhoog, dat is heel fijn. Voor het ruimtelijke vraag gaan we toch even naar Marco, maar ik heb de andere handen gezien en die komen gewoon nog op.
Ja, vanuit de provincie Zuid-Holland. Nee, ik sluit me uiteraard bij aan. Uiteindelijk is het de vraag van je beperkte budget. Als je credits koopt, ja, dan ben je ze ook kwijt. Dus als je ze zelf houdt om uiteindelijk je reductie te doen. Hè? Dus vanuit zo'n overheid is inderdaad, bij ons in ieder geval, de helft van onze uitstoot is busvervoer. Nou, die gaan allemaal elektrisch, dus maar die bussen moet je wel aanbesteden en kopen. Dus daar zit gewoon een hoop geld in. En de andere helft is inderdaad de aannemerij, de onderhoud van de wegen. En dat is wel, moet ik zeggen, dat hebben we al bewezen, dat je gewoon CO2-negatieve wegen kan onderhouden en aanleggen. Maar de praktijk is weer barstig. En mijn collega's op die afdelingen, die schieten wat mij betreft niet hard genoeg op. Dus daar zou ik ze graag inderdaad een penalty weer voor willen geven. In de zin van, koop dan maar de credits als je niet je doelstellingen haalt. Maar ja, dat moet je dan natuurlijk wel bestuurlijk afstemmen. En daar is het bestuur dan ook niet voor. Dus feitelijk houdt ze liever hun geld wel in zak en ook niet per se aan innovatie vooralsnog.
Er wordt een beetje naar elkaar gekeken voor het financieren, zou ik kunnen zeggen. Ja, die kant op.
Yes, dankjewel. Adrie van den Burg van Heijmans. Ik zie wel ook, ik hoor veel ook op de wegenbouw en op asfalt, waar ik Amsterdam zit. Daar zien we natuurlijk de fictieve korting op basis van een LCA-berekening, NKI-waarde. De overheid gaat naar dwingende NKI. Het is toch een ander stelsel, een andere systematiek dan wat we hier nu bespreken. Ze hanteren volgens mij andere uitgangspunten. Dus permanent 100 jaar volgens mij, als nu een ondergrens hier ook 35 jaar. is er ook op Europees niveau daar ergens samenwerking om dat te harmoniseren? Te voorkomen dat we dadelijk tal van stelsels naar elkaar hebben, dat niemand het meer kan rijden. Zeg maar. Dus ik geloof ook in die fictieve kortingroute, maar het is denk ik wel belangrijk om daar ook even over voor te hebben. Vooral omdat het een groot aandeel van onze CO2-footprint is.
Ja, dan toch een kijkje inderdaad in het Europese milieuwetgevingsstelsel in de bouw. Eigenlijk wat we hier aan het bespreken zijn is geen stok, maar een wortel voor de transitie naar biobased. Als we dan even over de stokken gaan hebben, hebben we dus in Nederland expliciet gekozen op basis van de Europese norm om alles qua CO2-opslag wat er in het gebouw gaat, om dat de aanname te doen dat aan het eind van de levensduur wordt het weer verbrand. Dus tel het niet mee. Op dit moment in de Europese wetgeving, Whole Life Carbon, is de vraag, hoe gaan we daarmee om met die aanname? Want er zijn verschillende geluiden, ook vanuit Nederland is er veel gelobbyd, dat is oneerlijk. Vanuit Frankrijk is dat ook zo gegaan. Hebben ze een manier gevonden om de emissies en de opslag eerder in de levensduur een hogere waarde te geven. Dus dan heb je op die manier in je grenswaardes voor hoeveel je nog uitstoot in de bouw, zit die opslag meegenomen. Dat kan een manier zijn. De vraag in Europa, hoe gaan we daarmee om? En gaan we dan, ook in Nederland, ook op termijn toe naar het stelsel waarbij je dus die opslag dan op die manier mee rekent. Gegeven dan dat als je dus opslag van CO2 in je materiaal meeneemt in die grenswaarde van uitstoot, dat is al een keuze die je moet maken waar je in moet geloven. Maar dan moet die grenswaarde natuurlijk ook wel dermate strikt zijn dat het zin heeft en dat het ook daadwerkelijk opdrachtgevers, aannemers, ontwikkelaars het zetje geeft om biobased te kiezen in de materialisatie. Dat is de vraag, waardoor je nog steeds binnen al die onzekerheden nu dan kijkt naar elkaar en naar gemeentes en provincies. Hoe kun je dan in de tussentijd dit dus nog aanjagen?
Ja, dat is specifiek omdat dus deze credits zoals die hier gedefinieerd zijn, bestaan bij de gratie van dat het niet wettelijk wordt afgedwongen. Dus doordat het additioneel is op geldende wetgeving, kun je de credits voor uitgeven. En op het moment dat we er wel consistent en goed op sturen, dan zijn er ook geen credits meer om uit te geven op basis van deze methodiek. En dat Europese raamwerk, even ter illustratie.
Bas van de Vriend. Peter Oei noemde net een prijs tussen de 70 en 120 euro per ton, wat men bereid zou zijn te betalen. Laten we even gemakshalve zeggen 100. Dan is het grootste risico, afgezien van allerlei technische onzekerheden waar we net over spraken, is natuurlijk dat het fonds wat in het leven is geroepen door het ministerie, dat het wel inkoopt en dat het ook die credits moet verkopen. Dat heeft te maken met het cashflow probleem. Je moet zekerheden hebben aan de voorkant, die worden gedekt door het fonds. En dan moet je zeg maar op enig moment dat geld, het verwaarden van die credits, moet je kunnen terugkrijgen. Daar zit een heel groot risico, want je kunt ook voor een ton 5 euro betalen voor misschien wel een heel vaag krediet voor boompjes in Afrika die geplant worden. Ik zeg het even heel negatief. Zou je ook een fonds kunnen voorstellen waarbij je eigenlijk zegt, nou je kunt, zeg jij zelf maar als je initiatiefnemer bent, zoveel denk ik dat de certificaat opbrengen, dat spreek je af, je mag ze zelf verkopen, maar het verschil moet je bijleggen, dat is het risico wat je zelf neemt. Dan krijg je een heel ander soort fonds dan dat je het risico bij het fonds, de financier, bijvoorbeeld de gemeente of wie dan ook neerlegt.
Wat je beschrijft is meer een garantiefonds, mag ik dan zo
Nee, gewoon eigenlijk een financier. Dan kun je nog steeds, bijvoorbeeld als provincie of gemeente, de apparaatskosten voor het beheer van het fonds dekken. Die zijn veel lager dan wat erin omgaat. Maar het gaat er vooral om dat je het risico waarschijnlijk niet wilt lopen, dat je de prijs die je aan de voorkant gedacht hebt uiteindelijk niet krijgt, maar dat aan de voorkant wel er krediet is om te verduurzamen in hout te bouwen, bijvoorbeeld. Snap je? Maar dan neem je als initiatiefnemer wel bewust het risico. En je moet bijbetalen als je maar 50 euro in plaats van de aan de voorkant verrekende 100 euro. Wat zou dan, is het dan een haalbaar verhaal? Want er wordt heel veel over dat soort fondsen gesproken. Revolverend, dat betekent eigenlijk gewoon, je krijgt een lening en je behoort gewoon terug te betalen. Maar wat als je er minder voor krijgt? Want daar zit het werkelijke risico.
Nou, dit risico ligt bij
Ligt in dit geval het ministerie.
Ja, dus in dit geval hebben we gewoon gezegd, we schrijven het af naar 0. Krijgen we wat terug, kunnen we wat meer doen. En we weten het ook gewoon niet.
Nee.
Dus, en dat hangt ook mede af van de eisen die we kunnen stellen aan die carbon credits, van wat je ermee kunt doen, wat die waarde gaat worden. Want die andere, dat is nog een andere waar ik altijd heel bunzig van werd. Als je dus, je hebt dus een soort financiële additionaliteit en je hebt een beleidsmatige additionaliteit. Dus je kunt wel beleidsmatig ergens een plusje opzetten. Maar dat wil nog lang niet zeggen dat het in de markt rondkomt. En dit was juist een financiële stimulans. En als je dan ook doordenkt met ETS, dat ze het juist een systeem wil opnemen, dan is dat weer strijdig met, want dan wordt hij juist verplicht.
Ja.
Dus daar zit wel heel interessant, want dan zouden opeens al die vrijwillige carbon helemaal niks meer waard worden als we een harde verplichting in het bouwsluit zouden zetten.
Dus ja, om hem even terug te pakken naar het podium, ik vraag me af, we hebben ook wel die gesprekken gehad van, moet je het niet dan, kun je het niet vanuit de normen die er nu zijn, de rekenmethoden zijn, zeggen aan de voorkant in het tenderproces, wij willen dat je zoveel CO2 gaat opslaan. Dan moet je gaan sleutelen aan de voorschriften van de tender. Hoe kijken jullie daarnaar vanuit gemeente? Weten dat jullie niet per se in het team tenders zitten, maar zijn jullie daar in eerste instantie fan van? Om meer verplichtingen te stellen in plaats van aan te kopen, dan wel te stimuleren dat anderen gaan aankopen?
Je wilt dan nog zonder financieel iets tegenover te stellen? Of?
Ja, dat je zegt, wij willen dat je zoveel CO2 opslaat in het gebouw en je krijgt daar zoveel fictieve korting voor, ofwel zoveel punten voor.
Ja, dat is een beetje wat ik net zei met hoe wij dat fonds nu voor ons zien. Want we kunnen, nou, het ligt een beetje aan de aanbesteding. Je hebt op zich nog wel wat ruimte inderdaad om niet zozeer eisen te stellen. Dat mogen wij niet vanuit de gemeente. Maar wel inderdaad criteria te stellen waarop als een inschrijver zich daaraan voldoet. Dus bijvoorbeeld aan een bepaalde hoeveelheid opgeslagen CO2. Waar we inderdaad dan hun kunnen waarderen erop en eventueel op kunnen kiezen. Het zou kunnen via een aanbesteding. Ik zie tot nu toe denk ik meer hel in iets van een fonds waarbij je duidelijkheid hebt van tevoren over de hoeveelheid, het budget, waar net ook over werd gezegd, het budget is beperkt, ook vanuit de gemeente, provincie. Dat je van tevoren weet wat het afgebakende budget is waar je mee kan werken. Als je dat per aanbesteding gaat doen, is dat een stuk lastiger en ik denk dat het een beetje willekeurig wordt dan misschien. Mijn eerste gedachte.
Ja, ik kan er niet zo heel veel toevoegen, alleen wat ik er net in de vorige sessie ook heel erg sterk hoorde van vertrouwen is heel erg belangrijk. En dat betekent ook vertrouwen in dat die prijs weer terugkomt. En dat wordt natuurlijk wel enigszins ondermijnd inderdaad op het moment dat je niet meer, dat er geen sprake is van vrijwilligheid en de norm. Dat willen we natuurlijk uiteindelijk ook, dat de normen wat strenger gaan worden. Daarmee begraaf je eigenlijk je eigen systeem. Dus dat vind ik wel eigenlijk lastiger nu dat zo hoort, van hoe je daarmee om moet gaan. Los van het feit dat je natuurlijk, je zou het, wat je stelt, je kan op zich CO2-opslag kan je gewoon meenemen in een tender. Dus we moeten dan wel kiezen, want we hebben heel veel dingen die we in de tender willen. Het zijn in ieder geval in Amsterdam maar een heel beperkt aantal. Dat is van algemeen 20% van de hele woningbouw die in de tenders wordt weggezet. Het leuke er wel van is dat de tenders denk ik altijd de innovatie hebben bevorderd. Maar het blijft natuurlijk een beetje het is een beetje, hoe zou ik zeggen, ja, mensen gaan echt prat op en die willen daar alles insteken en ook heel veel emoties komen er altijd bij, merk ik. Of je dat dan op die manier, ik ben er nog niet over uit, maar misschien, dat mij kan ook.
Ik word scherp, we hebben nog iets van 3 à 4 minuten.
Heel kort aan toevoegen dat het onderzoek waar wij nu mee bezig zijn over carbon credits inloop zijn met onze collega's van gebiedsexploitatie, dus dat zijn de planeconomen, markt- en contractspecialisten. En we hebben het wel over deze optie ook gehad inderdaad, maar het lastige is dat nu juist de prijs zo ontzettend fluctueert, dat ze ook van tevoren niet weten waar ze dan mee rekening zouden moeten houden. Dus wat we wel doen bij aanbestedingen is dat we sturen gewoon op een hoeveelheid biobased materialen, et cetera, maar daar zetten we geen bedrag tegenover. De gemeente Rotterdam is nu wel bezig bij eigen vastgoedprojecten, dus ons eigen gebouw en beheer, om met een langere afschrijfmethodiek te werken. Dus dat je wel door meer biobased materialen toe te voegen kan gaan rekenen met de teruglevertijd, met wat het daarna oplevert, het gebouw. En op die manier kunnen we wel iets sleutelen aan de business case systematiek eigenlijk. En dan zijn we iets zekerder over. Maar het is lastig nu met carbon credits. Het is nog te onzeker om daar echt mee te kunnen rekenen. Wat ik hoop voor mijn collega's van de gebiedsexploitatie.
Nou, ik zie al een heel lange tijd een prangende vraag. Gaan we toch deze tijd gebruiken? Nou, opgestoken hand. En dan pak ik hem bij en dan vat ik hem even samen.
Ja, Tila in het over. Dankjewel. Ik ben het heel met je eens, Jeroen, dat ik denk dat wij vragen als gemeente al jaren om extra beleidsruimte van het Rijk. Er is in de omgevingswet een milieuprestatie voor gebouwen opgenomen. Het enige wat wij nodig hebben is dat het Rijk ons de ruimte gaat geven om daar per gemeente in ambitie in te kunnen variëren of zelfs per project in te kunnen variëren. En nu ik dit zo hoor, denk ik, alles wat we hier dus gaan optuigen, gaat tegen ons werken om dat straks verder te kunnen implementeren of om dat voor elkaar te krijgen. Dus eigenlijk wat op heel veel vlakken op het gebied van duurzaamheid nodig is gewoon betere wet en regelgeving. Dus toen er straks werd de vraag gesteld aan onderdwars, kunnen, en die suggereren dat het zonder het Rijk kunnen, ik ben het er niet mee eens. We hebben echt betere wet en regelgeving nodig. Wat we misschien wel zouden kunnen doen met de steden onder elkaar, is kijken, net zoals we de emissievrije zone voor voertuigen voor elkaar hebben gekregen, kunnen we niet komen tot een systematiek waarbij je bijvoorbeeld door een vorm van crowdfunding en het oprichten van een fonds wel degelijk certificaten gaat uitgeven in jouw gemeente om duurzaamheid te stimuleren, maar waarbij dit dan niet gekoppeld hoeft te zijn aan een heel certificeringssysteem, omdat het gewoon puur op crowdfunding gebaseerd is. En de gemeente Bloemt die heeft dit gedaan. Die hebben vorig jaar 400 miljoen euro opgehaald in de stad.
Waarvoor was dat?
Voor de gemeente Bloemt.
En voor wat voor maatregelen in de gemeente?
De klimaatmaatregelen. Ja. Dus eigenlijk zou ik pleiten voor een gezamenlijke aanpak van de steden om gewoon tot een goede propositie richting het Rijk te komen.
Mooi. Mooi. Ik stel vooral voor om dit zo meteen verder voor te zetten. Ik ga voor deze laatste, ik weet niet hoeveel minuten, 2, ook even mijn pet op en af doen. Ik ben ook actief voor Building Balance. Building Balance heeft Peter Oei al even aangekondigd. Heeft dus regionale aanpak om ketens van land tot pand op te zetten. En een van de verplichtingen van Building Balance is om ook een systeem voor de waardering van de kostenopslag in die ketens te creëren. Ik ben bijvoorbeeld bezig geweest voor waterschapsbeleid in Veluwe en ik wou dat voorbeeld even delen als manier hoe je ermee om kunt gaan. Zij hebben binnenkort met een nieuwe versie van de CO2-prestatieladder moeten zij veel meer bronnen van uitstoot in hun stroomgebied gaan meerekenen. En dan is dus hun te compenseren restuitstoot enorm veel hoger. Zij willen een jaarlijkse aanbesteding doen, lokaal in het stroomgebied, van boeren die dus ofwel met vezelwas werken of met andere landschapselementen om CO2 vast te leggen voor hun, carbon credits te genereren, omdat het gaat om compensatie. En dan hebben ze een derde van die hele pot die ze nog met conventionele methodes, goedkopere methodes compenseren. Ook dat is dus een van die smaken die je hebt. Als het te duur is, kun je dus ook een mix maken. Dat is ook gangbaar in de commercie om te doen. Maar wat in de gesprekken met hen, en ook gesprekken die we hebben gehad, naar voren kwam, is om allemaal individueel je eigen aanbesteding te doen. Ook individueel tegen die vragen aan te lopen van, wat als we dit nu inrichten als fonds en dan willen we eisen gaan stellen en dan werkt het fonds niet meer. Daarin kan ik al wel vertellen dat vanuit Building Balance ook de ambitie is, en de ambitie is om iets, inderdaad zo'n gezamenlijke platform, dan wel fonds op te zetten. Dus ofwel een fonds of een platform waarbij gemeentes, overheden als first buyers optreden. Om dat wel op te zetten dat je inderdaad een regionale leveranciers hebt van carbon credits en kopers, om op een manier te zorgen dat je die lokale economie, of het dan gaat om compensatie of een bijdrage, om dat op te zetten. Dus die handreiking wou ik sowieso nog even meegeven. Ik denk ook wat ik wel proefde aan het gesprek, dat samen optrekken in ieder geval om die uitdagingen waar we nu allemaal nog heel hard ons hoofd te krabben, daar zie ik hem al, om die gezamenlijk op te lossen. En daarnaast, ik denk ook, ik word heel erg geïnspireerd door het voorbeeld van de Nationale Aanpak Biobased Bouwen, waaronder dus ook de pilot van de LVW, onder Sonja en Peters zitten daar. Om inderdaad zoiets op te zetten en dan te ervaren wat er gebeurt, waar je tegenaan loopt, hoe je dan tegen andere beleidsdoelen, beleidsniveaus aanloopt. Dus in de uitvoering van die pilot zijn we al ongeveer evenveel dingen tegengekomen als euro's die er zijn uitgegeven. Dus dat is al iets waarvan ik denk dat we het gesprek kunnen voortzetten. En dat gesprek gaan we voortzetten, maar dan denk ik op de borrel. Dus dank jullie wel voor het bijdragen.
Ja, dat is een tijd dat niet heel
Okay, before we're all heading out, let's be able to get in the room in 5 minutes, close the day with one another, and then head into the sun.
Maar dan moet hij goed wel komen, hè? I see the people coming in from the workshop. Let's all unite here in 3 minutes for our final closing. 3 minutes. Wil jij die spelen voordat jij gaat spreken?
Wij proberen wel gewoon de deur naar.
Zeker. Ik zet die aan. Als ik je aankom. What up, everybody go? What do we break through already?
Okay, let's all come slowly together again for our final closing. Let's go, please. It's a seat. Bring them close. I can't. I need to. Here, yeah. Everyone is slowly running in. Okay. Let's find ourselves a final seat, maybe to continue the conversation that you're just having. Gosh, Josie, I want to continue. We're gonna start when this song is finished. Okay, thanks everyone for coming back.
Oh ja, dat doe ik zo.
Guys, let's all do a final stretch. I'm just checking my arm. That's what it was. A final stretch because. Thanks for joining everyone in. We are about to close today. And gosh almighty, what a day it has been. I don't know what your expectations were. What was that? Oh, hi, hi. Oh, hi. 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 Obviously, I don't have any expectations. Speaking for myself, I had a lot of fun. But it's not about me, it's about you. So, let's take a moment. Because I'm going to ask someone to come to the front. And he's going to share some of his key takeaways and some of the takeaways for you. Then I will ask someone else who might also share a little takeaway, but then it's up to you. Below your chair, you can already start trying to find it. There is a piece of paper. It's taped with tape, with plug bands. Thanks. Make sure to keep the plug band on it because we are going to tape this afterwards on something else. Try to sustain the time. You're going to receive a pen. And what are you going to do with this piece of paper? Oh, where is it? Where is it? If your neighbor cannot find it, try to find it together with a person, or maybe there is an empty chair, you can find it. Also, the people in the back that are standing, make sure to get a piece of paper yourself as well, because I'm extremely excited to go through the things in a little bit. But first, I want to ask you to together with me, just for one moment, if you feel comfortable, close your eyes, if you're something, and take one very deep breath in. What is your takeaway? What did you take away? Did you have a sparking conversation, a thought? So think about it just for one moment for yourself, what it is that you took away and the action. Inspiration. You want a pen? Oh, you have a pen, okay. And while you're digesting the content, trying to dig into all those millions of interactions that you have, because that we had a lot of interactions, is one thing for sure. I'm gonna play a little song. Yeah, shall I do that? Yeah. I didn't choose it. There we go. Reinders, thanks for joining me on stage. Would you like, I think you would like to share a word, don't you?
Always.
Oh, always. Okay, well, I'm handing it over to you.
Who knows this song? No? It's actually, who was the singer? Singers, two men. How are they called? Huh? They are called Carbon. Okay, and then the song is called Maar we leven nog, but we are still alive. So that's nice. I thought it's good at the end of the day that we are still alive and that we are still breathing. So that's one thing. So we are still alive. That's my takeaway one. And I'm quite tired. So I have a lot of things to say. But my big example always say, dig, dig, dig. And I mean, dig with H at the end, G at the end, sorry, G at the end. And I want to say actually what was in the beginning is connect, connect, connect. I think the main thing of me today is that you connect with a lot of people. I think it's difficult to summarize everything I took here. I always will say, and I will remain saying it, it's set special goals or how do you tell them, targets for sequestration. I asked that to the EU for Holland, and I asked that the Dutch government to do it for the provinces, and we will do it for the municipalities. Because if you have a target, you are going for it. So it's really important to have a target, and the target should not be the same as to reduce. So it's really for sequestration. So that's my thing I always want to say. So that's not my takeaway because I had it already. But I always get one new idea. And today my idea was just, I don't know why it woke up. It was, the whole time was corporate buying and corporate buying. I think the same what we say to all the farmers who do it themselves. Can we not as individuals buy credits in one way or another? I think one time it has already proposed because is Bart still here? Oh yeah, there's Bart. He facing me with the also very terrible thing is how much CO2 I have already emitted in my life. And I was working in development aid in the 90s. And at that time, the airplanes were very polluting. I was only becoming a vegetarian, a flexitarian a few years ago. So my emission was extreme. He said it himself also, this is extreme. And it was about 800 tons CO2 from my 18th birthday till my 60th, I'm now 61, 60th birthday. So I thought, okay, what can I do? I will, because I also met Alexander, which is 875 euro per ton. So I have to about 614,000 euro I have to pay to get it away, my whole emission. So that was really, it's actually, you see how much damage I have made. And how much damage you can also calculate, but I think I will be at the top almost. So that's, for you, that's good, and for me, that's very bad. But it's something we have to think about. How can we do already ourselves? So one time I'm very active sometimes on LinkedIn. I also asked, I had to go with Nina. We went to Poland and we had to fly because we thought it was not possible with a train. It is possible with a train, but not very reliable. So my brother said I took it very easy with the train. But I flew, and then I have really looked at the ticket. Always look at your ticket if you have to fly, and just try to see how much you want to pay for it, because you only fly when you have to fly, and then you can pay it. And I think that is something we have to do all the way also with other things. Look at what we can pay ourselves for this, what we have emitted or what we are emitting, because then you start to think really. And I think the first thing I want to do is actually our politicians to get this question. It's only one question or two questions of this exam, because the other questions were too difficult, to ask them and to get it into their heads. So that's one thing I really want to say. So get the politicians on board and let's them invite them more. There is one politician, or are there more people here? There was one actually from Noord-Brabant. So I think it's really nice that there are people, politicians in the room, so that they can understand and talk to other people. So that's the thing of connecting, connect with everyone, tell the story, and maybe you can also try to reduce your CO2 a little bit. I don't think it will be 600,000 for me, but I will pay, but I hope a little bit. Okay, thank you very much for, this was my takeaway, but I give the floor back. I want to make it short. Is it short enough? Okay.
D'accord. Oké, dankjewel.
Thanks a lot. This song came up while he was talking because it's one way or the other, isn't it? Sven, do you have a final word that you want to share with the audience?
Most definitely. Thank you very much. First, our team, right in the back. I think in this day, we've experienced connection. I did, and without you and your work, like with quite a long nights, long past days, nothing. All of this would have been very, very messy at best. So thank you very much. Second, the mycelium, because that's the core, and that's how nature connects. And I've got a little, and our team, Honey and the others, you connected a little thank you for basically everyone. We'll come to that. But I've got one special thank you for Peter. He's totally surprised.
Oh, thank you.
Little mushroom package. Yeah, for the mycelium, because you confidently shared with us that Wednesday is your mushroom day. They had to give up mushroom day, and I think actually giving up mushroom day is something you shouldn't do lightly, because it's something learns us. We have this vision, we have this dream now of a new economy, of a regenerative economy, and I think we can do it, right? And why? Because we find each other, and in the elements of an ecosystem, the mycelium is like the basis. It's got its energy from the sun, and then you need, and what the mycelium does literally is connecting life and death, and death and life. That's what it's doing. And that's what we're doing. building in a way that will literally increase our own lives, the people who will build in the building, profound, but also literally our civilization, maybe even. And well, we think that's a lot of fun to work on. So I had a great day. I hope you had too. Thank you very much for Mushroom Day, and I hope it was a Mushroom Day for you as well. And finally, because I had 3 takeouts to give, this is a giveaway. Who recognizes this one?
Oh, yeah. Last year.
Yeah, last year we had Polonia. So this is the stick, the estafette stick, the relay stick. You know, when you run, like Dick likes to do, you take the stick, you give it to someone else. We all have a stick for you prepared, so you can take it. And this first stick of today, this talking stick, is for the lady who held the talking stick most of the day. And you were fantastic in guiding it to this day. Thank you very much. Let's get to work.
Okay, beautiful. That's beautiful. I'm gonna keep this one close. So we're about to close. First of all, I really want to thank you for today. It has been a very beautiful day. Over the course of the days, it has become even more beautiful outside, as that you can see. Because what are we gonna do? We have drinks outside, and we will also have a walking dinner outside. And you are, of course, all invited to come and join us there. Another thing that I'm very happy to share with you is because we've been moving and grooving and shaking and exploring a lot of things with each other today. In case you want to continue moving, join us this evening for the drinks and for the dinner. And when it comes to Beyond, we're of course more than happy to have you with us in our ambassador network. What does it mean to become an ambassador? It means next year's summit, it's going to be totally for free. It means that you'll be invited for all events that are coming up. Other perks, I believe, are a copy of the Drown Down book of Paul Hawken. Anything else? And the book. Okay. Well, and it allows, of course, the support of this movement. But before I'm really going to close, I'm really curious, what are your 3 takeaways? First, I had this idea, oh, it would be so cool if we can all put it on the window and blah, blah, blah. But you know what? Actually, I would just love you to take your takeaways with you to your home, so you can always be reminded of the moment that you were here. But let's see, is there maybe someone in the room that would like to share his or her takeaway? You want to share something about the dream? What? Hey.
Okay, stay focused, dream of the max, keep on acting, do it wrong.
I believe I cannot summarize it more. Guys, thank you so much for today. Thank you so much, the whole organization, for organizing this beautiful day. Let's stay connected, connected, connected. Let's all move outside through that door in order to do so. And hopefully until next year.
Well done.